Let's go!
We live? Hi everybody, Anime Night here. I am back with Knights of the Anime Table, episode 29. We are on the 29th edition of Knights of the Anime Table. Hard to believe and actually next week it's going to be the 30th edition. 30 episodes in, and we're already. It seems so long ago that we first started, but I mean, I couldn't have done this without you guys. Hope everybody is having a wonderful Sunday. Um, Big shout out to all the content creators out there, from Canoli Sasquatch to Vex Electronica, Tugs from that Tug Life, Punk Waddle, and a whole bunch of other wonderful content creators. And also, my guests are wonderful as well. I hope all of you are having fun out there, staying safe, and enjoying time with the family on this wonderful day. It feels weird being host again after not being host for two episodes, but it was a new format. It's a new format we're trying out, and honestly, I gotta say it worked. So I am pretty happy with how things have worked. Um, my co-host is not. For those wondering, my co-host is not here. She's dealing with with family. Uh, yeah, I could let some people on today. Um, so my co-host, Eagle Rider, will not be here today. She is dealing with some personal matters with family and everything, and I'm gonna leave it at that. So it's me today. But how are you all doing? By the way, if you guys haven't seen John Wick 4, we are most likely going to be talking about it. Um, so if I were you guys, I would not stick around for spoilers, but I can safely tell you, go see it. It's really good. The storytelling is amazing. The ending will leave you pondering, but it's really well written. Something that Hollywood really needs to pay attention to, because Keanu Reeves is the most underrated person out there. Because you could tell he puts a lot of effort into the characters and everything. On top of everything, I am also excited for the new Mario movie coming out. I can't believe it's already going to be here. I think next week. So we'll see what happens. Oh my god, I am so sorry, Matt. Hang on 1 second. I will post it in the comments. There you go. There you go. Um above all else, I am actually pretty excited for the Mario movie. Gonna be a wild one. And here comes Matt. Here comes Matt.
Hello.
Hi, Matt. Oh, hold on, let me.
Yeah, I've heard many good things about the John Wick movies.
I promise I won't spoil anything for you.
Yeah, I really should check these films out. But yeah,
Yeah,
John.
the fourth,
Yeah,
the
John
fourth
Wick.
one too.
I heard it. Heard many good things about.
I went to the midnight release this past week, so I didn't get home till like 3 in the morning.
Damn.
Yeah, that's how long it is. I mean, yeah, it may be long and everything, but it is jam packed with so with so much action, perfect dialogue, and everything between.
Yeah, you'd think
Heisenberg,
Hollywood would have figured out that people want high testosterone action, and not so much pompous, this hoity-toity bullshit, ass fume sniffing bullshit.
exactly. But and I can safely tell you, Matt, it'll be worth the money. Because no SJW politics, none of that bullshit. Just straight up in your face action.
Hmm. I'm definitely checking out the first movie.
And they made the female characters badass and given good story and great lines, as it should be.
Yeah, I'm definitely checking out the first movie. It's definitely going on my Christmas list.
Well, watch the first three first, and then the fourth.
I already, I'm already thinking of putting the first movie on my Christmas list.
um, but yeah, it's a very fun movie. I highly recommend you guys go see it. That is all I am going to say without diving into spoilers, but I want to spoil it for you guys. I know the movie's been out, but in all fairness, go see it and then get back to me. um, but yeah, it's something that and it's something that Hollywood desperately needs. Is like it's how you make a movie. And if you look at John Wick, the entire four chapters, it's perfect storytelling. And how it all ties up, and seeing Lawrence Fishburne, it's such a treat. To be perfectly fair, though, I am glad he did not show up in the Matrix Resurrections. Though I am very
Thank you,
looking at it
God.
now, I'm
There
glad.
is a God after all. I mean, first of all, Lawrence Fishburne ain't exactly the spring chicken he used to be, and second, considering the script of Matrix Resurrections, holy shit, that was gonna bomb big time. Of
I
course,
felt so I felt so bad for
Matrix.
Keanu.
Of course, the first Matrix was the only good Matrix movie. Reloaded was meh. Meh. Revolution was
I think we
meh.
overloaded. I think we overloaded, and Revolution's a huge apology.
Yeah, but they're still meh for me. I mean, but yeah, we definitely owe these two movies an apology, and that was that was before the Wachowski is lost their fucking shit. Like they all of a sudden they decided that to turn the Matrix from a Christ allegory to transgender circle jerk.
Yep. Hang on one second. Let me post it in the group chat. There we go. All right. But how you been, Matt? How's your Sunday going?
Eh, going good. I mean, I'm already. I mean, I've been playing some Front Mission 5 Scars of the War on my PCSX 2. God, I love emulation.
Nice.
Front Mission, very mecha game series. Like, holy shit. You want mechs in your strategy RPG? Front Mission is the way to go. It's basically Armor Trooper Voltoms by any other name.
Ooh, that's such a good one. I think once I'm done with Fireteam Elite, I have the Pathogen campaign to get through. Um, I will be doing Sakura Wars for the PS4.
Dude, if you get PCSX2, get the Armored Trooper Votoms game on the PS2 and stream it, dude. It's fucking awesome.
I will look into that.
I mean,
I'm
it's
already
basically. I mean, the whole game. The whole game itself is a love letter to the Votom series. Let me tell you.
yeah. Votoms is like the one anime I rarely hear of. Like no one else talks about
Yeah,
it.
and that's depressing because Votoms, in my humble opinion, is the greatest sci-fi epic this side of Xenogears.
Ooh, Xenogears.
Yeah,
Another
that
criminally
is high
underrated.
praise coming from yours truly, the big Xenogears fan, comparing Votoms to Xenogears. That's how great Votoms is. That's how batshit crazy epic Votoms is. From the, from the lore and universe building to basically the storytelling to the characters themselves to the fucking mecha. The mecha themselves are just fucking metal as fuck. Like you see you see the picture of a scope dog, you'd immediately think, oh yeah, this is definitely going on the album cover of a Sodom album.
Oh, absolutely. And it's a really great anime.
Yeah, and for those at home who don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, let me regale you upon this. Imagine Rambo in space, blowing shit up in a giant robot, all the while uncovering an intergalactic conspiracy that would ultimately shake the very foundations of the universe itself. That's Votoms in a nutshell.
Exactly. That's Votom's for you.
It's basically the very best aspects of Blade Runner, Rambo, Escape from New York, let's see, Mad Max, X, Apocalypse Now, Dune, in 2001, Space Odyssey. Hell, basically any Arthur C. Clarke novel, all put into a blender and set to puree.
That's how it is.
That's basically why Votoms remains my favorite anime of all time. Like, well, next to Evangelion, because I could never diss on Evangelion, even with its detractors. I mean,
There's another anime that rarely gets mentioned. It would be Mobile Police Force Pat Labor.
oh, Patlabor is really good. Let me tell you. I mean, Mamoru Oshii is a damn good cinematographer in the realm of animation. I mean, that man knows how to put some damn good cinema work.
And also Space Runway Ideon.
Oh, Ideon is the shiznit, man. I mean, Yoshiyuki Tomino can rarely, if ever, do anything wrong. Garzy's Wing never fucking happened.
Yeah, that's what sucks. I'm like, damn it.
Like I said,
There's a
Garzy's Wing, it never happened. It never fucking happened.
yeah. There's also a bunch of new anime coming out and this year too. I still have my fingers crossed for I have my fingers crossed for No Gunslice season 3 because at the end of season 2, it's hinted that there's going to be a third season. I'm sorry, Bubba. I am so sorry.
Come on
We're
in here, Bubba. We definitely need the salt from the Twitter users.
because because if you think about it, there's not that much we don't even know where Victor's body is, and it's such a big cliffhanger, and I'm hoping that season 3 addresses it. Hey,
Hey,
Bubba.
Yeah, no, man, when you said 30 minutes, I was expecting a link in the DM group. And so all of a sudden I look at the clock, I'm like, ah, crap. So that I did. I looked on here. But I didn't get any kind of notification at all, despite following your channel and having it set to tell me when you go live.
Yeah, I was in the process of setting it and getting everything set up. That's what took so long. Wanted
hey,
to make sure everything was.
happens to the
I wanted
best
to
of
make sure
us, my
everything worked.
dude.
All right, Matt, we'll save the metal show tunes talk for when Rosetta's here with us. But just so you know, I do believe there is a such thing as metal show tunes.
Metal show tunes.
Yeah.
You're not just talking about baby metal, right?
Not quite. I actually do have one absolute, finite, definitive example of metal show tunes. It does exist, and with it, it validates my entire argument.
Holy shit.
But again, we can have this conversation when Rosetta's here to laugh at us.
Yeah. I'm definitely feeling for Rosetta. I mean, I blame Twitter.
Oh, she back on Twitter, but her she had a family business to tend to today.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, hence why I'm hosting today's episode. But yeah, it's been crazy.
So what's new with you there?
Oh, go ahead.
So what's new with you there, Bubba?
Oh, nothing much. I got a new haircut. I got a few new clothes, but huh?
So I've noticed.
Oh yeah. Now I am I'm just trying to get by. Yeah, got the Renaissance Fair coming up in 6 weeks. I'm trying to get everything in line for that.
There's something really enjoyable about Renaissance fairs. I don't know what.
I'll tell you though, it was really funny because everybody has seen that post with Black Sage when somebody was like, well, deodorant is what was a solution to an imaginary problem. And he's like, come to any anime convention and you will change your mind and delete this post. And right under that, somebody had put, that or any Comic-Con at all. And I couldn't resist because I was like, that's cute and all, boys, but the Renaissance Fair is, so some of these people be smelling authentic 14th century for real.
Wow. That is very true. That is very true.
Hey, at least it ain't
Especially
as bad as that one dude's comment about upskirt shots in a video game where sexy androids have replaced mankind.
Oh, are we talking about that Nier Automata or whatever?
Oh yeah, some dude was basically talking shit about 2D's design. Like he's clearly against. He's clearly an emasculated dipwad.
Most of them that get that upset over that kind of thing are these guys just don't seem to understand that that's a joke. Yes, it's a perverted joke, but we tell dirty jokes all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what's wrong with dirty jokes?
Well, what's really, really funny though is that the game developers will put stuff like that in, but I have literally everybody's been there where you've been playing too damn long and you start dozing off at the controller. It was during that Resident Evil game, like back in the day when if you move the camera angle around for to look up what's her name's skirt while you're going up a ladder or whatever. And I was like dozing off. All of a sudden, she's screaming and calling me a pervert, and I realized what was going on. I woke up and laughed so hard. It was fucking hilarious, man.
And to be honest, I'm okay with it. Sorry, I was gonna say, like, to be honest, I'm actually okay with dirty jokes and along with dark jokes and offensive ones.
Hey,
they make the world go round.
Yeah, if it ain't dirty, offensive, or raunchy, then
Hey, Fire King.
I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, hey, Anime Night, what's up?
Nothing. Just hosting today's episode of Nights at the Anime Table.
Hey, I think my Wi-Fi is working again. I don't think it's eating me off by itself now. I think it's okay.
Nice.
There you
All
go.
right, I think the data is okay, or either the Wi-Fi is going faster now, but it's okay.
For the Renaissance Festival out here, bring me an umbrella and some sunscreen because you're gonna need it.
Well, see, and that's ours because right now, spring is usually all through spring and early summer is usually Oklahoma's rainy season. So, and not just Oklahoma, this whole region here. So what we do is it's very, very, very common that at the first of the season, especially since it's 6 weeks now, it goes from the first weekend of April to the last weekend of April to the first weekend of June, and the overall climate will completely shift. You'll have it'll be real cold at the beginning of those 6 weeks, at times, on and off, like it's nothing for it to be 80 one day and then 40 the next. And then by the end of it, you will long for just a piece of ice to keep under your tongue so that you don't die in the Oklahoma heat. It is spectacular out here because along with that sun, we also have humidity.
Yeah, it's basically like that song from Toto. Bless the rains down in Africa.
Yeah, yeah. Except for Africa has a dry climate for the most part. So when it rains in Africa, it's a relief. When it rains and it's hot here, the humidity builds up and everything is sticky. It's like if you were to take the bayou in the summer, the Louisiana bayou in the summer, the Florida Keys, something like that, and mix it with the Arizona desert or both together is a very uncomfortable way of living, but it's home.
Yeah, with jokes like these, I think most of them can be satire in a way, but like we can all agree that jokes are jokes and they're just kind of funny in a way. Can we?
Yeah.
Suck it, Seth Rogen.
Well, let's face it, Seth Rogen's never really been good at telling jokes.
Too right. That's why I keep saying suck it, Seth Rogen.
Okay, sorry, you want to go ahead?
I was just going to say he's good scripted. Seeing him in a movie or whatever, he can be funny. He can deliver a joke, but he cannot make them up himself.
Okay, I guess it's my turn to talk then. So, yeah, I have really dark jokes and edgy ones, so I don't think it's safe to say to actually express them right now. But I mean, if you guys want me to express them, it's fine. But I prefer to keep it like a secret because I know most of my jokes can be dark and offensive in a way, but yeah, I just want to make sure I don't piss off anybody in the comments or anyone, or make somebody feel negative in a way.
Okay.
But yeah, I can tell jokes too. So, but you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
I mean this with the utmost love and respect, but the fact that you sound like the whitest guy alive and you're not is already the darkest joke that you're living.
Wait, my voice or?
Yeah, you sound whiter than me, and I'm white as milk, and that cracked me up. The first time I saw your face, I was like, "Holy crap, dude!"
Okay then. Okay, so yeah, I'm a black person who behaves more like a white person, you'd say, but like.
Oh, I didn't say you behaved like it. I didn't say you behaved like a white dude. I said that you had a white sounding voice, and I don't mean that with any insult. It came as a surprise, and then I tried to make a joke about it, and you're analyzing it like I was serious.
I mean, I'm not really offended. I mean, you could say it's a compliment, more like it, but yeah, I just sound like that because like my brother sounds the same as I do. I don't think my brother sounds the same. I think his voice is different, but it's not really a black voice. It's just like a normal voice.
Yeah, well, I mean that all voices are normal voices technically. I mean, unless you have like a stoma and you sound like Boomhauer, Grand Dango. Anyway, I kind of went for a sling blade there. Never mind.
Okay, yeah. I guess you could say my voice sounds like a white person in a way, but like I'm black. But yeah, my voice. Yeah, even my first cousin said that to me once.
Yeah, well, to be perfectly honest, man, you are just a cool guy in general, and that's what really matters. That's what really counts, and we're happy to have you around.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, but yeah. Okay, I want to tell you an honest thought, Geekro. Like, I've always like imagined myself being white, or like I kind of wanted myself to be white for some reason, but I don't know why I did. But I'm just born with black skin.
There ain't nothing wrong with the way you look, man.
I know. Yeah, I know. I never said there was anything wrong. Yeah, I know. I never said there was anything wrong. I never said anything wrong, but yeah, I just like. Yeah, at first when I was a kid, I hated how my voice sounded because it was too high pitched, so I had to make it deeper. So when I got older, it suddenly grew a bit older, but yeah.
Well, I mean, working on changing vocal habits is nothing wrong. Hell, we all admire voice actors, and that's what they do for a living.
Yeah, I think my voice can be a bit deep sometimes, but yeah, I think my voice is pretty deep now. Do you think it's deep now?
It's deep for you.
Okay, so I think it's a bit low pitched, but yeah, whenever I get nervous and talk a lot, my voice does suddenly get a bit higher. So yeah,
it does.
I mean, take Matt's voice. I mean, his voice sounds like a skateboarding dude in a way, but like I like his voice though. I still like his voice. Yeah, hey Matt, you agree with me, right?
I prefer to think I sound more like a biker dude, but sure. I'm not really that good a skateboarder, to be honest. In fact, I kind of suck at this stuff.
Yeah, sorry, Matt. I'm just
no worries, dude. It's fine. It's fine. I mean,
yeah, I'm just okay. Let me finish what I was gonna say. Is like, am I thought when I hear your voice, you just kind of sound like a stereotypical like a skateboarding cool dude in a way, like cowabunga dudes, like that. You know.
Matt, you do sound like the cool like the cool guy that everybody asks questions where everything is at the record store. You know what I'm talking about.
I've always wanted to tell
Matt that for so long. That you know where it's at.
Yeah, I've always wanted to tell Matt that for so long. I've even thought of telling him that for some reason.
Truth be told, I actually wish I was that cool.
Yeah, your voice sounds cool though. I actually like your voice.
Well,
Matt, you are that cool.
Yeah.
Just know that.
you
Yeah.
guys,
Matt, you were
you guys
probably
are the best motherfuckers I've ever had the pleasure of interacting with, and I love y'all motherfuckers for that.
Yeah, and Matt, I have to be honest with you. Neo is kind of like you in a way. I think Neo is actually kind of like you in a way, since you're both into metal, and but I think Neo has a more edgy side than you. But I can't really say you're not edgy, but I can still say like
I was fixing to say, Matt says a lot of edgy things. He's been kicked off of Elon Musk's Twitter.
No. That was before Elon Musk acquired Twitter, dude.
Oh, so you haven't managed to get kicked off yet?
Yeah, I'm surprised I still got a Twitter under Elon Musk.
I mean, I still have my Twitter.
But under
It's just really funny. It's just really funny though.
But under Parag's Twitter,
it's just really funny though, because a lot of people that are normally on our side are all pissed off at William Shatner right now because he's mad because Musk is trying to charge, like Twitter is going to start charging. They're not going to do grandfathered in blue check marks anymore. They're going to expect everybody to pay. But the thing is, and of course I can bring up all the reasoning why William Shatner has every right to be irritated. Like, I understand he's rich and everything, but by him just being on Twitter, same with Mark Hamill, love him or hate him, right or left, it does not matter. At the end of the day, when you have someone whose account generates new members, people come to Twitter specifically to hear what these men and women have to say. So there should indeed be some sort of system, because if William Shatner just quit tweeting one day, there would be a lot less people, a lot less activity on Twitter. So what needs to happen is that they need to, as long as they continue to generate at that pace, because that ultimately brings the platform more money, their fee should be considered paid. Now, if the day comes the math don't line up and he isn't tweeting enough to maintain that fee, then sure, give him notice, tell him he's got 30 days and he needs to be charged. But all of that aside, all logic aside, are we going to pretend that it's really out of character for an elderly Jewish man to be upset over paying $8 a month? I kind of figured y'all like that one. Yeah.
Oh my God! That elderly Jewish part killed me, dude. Ouch.
Yep.
Speaking of Shatner, he's gonna be here in Comic-Con.
Hell yeah, he is great to be like when he shows up, man, the whole freaking world knows it.
Actually, there's a whole bunch of other Star Trek people coming and everything. Overall, the casting has been, overall the guest list. I mean, aside from Bryce and Sarah Saturn, I look at it as like whose line's going to be longer, because if you recall last year when Chuck Norris was here, I went there for 2 days. I went there for 2 days.
Oh yeah, Chuck Norris's lines usually go around the corner.
Yeah, they had to do like a
Norris has lines about as long as so long it basically reaches around the equator.
I've been around that whole convention like 5 times throughout the whole day. His line is still long. It was 3 o'clock, and his line was still long.
Yeah, let's be fair. I went to a convention. Let's be fair. I went to a convention with my dad and my brother, and I took some pictures. But yeah, I mostly took pictures of waifus. But like, yeah, I didn't really think of any other cosplays to think of. But like, I did have some fun, at least. I took
And
some
I'm
pictures
going
of
to,
other cosplays.
I am going to Game On Expo. I spoke with my with my people in charge, and they okayed it for me to go.
Wow.
So I'm
So
going
who
to
all's
Game On
excited for the new
Expo.
Mario Brothers movie?
Yep, next week. Next
I'm not
week.
really sure if I want to watch it.
Oh, dude, it's going to be great. Like
Dude, the
people
line's
can
gonna be
pretend.
nuts.
Oh yeah. We're getting ready to pre-order our tickets for opening weekend. I'm excited.
If the Sonic movie was that good, who's to say that Mario could? The new Mario.
Well, I'll give them one chance, and if this movie is any like any kind of, and I don't mean little woke head nods here and there, like that's fine. They've got to bow down a little bit, but if three things have to be met. One, Mario has to be the definitive hero. The movie is literally named after him. If they pull that crap where he gets his ass kicked and the princess ends up saving the day, I'm out. Two, this movie needs to be more than just a member berry grab. It needs to be more than just a member berry money grab. They have to actually have a standalone story that can, they're telling the basic story, but it needs to stand out. It can't, I don't want to feel like if I've played, the top 5 Mario games, I've already seen the movie. I want to see something, a little bit out of, and 3, Charles Martinet had better at least have a cameo of some kind. That man is God's gift to voice acting.
I agree.
I
Speaking of video games, which is better, Sega or Nintendo?
Dude, which one's still around?
Yeah, but I'm more talking about talking in the 16-bit console wars.
Jokes aside, I enjoy Nintendo games more because Nintendo had something that Sega didn't. Nintendo had their first-party games. Super Metroid, Mario World, Donkey Kong Country, so on and so forth. So I'm a Nintendo fanboy.
Yeah.
That said, I still love Sega. But if I have to choose between the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis, I will take the Super Nintendo any day of the week.
Yeah, as much as I love the Sega Genesis, I'm definitely all about the Super Nintendo. A lot of my video gaming memories came from that system. Like, I'm talking Final Fantasy VI, Secret of Mana, Chrono Trigger, Street Fighter 2.
And Xenogears?
That was PlayStation.
Wait, what? It was PlayStation?
Yeah, that was PlayStation.
Yep. PlayStation
Wait, what
1.
the fuck? What?
Yeah, that was PS1, dude.
So, anyways, in my opinion, would be I would have to go with either both because like I like Nintendo, but I also like Sega for Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Genesis. So yeah, I'd pick Sega, but I pick Nintendo because I think Mega Man's considered Nintendo. So
yeah, although let's be real, and then the PC Engine / TurboGrafx 16. Excuse me. Is a very
perfectly honest.
Underrated console. Like, goddamn, are the games so good?
Let's be perfectly honest, though. Can we just all admit that Nintendo's a front for the Yakuza? Think about it. I've actually got.
I can believe that.
Yeah.
I can believe that.
Sega.
No. Sega.
Nope.
Sega's not connected enough. But you think about this. Nintendo has been around since the 1800s, long before video games even existed.
Screen.
When Gunpei Yokoi, the creator of the Game Boy, decided to go off on his own and try to make his own handheld system without them, he was killed inexplicably, Princess Diana style. Like, I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of things that prove evidence. I mean, it's evidence, not proof. But there is a lot of evidence that points to Nintendo being a front for the Yakuza.
Holy shit.
Yep.
That ain't gonna stop me from buying from them. They've still got a really good product.
Oh no! That's
like, oh god, if I don't buy it, it's
me
like, oh god,
from
if I don't buy a
buying
Nintendo game.
Nintendo games. Like I'm already stoked for let's say Metroid Prime Remastered. And I'm definitely seeing a lot of good shit from Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom.
So has anybody heard of the game Trinity Trigger?
Yep.
I've got that one on pre-order right now.
Get it.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta wet my whistle.
But yeah, no, I'm excited about Trinity Trigger. You know, some of the lead designers on it worked on Chrono Cross back in the day.
Such a classic game.
But it's like a cross between Mana and Crystal Chronicles.
All right, so if Matt comes back, I'm gonna ask him a question.
It looks awesome. It does look good and everything.
Usually when it comes to first-person shooters, I'd say Call of Duty is better. But if you think Halo is better, that's your opinion. But I'm okay with it.
Oh god, I remember the wars between the Halo fans and the Call of Duty fans back in.
Well, I won't say that Halo is better, but I do definitely like Halo better.
All right, so I personally like Call.
I can't bring myself to watch the show after hearing everything that happened. I'm like, No,
yeah, I personally like Call of Duty the most, but yeah, I think Halo's okay. I think Halo's cool, but I personally like Call of Duty because of actually, you know what? I just like Call of Duty better in general. But yeah.
I kind of feel bad for the Dreamcast though. I really feel bad for it because when I was at Game On Expo in August of last year, they had a wide selection of the console, and you can literally play it. Like you can literally play all the consoles at that convention.
Damn.
They had tournaments. They had the Super Nintendo, which was Super Mario Kart, which I almost won on my first attempt. I was that close.
Super Mario Kart was fun, dude.
Yeah.
But
okay.
I got my ass handed to me in those bands.
I'll tell you, Mario Kart 64 though. Mario Kart 64 was incredible, and of course,
if they do a tournament with that, I guarantee the line will be
I'm just saying,
long.
if say it's 1998, 1999, you know, and
class years,
you're the kid that had that had an N64. You know your friends had N64s too, but say you had at least two controllers. A couple of your friends bring over their controllers. Say you had Smash Brothers and Mario Kart. One of your friends has GoldenEye. Everybody's going. I mean, that's the party everybody wanted to be at, man. Well, every geek wanted to be at anyway.
Yeah, don't forget Halo, dude. Halo is always best party game, dude. Like,
yeah. Also, hey, Matt, I have a question. So besides Xenogears, what would you consider your best PlayStation game besides that?
Best PlayStation game besides Xenogears.
Wait, Fire. What era of PlayStation? What era?
Well, it doesn't really matter what era it is. I'm just asking Matt.
I guess that would be Xenosaga if we're gonna go PlayStation 2.
Wait, but I think I played the my brother get this. My brother used to have a PS3 a long time ago. Yeah, and he had 3 games like like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Spider-Man: Web of Shadows, Bleach: Soul Resurrection. Let's see what else. Advanced Warfare, God of War Saga, and okay, let's see. Okay, what else? Oh yeah, Prince of Persia, the collection. Okay, I don't remember what collection name it was, but like it's okay. But I think Prince of Persia would be the ultimate collection. But yeah, we'll go with yeah, we'll also go with wait. Okay, what else do we go with?
Okay,
Okay,
man.
wait.
If we're going PS2, man, Champions of Norath 1 and 2.
Oh wait.
That
There's one.
That game was really dope. Let me tell you.
Wait, guys.
Dude, and especially you could play 4-player on it if you had all the hookups.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, speaking of really good PlayStation 2 games, let me regale upon you all the mecha madness that is Armored Core Last Raven. Like, holy shit, is that game hard but awesome, dude.
Wait, before you do that, I okay, there's one more game I forgot to mention. So it's Modern Warfare 3. Okay, you can go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, people want to say Dark Souls is hard. These motherfuckers don't know the real struggle of playing Last Raven.
Well, what about Elden Ring? Is that hard?
Man, Elden Ring's pretty challenging, but nowhere near Armored Core hard.
I got 2 words for you: Battle Toads.
Yeah.
God, you just awakened some repressed memories of that one stage.
My brother and I had to beat it together. Like, neither of us could beat it alone. We had to work together.
My God.
Okay, yeah. So I've an announcement to make. So okay, next month on Fridays I'll stream on the on the 7th and maybe the 14th and the 21st, which will be my birthday. So expect live streams to be next month on Fridays.
Nice.
What time?
Usually I start episode live streams in the morning. So I'm not really sure if there's going to be any night live streams, but yeah, there's going to be mostly episode live streams. So I'll rarely do night live streams nowadays.
All right, man. I work 4 to midnight during the week, so I might be able to swoop in if I'm not asleep.
So yeah, usually I start usually I start episode live streams in the morning. So yeah, just a heads up.
On my end, if we're talking PS1 up until PS3, I would have to say PS1. It would be the Crash Bandicoot series, Tiny Tank, Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger, Star Wars Episode 1: The Phantom Menace. It's funny how the game is like as good as the movie. That's what's so hilarious to me.
Oh, another really good PS1 game would be Einhander. I mean,
I would play
that is one awesome shoot 'em up right there. Like, it's also a damn good love letter to Gundam.
Mm-hmm. Also, and for PS2, I would say Beyond Good and Evil, Bully, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 is where it's at. Because at that time they had Wolverine, Darth Maul, Demoness, Snow Dub, and ironically they had the Surfer dude. That was actually pretty hilarious to me. And the Neversoft guy. I like it when I miss the days where companies would like take their mascot and just put it into the game. That's what Neversoft did.
I miss the days when Crash Bandicoot would get a megaphone and talk shit out in front of the Nintendo of America offices.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, that one was good. I wish they would redo the commercial though.
They brought him back a couple times, and it's the same dude too.
Oh, I think I have a question. So Okay, so I think I have a question. So, like, does anyone remember the times where, when it comes to PlayStation, like, when you put the disc in, the disc doesn't really register the game?
Oh,
I've had
yeah,
that happen a few
that
times.
pissed me off quite a lot.
Like, the disc not working?
Yeah, there was this one time when I was playing Final Fantasy VIII, and I was up in space, and just when I rescued Renoa, the disc fucking froze.
Oh yeah, I remember one time the GameCube,
Dude,
when
I bet you let out a Darth Vader. No.
Okay, so like I remember the time where I was playing the GameCube and I tried to find like the disc of like Naruto Clash of Ninja 2, but I found Naruto Clash of Ninja 1, but it had the second game on the cover art. So the first the cover of the second game, it had like the first game, but I tried to find it as a kid when I was trying to play Naruto Clash of Ninja 2, but I found it eventually, but then I had to unlock all the characters. But I remember one time, like when I was trying to play Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, the disc didn't register for some reason. It didn't work.
Ouch.
Yeah, it just like never. It tried. I tried to make it work, but for some reason it was hot, so I had to cool it down by blowing it and just making sure like it would stay cool, like wiping it with my shirt or like I thought like water would do it, but no, water doesn't do it.
Yeah, really big mistake there, dude. Water kind of fucks up the data storage of the CD.
I don't think I used water though. I don't think I did as a kid. It would. I knew it
I
would
learned
fucking.
that the hard way. I remember owning what was it? Oddworld Apes Exodus. I was right at the end. I had all the Mudokons rescued. I was right at the end, and when I went to go pop it in, it said sorry, but the data's corrupt.
Oh my fucking god!
I was so mad. Luckily, up until I found out that I cleaned the disc wrong, but luckily the person who owned the game had a spare copy of it. So,
Oh yes!
Well, the best thing to do though is eyeglass cleaning solution and a microfiber cloth.
Yep, that's the best. For PS3, it's a toss up between Dynasty Warriors Gundam Reborn. What was the other one?
I think Matt would like to hear Gundam too. Yep.
So, said Gundam?
Yeah, he said Gundam.
Yeah, Dynasty Warriors Gundam Reborn.
Oh, Dynasty Warriors Gundam is very dope, especially Dynasty Warriors Gundam Reborn.
I put
Yeah.
so much hours into that.
Although, if anyone wants to know my opinion, I believe the Gundam Battlemaster series should make a comeback. Arc system work, man.
Oh, Matt, I have a good request. Matt. So, okay, you have a YouTube channel, right?
I don't have content on my YouTube channel.
Okay, here's my suggestion. Make some Gundam content. That would really go well. You should probably do that. That would be pretty much dope.
Yeah, probably need to know how to make the Gundam content like the Windows Movie Maker or something. I don't know.
Okay, take me for example. I make metal reviews about my favorite metal bands at times, but on some occasions I do metal reviews.
Yeah, I was actually planning on making anime reviews myself and video game reviews too, but
Oh, I think. Wait. Before you finish, wait. I think I have something to say first. But okay, I did Pantera, Slayer, Slipknot, Exodus, and Cannibal Corpse. Yeah, I did those 5.
well, you're certainly A lot better than that one channel Meltdown.
I was actually mostly voicing my opinion on those metal bands when I was making those videos.
Yeah. I mean, Metal Meltdown seems like the kind of dude who drops trout for the woke.
I could do like a death metal review, so like I could do like I could do a review on I could do like a metal review on the band Death. Maybe I could do that, but like I could. But I think I might
do it.
But I might do Metallica next. So
do Death.
Yeah.
Geography.
Okay, Matt, don't rush me, okay? Okay. Okay, like but yeah, maybe I might do Death. So like okay, maybe I might voice my opinion on a few songs, but here's the thing, Matt. The data on my dad's phone might be very slow, so it takes a lot of data, and it will take like a day after to upload.
Okay then.
Yeah, it will take like a day after to upload. Yeah, it takes like a while with the camera. Like I've been using like the camera for my videos. I've been mainly using a phone for my videos. Yeah, I mainly use a phone.
So what you're saying is you need to start right now, and then we'll see the video tomorrow, right?
Well, whenever I upload, it takes like a lot of time to
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I know.
That's a good one.
Yeah, Geek Hero. Let me finish. I know. I was not really angry. I'm not really annoyed or angry. I'm just saying like it just takes like a lot of time to upload because like when I was making videos, it takes like a lot of data because it took like after tomorrow to do it. So it took like a day. But yeah, so yeah, it took like a day after. So like the data may be very slow. So it will take a lot of time to upload the video. So last time when I recently uploaded a video not too long ago, it took like of me like reaching 200 subscribers. It took like a day after to upload.
I live and have worked in rural Oklahoma. I promise you, I understand slow internet connection.
Yeah, especially data too. You understand data too, Geek Hero?
Yes.
Oh yeah, data takes a lot of time to upload. But yeah, I knew you were teasing me, man. I just knew you were teasing. So, but wait, actually, I take that back. Maybe I didn't know, but maybe I thought you were just suggesting or just making like a fact. Or okay, I take that back. I didn't really know you were joking, so I take that back. But yeah, anime night. So yeah, oh yeah, I first saw you on my video. So yeah, you were expecting more live streams, right?
Yeah, I was checking them. I was checking out the live streams and everything. Interesting content you have.
Yeah, I've been making like episode live streams, but nowadays I've decided that thanks to Shadow's advice, I've decided to upload live streams only on Fridays by next month. Because I've been uploading live streams a bit too often, so that's why the free plan took a lot of like bills, but it took like hours for me to. It took hours, so it had to reset on March 20th, which was 5 days ago. Wait, actually 6 days ago. I take that back. 6 days. Yeah, it took like 6 days for me to. It took like but it took like nighttime. I thought when March 20th came, it was supposed to reset, but it took like nighttime to reset.
That's what happens. On top of all of everything else, I
just got to pay for
go back.
You just got to pay for StreamYard. Yeah, there's like bills to pay in StreamYard.
It's not that bad, so it's worth doing it.
Yeah,
I am planning on going back to the collector's market. I did see some interesting figures there that I want to get my hands on. While I still can.
But luckily, I'm so happy to be on streams now. Thanks to my dad giving me his phone to keep.
Nice.
Yeah, my dad actually.
I did see. I do want to get that Rurouni Kenshin figure. I did see. I want to get that one because I was at the collector's market for their their spring anime festival. They have two every year. They have the spring one and then the Halloween one. I managed to pull. This is my most recent one.
The screen's frozen on my phone, but now it's showing. Now it's showing. Oh, now I can see it. Yep. Devilman, right? Devilman.
Yep. the guy was like, it was so funny. The person I was talking to, he's like, damn it, I was gonna get this one after work.
Oh wait, I think I remember now. So like, when I first heard of Devilman, I was watching like the top 10 most brutal anime deaths, and it had this one scene where the alien just rips off the character's breasts.
That was intense.
Oh,
like,
really?
Yeah, you
totally, dude. Totally.
Yeah.
Actually, I watched that scene again. I'm like, oh my god!
It takes open heart surgery to a whole new level.
Yeah, he literally just ripped off the the female alien's breasts off. He just ripped the breasts off.
And of course, when people say Devilman, I always have to ask which Devilman, because I was a Dragon Ball fan before I knew there was another Devilman.
Oh, he also eats the breast with it. He also eats the breast. He munches on the fucking breasts.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. He just wanted some of that mammary tissue. It's all right. Just let the man be.
Yeah, he just wants the blood.
I'm going to solo for a minute.
Yeah, can't really blame the dude now for wanting some titty for some titty action, right?
Oh yeah.
I can't tell for the life of me if this is from the Crybaby series or like the original.
Pretty sure it's from the OVA.
Oh, the OVA? Okay. Give me a second.
Screen's still frozen. Oh, I can see your face again, but now it's. Did you show it? Did you show it?
Yeah, I showed it.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see because the phone on my screen was frozen. So, but yeah.
But I will forever. This one, ironically, hang on. Fire King, how's your screen?
It's still frozen now. Oh, okay. You're back to your face again, but it's still frozen again. Oh, now I can see it. Now I can see it. Anime. Yeah, it says anime. Okay, devil. Is it? What is that?
Outlaw Star.
Okay, so I can see on the. I think I can see the title.
Oh yeah, that is definitely Outlaw Star, dude. Gene Starwin, the Outlaw Star and all, dude.
I was going to say, Matt, we all know the only two characters you really care about are Suzuka and Aisha. We know this. It's okay.
Oh man!
Yeah, dude.
Also, Matt.
Ironically, Matt, I did see this one. After I bought this, and when I was at the collector's market, they had it there too. I'm like, damn it! I could have just bought it right then.
I'll tell you, Matt. I'll tell you, Matt. What you really need to do, the type of videos, and they'd be a lot easier. Yeah, still, I do some Gundam stuff, that kind of thing, if you want to. But the best thing for you to do, and of course, you wouldn't even have to show your face, man. The best thing you could do is rank waifus. Like, just pick an anime every week. Pick the top 10 waifus in each anime. Even if you got to go down to the side characters that only get seen like once, and then you'll rank them. And then at the end of the month, you'll you'll take the like top 4 waifus that from each, because it's once a week, and you'll take the top 4 waifus from each one. You can use your Twitter account to help advertise and stuff, and you can have everybody vote on which one they think is the best. And then if they vote for the one you want, that's fine. If they don't vote for the one you want, it can be an ongoing joke where you tell them, "But fuck y'all, my number one is because I said so."
Yeah. Also, I
could do that. I could do that, but I could also rank my mecha, dude.
Okay,
well,
yeah.
I'm not saying that's the only content you do.
I know.
Yeah. Also, I was trying to talk, but yeah, Matt. So like we were on the topic of like skin and voice, right? So like skin color and voice. But yeah, you saw my voice in real life in my live stream. So yeah, this is how I look. But yeah, I'm actually black. Yeah.
Ain't no problem with that.
Yeah, I'm actually black myself, so as you saw in my live streams. So yeah. But yeah, I do sound like this. But yeah, everything, it doesn't really matter what voice you sound like or what skin color you are. We're just different people. We're different beings.
I'm just saying that when I saw your face for the first time, that was not who I was imagining, like being on the other side of that, which is fine, man. You're but
okay. Just out of curiosity, what were you imagining?
If I had to pick somebody, like somebody based off, imagine Tom Holland without any Hollywood makeup.
Oh, like that. That's how it would sound like, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so wait, do I sound like him or?
No, I mean
in a way,
I mean his body style, I imagine some little 5'4", skinny, frail little white dude. If I'm being honest.
Oh, okay, skinny white dude, huh? But yeah, I'm pretty scrawny myself, given that I'm also black too. So
how tall are you though?
I'm tall. Wait, hold on. Let me try to check. Wait, hold on. If I can see like. Can you see? Hey guys, can you see?
Yeah. So but that's still like okay. So that's your bed right there. Most beds. Yes, sir.
You don't look too bad.
Yeah, I'm pretty tall. I'm actually the same height as my brother.
How tall is your brother? Like y'all like 6'1", 6'2"?
Well, he's actually 30, but since I'm 22, like he's way older than me, but I have the same height as him, so I think I'm the same height as him. I'm not sure. I don't really read heights, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah, sorry. I probably I'm sorry. I'm fucking bad at researching heights.
Does your dad have a tape measure?
What?
A tape measure. Like one of those roll-out things that have like they're like a ruler, but they come out like tape.
Oh, I think I was tested I think I was tested in the doctor's appointment. So like about my height and my weight. Yeah, I think my feet is pretty big, but yeah. But yeah, my feet are pretty big.
What size shoe do you wear?
Wait, what? What size of my feet?
What size shoe do you wear?
What size shoes do I wear? I wear like wait, hold on. Let me see what I can. Hold on. Hold on.
Hey, Bubba, enlighten me on something.
Yeah.
Did they ever make a Ninja Turtle figure with like Crane and the Shredder body? Did they ever make a figure like that?
Like the Utrom Shredder?
Yeah.
Like from 2003, yeah, they did, but it wasn't like you could open it up and bring and get the Utrom like Orokusaki out. He just, yeah, I feel like that was a huge loss. Like it would have been great if they had made a figure, and then you could like open up his chest and pull out, or his stomach. It was in his torso. Like you could open up his torso and pull out the Utrom.
But yeah, these are the shoes.
That was a huge loss.
Yeah,
Wow.
but these are
but what size? Yeah, what size are they? Like what number does it say on it?
Hold on, let me see. It says okay. It says like, wait, hold on, let me read. Like US 9.5, UK 8.5. No, that's probably not the weight.
Okay, so yeah, nine and a half. So so here my question is, so like when you walk into a convenience store or to a department store
or a shoe store,
how or a shoe store. My point is like because I'm trying to gauge how tall you are because you don't know your exact like foot and inches, height. When you walk through the door, how close are you to the top of the door frame?
how close I am to the door frame.
Like how close does your head come to the top of the door frame? Because your average door is 7 feet tall.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on. I think I'll have to ask my mother. It's embarrassing not to know, but yeah, I'll have to ask her.
Oh, dude, don't be embarrassed, man. A lot of people don't know that kind of thing.
I get why.
I mean, with my height, I'm amazed I can still reach stuff. I'm only like 5'5".
Well, I am 6'1", but I mean, obviously, I ain't the tallest guy in the world, but I'm not short either by any standard, and so it's always interesting. But I don't know. We kind of got off on the side tangent, and I'm yeah.
Okay, so according to my mom, I'm a 5.9 or almost 6 actually.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But between 5'9" and 6 foot, that's okay. You're about as tall as your picture made, or when you were showing us. Yeah, that's about what I gathered.
All right, so if I can fix my camera. Not sure I'd say this, but not really that muscular. I'm just scrawny, but I'm getting a bit of muscle though.
All you need to do, and I mean this wholeheartedly, like when you're wherever you're at, do you have a place where you can like walk, like just do like a light jog, that kind of thing?
Well, I usually go outside with my brother to get food.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm talking about like if you're just like if it's a random day, like you in a neighborhood, you out in the country.
Okay.
The best thing to do is find a place where you can walk a mile, and just once a day for 5 days a week. You ain't got to do it all 7 days, but like 5 days a week, go walk a mile with some anywhere from 1 to 5 pound weights in either hand, and that'll build your arm strength. It'll build your grip too. Like make sure you're pumping your arms when you're doing the walk. Just do a power walk, 1 mile a day, 5 days a week with some light weights in your hand, and that'll build your arm strength real well.
All right, so I think I'm a bit muscular, but I'm just scrawny. But like, I think I have a bit of muscle. Wait, wait, hold on. Do you see it? Wait, is it?
Yeah.
Wait, you see a bit of muscle there?
I mean, this angle, not really, but that's yeah. I understand. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Wait,
there's definitely some. Yeah,
wait, is there muscle there?
a little bit, a little bit.
It's kind of hard to actually show what my body type is with the phone, but yeah, not that I want to show my actual phone.
It's easy. Yeah, it's easy to show off my body type with my phone. I'm round. Anyway.
Actually,
I would never call you fat. I would never call you fat.
Actually, Bubba, you would pull off Wario and Mario at the same time.
Oh yeah, most likely. But that's
Actually that would be an interesting cosplay. Like you could do one half Wario and then like the other half Mario.
Oh, okay, Geeko.
Yeah.
I want to interrupt for a moment. I want to interrupt for one moment. So, like, when I first thought of you, like, when I first thought of like making us as characters, I almost thought of you as like Wario.
Okay, and that's awesome. But I just actually got this really cool idea based off of what you just said, Anime Night. So if I get a Mario costume, but not a good Mario costume, make it look like it was just kind of thrown together, kind of like the Bob Hoskins Mario costume, like when they're in Koopa's Tower. All right.
Yeah,
so then people walk up and they think that I'm Mario, but when I turn around, I've got a big prosthetic nose and a squiggly mustache, and I'm my cosplay would be Wario disguised as Mario.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Wait, I actually have another thought. I have another thought. So, like, Geek Hero. So, like, when I think of you as like a superhero, I would like imagine you as the Thing because of how how strong you might be. But like, I would, but not that you're fat, but like you're strong.
No, I love you. You are my brother. You are spiritually my brother.
What am I telling facts?
That is the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. The
like
Thing is my favorite superhero of all time, man.
Absolutely. You could pull him off too.
Yeah, I'm trying to lose some weight before I try to do that, because if I dress up as the Thing, I've seen a lot of terrible Thing costumes. What I want to do is I want to actually make a mask like where I can move my eyebrows and everything. I want full facial articulation with him. It'll involve a lot of spirit gum and a lot of, it'll take some time, but I am going to put this costume together. And again, once I lose the weight and get it down, I'm trying to go for kind of a cross between the original Jack Kirby Thing and the 2005 movie Thing. Like those two together, that's what I'm going for.
Wait, so Geek Hero, I have a question. So, like, was I telling facts about you? Do you think I was telling facts? Do you think I was?
Yeah.
Oh, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, Geek Hero, I was actually imagining you as the Thing for like a comic mission that I've been actually thinking of, like a role play or something. But yeah, but if you were gonna be the Thing, like I would imagine like you have like a voice that like that says it's clobbering time.
That's very good. That's a very good one.
I gotta bug out a bit. I'll probably be back later if you guys are still on.
Oh dang!
Oh man, it's always fun to talk to you, Matt.
Oh man, I didn't get a chance. I didn't get a chance to say anything to you, Matt. But okay, it's okay.
Okay. If you guys are still on, I'll probably be back.
Yeah, but Matt, I was gonna say I couldn't imagine you as a superhero though. I couldn't imagine what superhero you would be though. But yeah. But I'd say
probably be more like Devilman, if that makes any sense.
Or an anti-hero. I prefer an anti-hero though. But
yeah, definitely the Spawn Devilman type.
I was about to bring up Spawn. Yeah, you definitely give off Spawn Devilman vibes. Yeah.
Okay, see you around.
All right, bye, Matt. Okay, so okay, Matt's not here, but now who else is going to be on the stream?
It's basically up to anybody who wants to join, because I know everybody's busy and Eagle Rider's not here, but I just let people come on. It's like, hey, if you want to be a guest, just let me know and I'll make the room and space for them. I
Speaking
knew
of
Matt
Eagle,
was going to be here.
speaking of Eagle Rider, it's been a while since I've talked to her, but oh yeah, because my
She's
internet was
away.
crappy.
She's away on personal family business, but I'm gonna leave it at
Well, they
that.
say it's been a week. You literally talked to her last week.
Oh yeah, I know Geek Girl. I know that, but like since on my streams and like yeah, on my streams, it's basically obvious Geek Hero. Yeah.
That's fair, man.
Yeah, I know it's pretty obvious, but yeah, you get the point. Yeah. But yeah, Geek Hero, I'm not sure if she's gonna come, but like maybe later she will, but oh wait, I don't think she will. I take that back. But yeah,
I spoke with both me and Bubba have spoke with her, and she did confirm it with both of us that she can't make it today, but she will be back for next week's episode. She will be back. She's just tending to some personal affairs.
okay, yeah, personal family business, right?
Yep.
Yep.
But
That's
that's
understandable.
all. That's as far as I'm gonna leave it, though.
All right, that's understandable. Yeah, so Geek Hero, like, okay, on between the Hulk and the Thing, who would you consider the best out of the two of them?
Dude, again, we ain't talking about who's better. We're talking about who I like better. I obviously like the Thing better, but nobody can argue with the Hulk's winning streak.
Yeah, I was just only asking a question. If you like either the Thing or the Hulk. So like on a scale of who's better. So yeah.
Well, okay, so let me explain something. As a big guy, I like Ben Grimm better because Bruce Banner he might turn into the Hulk, but Ben Grimm was a big dude even when he wasn't, you know, a monster superhero.
Ben
So, I mean,
Grimm.
that and he's more of a street smart kind of guy rather than a book smart kind of guy, and so I mean that's
Yeah, but here's the thing about the Thing though. But like he was a pilot for like a project that Reed Richards was like building a rocket ship before the government crashed it shut it down, right? I think that's it. But no, wait, there's more, right? Is there more? Geek Hero? Is he here?
Yeah, he's still here. Just give him a few minutes.
Oh.
Can you not hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. But yeah, as I was saying, like when Reed Richards was building a rocket ship before the government shut it down, yeah, Ben Grimm piloted the rocket ship, as I heard from Marvel Ultimate Alliance. But yeah, is there more to the story than that, or do you think there's more?
Dude, I've read several iterations, watched shows, seen cartoons and movies. You've got the basic bit, but what happened was in the original story, they were trying to beat the Russians into space. It was set during the Cold War. They were trying to beat the Russians into space. The government decided it was too risky, so before they could be shut down completely, they snuck off in the middle of the night and took off in the rocket, where they got caught in a cosmic radioactive storm. And when they came crashing back down to the ground, they suddenly had superpowers.
Oh yeah, so like, was there radioactive waste? I'm pretty sure there was radioactive waste, right? Right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, so like Geek Hero, yeah, I've played like a lot of Marvel Ultimate Alliance, and the only time I think of Marvel is like imagining myself as a kid playing Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Dude, I love Ultimate Alliance.
Yeah.
Dude, now it was cool on the Wii, but I played it on the PS2 along with Justice League Heroes. I love that game.
Yeah, that's actually the only Marvel game I played as a kid. Yeah, so yeah, basically when it comes to Marvel Ultimate Alliance, I played that game so many times, and I completed the story many times. So. But yeah, I've also played like the comic missions of Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I've also played the comic missions.
I do wish we got the I do really wish we got the X-Men arcade remastered. But I did see something on Twitter last night that has me a bit concerned. It pertains to Joker 2. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, if it was Margot Robbie, I would be 50-50, I guess.
But yeah,
but
we got like Marvel versus Capcom, right?
Oh, I love the second one. I used Gambit as my main.
Yeah, Marvel versus Capcom. I think I got the third game on the PS4.
If I were to direct a Marvel movie, I would do like a storyline leading up to the reveal of Darkseid. Oh wait, shit. Darkseid's DC, isn't
Yeah, Darkseid's DC.
God
Yeah,
damn it.
I was about to correct you, but I thought you were already on.
Oh, I think I want to be honest real quick. So, okay, I used to watch X-Men Evolution. Who's ever watched that?
Oh, I love that show. I've got it on DVD.
Yeah, I remember this one kid that had claws. Her name was like X26, I think.
X-23. X-23. That was her first appearance was in that show. Her they created her for that show, similar to the way Harley Quinn was created for the '90s Batman series.
Yeah, but X-23 seems like a pretty badass, I'd say. But like, she has this, she may have a childlike appearance, but like, she's got a really deadly personality, and her claws can really strike down any opponents she's
literally a clone of Wolverine, so you know.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I know they retconned her and they made her his biological daughter, blah blah blah, but some of these retcons have just gone too far. Stupid.
But but there's also this one movie of Logan. Yeah, I've watched a scene of that too.
Yeah, they use her really well in the Logan series.
Yeah. X-23 is pretty cool. I first discovered her when I was watching like X-Men Evolution with my brother. So as a kid, I used to watch that. I saw how she fought Wolverine in the X-Men.
I would have loved to see Spike be in the live action though. I thought his character I thought his character in Evolution, I thought it was unique because it's an original character with original powers, and it's a nice perspective for a change. And I'm like, hey, I like.
Well, they kind of did a version of him in X-Men 3. That
was trash.
That wasn't really him. That was just a guy with the same powers, but still, and mathematically speaking, some people are going to have the same powers. That's just going to happen. But I loved X-Men 3. I don't know why people bitch so much.
I liked certain aspects of 3, but there were a few things that kind of tuned me out a little bit. But I'll leave it at that.
No, I get it. Making Juggernaut a mutant instead of making him magic, taking away the fact that he was Professor X's stepbrother, all that stuff. That kind of irritates me. But overall,
it's that bit.
Yeah, overall, I liked the movie.
Oh yeah, Geek Hero. I posted in the private chat of what my favorite Marvel villain is. If you want to see that.
Oh, fair enough. Just a second.
Mephisto. Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in long years.
Yeah, Mephisto. It's Mephisto.
Yeah, Mephisto is awesome, man. He's literally the Marvel version of the devil.
Marvel's Satan.
Yeah, no,
He's literally the Satan of Marvel.
Yeah, he is really kick-ass, man. Like as far as villains go, you know that's what's funny is I think they're building up to him in the MCU right now. I've kind of tuned out of the MCU because of the garbage, but anyway, the point remains is that they do seem to have. They do seem to be heading towards Mephisto and the Lords of Fear right now. Like everybody thought they were going towards King the Conqueror, but then Ant-Man came out, and they could still, I guess, but since there are so many versions of Kang. But it does look to be. It looks to me like because of everything that happened in Multiverse of Madness and everything else. To me, it looks like they're heading towards the Lords of Fear, kind of mixing them with the Zodiac.
Oh, okay. I have a good question. I think I have a good question. So, before I do, I just want to ask one more question. So, so how far are you on Marvel Ultimate Alliance, Geek Hero?
Dude, I've beaten Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2.
Oh, okay. Then if that's the case, I want to tell you something. So, I was playing the level of Mephisto's Realm, and most people are creeped out by that game. Most people are creeped out by that level because of how hellish and scary it is.
Well, okay, I like Mephisto's Realm a whole lot more than Murder World. Arcade's Murder World.
Oh yeah, I like the Shi'ar Empire and the Skrull Homeworld.
Oh yeah, the Shi'ar. Oh dude, Atlantis worked really well too. I like the way they did Atlantis in that game.
I liked battling Gladiator in the Shi'ar Empire. It was my favorite boss in the game. And along with Titanus and the Skrull Homeworld, yeah, that's really awesome. Oh, speaking of,
that game did a really good job.
Yeah. Hey, Geek Hero, have you ever played the comic missions of Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2?
Played what?
Have you played the comic missions?
Yeah.
Wow. So, okay, can I ask what your favorite?
I like the comic missions better in X-Men Legends. That was the first game out of the 4, because X-Men Legends 1 and 2 led into Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2. And then eventually ultimately 3.
Okay, for me, if I were a superhero and I had to pick a comic mission for if I had to pick what location for my comic mission would be, I would pick Mephisto's Realm because of my edgy and hellish nature. So Geek Hero. So if you were a superhero and you'd probably be the Thing, okay, what would your comic mission take place in? Like the Helicarrier, Omega Base, Murder World, Mephisto's Realm,
I'd like to think I'd be my own, hero. I'd be a lot like him,
but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. What comic mission would you take place in? Like the Helicarrier, Omega Base, Murder World, Mephisto's Realm, Asgard, or the Skrull Homeworld?
Oh, dude, if we're talking about, if I get to choose where my home, like my base of operations for
So
crazy.
It's basically what location, what your story takes place in, like what you take place in, like that.
Well, let me think.
I'm picking Mephisto's Realm, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know. I really love the Mandarin's temple.
Well, that's not really in the comic missions. I don't think there's a comic mission of that, though.
So there's not? Dang.
Maybe there's no comic missions of Mandarin's Palace. There's like the Helicarrier, Omega Base, Murder World, Mephisto's Realm, Asgard, and the Skrull Homeworld.
Yeah, bear in mind I ain't played these. I haven't played the first 2 since I was 16 years old, and I am 31 now. So yeah.
Yeah, I've known everything about Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Trust me, I think I know. I'm pretty positive I know everything about Marvel Ultimate Alliance, even the comic missions.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, I played the game all the time, even every day. Like almost every day, I've beaten the game many times. Like when you go face against Doctor Doom. Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, but as a kid, it used to be like the Scroll of Homeworld is my favorite comic mission, along with yeah, but yeah, for comic missions, it used to be the Scroll Homeworld, but nowadays it's definitely Mephisto's Realm because of how edgy I used to be back then. So like, if I were gonna be an edgy superhero, I would want my comic mission to take place in that hellish realm. So like saving superheroes and beating the like villains and stuff. Yeah.
Fair enough. I'll tell you though, I do love Luke Cage's his dialogue with the Wrecking Crew. If he's in your party when you fight the Wrecking Crew, he threatens to kick their butts all over the Bifrost.
Oh yeah. Also,
I
get
love
this.
that
Like,
so much.
yeah, but get this. Elektra also also has a dialogue with the Wrecking Crew.
Nice.
Yeah, Elektra also has like a dialogue with Bullseye along with Daredevil.
Well, Elektra's going to have some dialogue with Bullseye. He killed her twice.
Yeah, but like, what about Daredevil? He also had a dialogue with Bullseye too. What about Daredevil?
Just a second.
Oh,
Well, Daredevil's obviously going to have dialogue with him because
because how long they fought?
yeah, well, on top of that, he's literally killed two women that Daredevil's been with.
But yeah. If we're talking about villains, what about there's like this one character like Mephisto's son Blackheart. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised he doesn't get a dialogue with Ghost Rider. Yeah, but I'm pretty surprised he doesn't get a dialogue with Ghost Rider in Mephisto's realm.
Just saying.
All right.
On top of everything, though, I have yet to see. I feel like Marvel really screwed the pooch and revealed their ultimate boss character. Because I feel like they should have done a better build up to Thanos.
I wonder if Geeky or Bubba's doing it right.
Oh, he crashed.
Oh wait, I think it's probably.
Don't worry, Geek. We're still here. Because if you think, I really wish they, because I did see Ant-Man and Wasp up until that particular scene, and I just walked out. I was so pissed.
Yeah,
I have nothing against Ant-Man and Wasp. I'm gonna be very clear here. I love the first movie, and I thought the other movie was okay. I love both characters. I have no problems with both of them. It's just the villain in the dialogue. I'm just like,
yeah. Let's be fair. Thanos was pretty OP. I usually thought Thanos was like the most overpowered Marvel villain.
Sorry about that. And no, Thanos is not the most overpowered Marvel villain by a long shot.
What? Wait, what?
Dude, Apocalypse, the Beyonder, Doctor Doom when he faces the Beyonder and takes his powers, King the Conqueror when he has certain aspects going. Like, Marvel and overpowered supervillains are literally, that's what they do. Their boss villains are always going to be overpowered.
Battery died.
The Dread Dormammu, of course, Mephisto himself.
I looking at your theory, Bubba, I do believe you are correct because they already did Thanos, and they did Doctor Doom. They already did Apocalypse. So you are correct in the matter of Mephisto is probably the only one left in that whole sector. Because I can't think of anybody else. I mean, I love the portrayal of Doctor Doom. I thought they did a good job with him. Apocalypse, 50-50 split on him. Thanos, great as always. I have no qualms with him. But Mephisto, oh boy, given the current state of the MCU, I am very worried how they're gonna introduce him.
Well, like I said, I think they're introducing the Lords of Fear. Like all together. Because I don't think they're doing any one single villain. Like I think they're gonna do because the Lords of Fear are a magic-based series, but Mephisto was one of them. So I think he's one of them that's going to be in it.
Certainly so.
But I could be wrong.
Of course, but we'll see. Time will tell because I was really rooting for because when I heard that MODOK was gonna be coming, I was excited. Like I'm like, yes, we got.
Yeah, they ruined him.
Yeah, after that, I literally walked up. I literally got up from the theater and I just walked away. Like I literally straight up got up and just walked out.
See, I never went to go see it. I never went to go see Thor: Love and Thunder. I never went to go see Wakanda Forever. Like I used to be day one midnight release man. Like I used to skip work to go to these movies. I used to, or when I got off from work, like I would go to a midnight release, not get home till 4 a.m. and still be to work by 8 a.m. kind of guy. But they've just taken all the fun out of it.
I agree. It really, which really sucks because they pandered so much and the writing was so unbelievably bad. I mean, I love Ant-Man and Wasp. Don't get me wrong; those characters are great and everything. I have no qualms with them. It's just the dialogue was so bad. I'm like, am I watching a parody or an SNL skit? This feels like an SNL skit, and I hate.
Well,
that.
but that's that they have, yeah. Everybody, I hate that. I hate it when they say, "Well, this movie has the sense not to take itself too seriously." I'm like, it's supposed to take itself seriously. These are superheroes. They are supposed to be taking it seriously. This is supposed to be a fight for their lives. This is supposed to be a fight for the world. This is supposed to be serious. Yes, it's outlandish, it's otherworldly, but it is supposed to be serious. The worst thing you can possibly do is try to, I mean, it works in some cases, like what old James Gunn did with Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, it worked for them. And my problem is that's my biggest fear with him running the DC side of things is how the hell are, I mean, it won't work. It worked for Suicide Squad. Hell, on the Marvel side, it worked for Guardians of the Galaxy. It will not work. It will not work if they try to do this with every freaking DC movie.
And given what I saw last night on Twitter, the photo leaks of the Joker 2, I literally threw my hands up in the air.
Well, and the worst part is they could make her look like Harley Quinn, but they, instead she just looks like Lady Gaga in cosplay.
That's what killed it. That's what killed it for me. I'm like, I mean, if it was Margot Robbie, I wouldn't have complained as much.
Well, I understand why they didn't use Margot Robbie because this movie has nothing to do with with the rest of the DC with the rest of their DC stuff. My problem is that why the hell are we making this Joker side story to begin with? yeah, Joaquin Phoenix did a good job. Yeah, it was an okay movie. But both sides, you got one side screaming, "Oh, this is just nothing but white male rage," blah blah blah, and then you got the other side saying, "Oh, this is the best movie ever." I'm like, no, no, it really isn't. I wasn't excited for it when it first came out. I was glad it made $1 billion because DC really needed that at the time, just like with Aquaman. But the problem is that movie is not really great. It's not bad, but it's not great. And now they're making a sequel to it that's probably actually going to be bad.
Yep. And same with the Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. I'm curious as to how that's gonna go. Because
if that one's hard for me because the story sounds great. Obviously, they're not really going to kill the Justice League, but the story in theory sounds great. My problem is I have no faith that they can execute it right. Hell, you saw what they just did. That they had to shove their tokenization into the Gotham Knights game. They just can't seem to make a story, and for the sake of the story, they have to keep shoving all their politics in it, and that ruins a good story.
I really, which is why John Wick 4 was a breath of fresh air for me, because it told a great story, and it was all action and everything delivered, and it felt like a movie. Like, it actually felt like a movie, and I did not feel insulted. I didn't feel belittled or be like, "Oh, you're this and that, you're evil for that." None of that shit. I feel like Hollywood has seriously forgotten what storytelling should be. I mean, Avengers, that was like Marvel's biggest one as far as like storytelling, and that's what made it so successful.
That's the thing. Yeah.
And say what you want about Thanos and everything. Yeah, they kind of jumped the gun a little bit, but at that time, it like was a good build up, and with Guardians of the Galaxy being there, it kind of tied. And I like the little tie-in and everything. They got it right with the storytelling, and I wish they did more of that. That's the part.
Yeah.
That's what made Iron Man. That's what made Iron Man, Captain Ass Cream, and who was the other character? And Aquaman. That's what made them. That's what made the first three of those original movies great. Is the storytelling. Unfortunately, and with Black Panther too. I mean, I love the portrayal of Black Panther. I had no issues with it, but when you take the main character, but when something happens, what can you do? I thought I would have been fine with just the standalone Black Panther. I would have been fine with it. But no, they had to make that Wakanda Forever, and it just killed everything. It did not feel like Black Panther, in my honest opinion. But Marvel really needs to get back to storytelling roots.
If they haven't lost it and forgotten it. That's what I'm the most afraid of right now.
Go ahead, buddy.
Oh, I was just saying that's what I'm the most afraid of right now, is that I don't think that I honestly don't think that Kevin Feige deserves the accolades that he gets. When we found out, how much everything changed when he was gone, it seems a whole lot more realistic that Ike Perlmutter was the one running things, or at least keeping him from going too far. And so, I mean, this whole situation is ridiculous. Biggest wolf in geeks clothing we've ever seen.
Oh, I agree. He's up there with Kathleen Kennedy. He's up there with her.
At least Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah, at least Kathleen Kennedy let us know immediately how bad she was as soon as she was in power. This dude gave people hope that he wasn't really the shithead that ever, the few people behind the scenes tried to warn us about. And then, as it turns out, he's exactly the shithead that, they tried to warn us about.
I personally did not go see the Shazam movie because I gave up. Like after what happened with Ant-Man 3, I'm like, do I really want to
because that movie doesn't have any bearing on anything. It does, it's not something that I have to go see to advance any kind of storyline. And even though that's the thing. If it were set up as a standalone movie, that'd be great. But it's not. It's literally now it's just a dead end.
Exactly.
Makes people not want to see it.
That's my qualms with
that was why it was stupid for them to make everything connected to begin with, like that connected.
I just hope time will tell with what's coming and everything, because I feel like I really wish they would stop with the pandering or tone it down enough to where it's like a one-off thing. It's like, oh, okay, and then focus on story. But the problem is they're so embedded with it, it's impossible to shake it off. I mean, look what they did to the Little Mermaid and everything. I have nothing against the actress, don't get me wrong. I have nothing against these people. It's just I just hate how it's being so shoved in our faces that it lacked originality. I mean, going back to Spike and Static Shock, the reason why those two characters were so successful is because they were original characters, but they were in their own universe. And I mean, well, aside from Spike, because Spike was in the X-Men universe, give or take, but Static Shock, he's like the original character done right. Because
Static Shock did have comic books beforehand. Dwayne McDuffie with I mean he created him, and the Milestone Comics brand that was bought. Well, DC owns the distribution rights to them. They're still technically their own comic company, but the fact remains is that they made these characters like Icon, Rocket, Static, so on and so forth. Like these characters were made, they are their own heroes. They are in their own universe, and it was a really, really cool thing to see. And Static, was one of those series that everybody watched. Nobody was mad because of the color of his skin. Nobody was. I mean, that I do not know a person our age that did not grow up watching Static Shock.
Exactly.
Even the ones that aren't geeks, everybody watched Static Shock.
Precisely, and that's what I really want to see more of. Is more original characters. They can do it. It's just they don't want to because they're on this horrific tirade of demolishing established characters with this convoluted bullshit, and it just kills all the interest. I mean, it doesn't make. I can't understand the mindset of pushing an agenda that panders to 5% of the entire audience. And I say 5%.
Yeah,
I say 5% very loosely.
Yeah. Yeah, it is baffling that they continue to push this.
Hey, Raccoon. Welcome to the stream, buddy.
What's up?
We're just trashing the unimaginative Marvel and tossing our theories up in the air.
Marvel, yeah, the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening a little bit before I decided to join. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you good, buddy.
All right, just making sure because I'm using my phone, the mic on the phone. So,
Well, so am I. Welcome to the club.
yeah,
But I
but
am, but I do have my PC all picked out and everything. I just got to buy the stuff, and then I'll be ready to make that leap forward. But we were talking about original characters and like Stack Shock and Spike and why they were so successful and everything and how badly and it goes to show how bad the state of Marvel is in, because when you look back on characters like that compared to now, it's like, yeah, we took a really wrong turn. I just
yeah,
I just wish they would stop with the forced diversity and just let it go naturally.
yeah, that's always the issue that I've had, especially because ever since the end game, like even around that time, like where all the movies were coming out, like it was like one the next year and then maybe one or two the next whatever. Um, that's when it wasn't like a new Marvel thing like every week or whatever. That's when it was actually good. There was quality and there was actually care put into it. Not only that, again, right after Endgame, that's when everything pretty much, I mean, except maybe for a couple of things like yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy and a few, and maybe a couple other things after that. Then that's when it started to go downhill, and it started slowly, but then in the last couple of years, it just dropped off straight off a cliff, like straight down. um, yeah, that's what I've noticed. It's funny to me, but it's also very sad because Marvel was like it was awesome, man. Even though like I got tired of it, like to be honest, like when it started getting to Endgame or whatever, because I was just getting over it at the time. But I still appreciated what they did and what they brought to us because it was still quality stuff that we were getting. So um, it's just sad, man, just seeing the state of things right now, especially for Marvel. I mean, like I don't know, man. Like especially with the comic books and everything else, it's really not hard to see like why it's failing, even though everyone likes to point fingers and try to say it's oh well people hate the color of the skin or oh no they hate gay people or anything like that. No. It's not that. But it's easy to point fingers when they don't want to take any accountability for the real reason.
And
At least
it
that's what I
also
believe
it's also
anyway.
terrible when the it's even worse when they go out and attack fans on the daily just because the
Yes.
movie bombed, and it's like,
Well, and that's the thing.
congratulations, you just
There's
drove.
yeah, they
Go ahead.
keep wanting to act like this is just about race or gender swaps. It's not. Look at what they did to Modoc. That he
Oh
doesn't
God.
act anything. He does not act anything like Modoc. That's one of the biggest problems we have here is that they are making these characters. These are not the characters that they're supposed to be. If say what you will about the Keaton Batman movies back in the day, those movies. First of all, Keaton does not really look like Bruce Wayne. Like the Bruce Wayne from the comic books does not
Oh
look
yeah, no, he
anything
doesn't.
like Michael Keaton. But those movies and those movies, I mean, the Joker was not the guy that killed Batman's parents, so on and so forth. There were a lot of things that were very different from the comic books, but we like those movies because at the end of the day, those movies had the feeling of Batman. Those
Yeah.
movies those movies felt like Batman. They changed a few things, but those movies felt like Batman. The same with the Christopher Reeve Superman movies. They felt like Superman. And when you look at it, these characters, Iron Man, Phase 1 and 2 felt like the characters. Phase 3 had a few iffy shots, but at least it still felt like the actual characters. But now we're at a point. She-Hulk is nothing like the She-Hulk.
No.
For instance, and it's not just the heroes. Like I mentioned MODOK, but look at the damn Wrecking Crew. Why do the Wrecking Crew look like a bad parody of the Village People? They look like they could break out in the YMCA at any given freaking moment.
To be honest, that probably would have at least made it entertaining. At least.
No kidding. But I mean, like I said, that's the biggest problem is that these characters do not feel like our characters.
No.
They've completely dumped them. And then when we started bringing up comic book canon, comparing it, they decided to change the comic books instead of making the shows more and the movies more like the comic book canon. Like people loved Smallville, and Smallville's nothing like the comic, nothing like a Superman comic or a Superboy comic. But people loved Smallville because we had the feel of Superman to it. Clark is just a good, a good-natured small-town boy who wants to grow up and, do what he can to save the world. Yes, he wishes he had a normal life, but he knows that he has this power and similar to Spider-Man, he knows he has this responsibility. And the fact that the fact that they can't seem to get, like I said, the characterization is what's most important, and they don't care about the character building anymore at all.
They don't, and that's why the characters can't hold the jar of mustard to those of phase 1 through 3. It doesn't feel like it anymore, and I share the same fear with Bubba, because when we saw the roadmap for phase 4, I was like starting to jot down which film was gonna bust. And so far I'm 2 for 1 right now.
Well, let's face it. They could have done Shang-Chi a lot better. But the thing is I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad that they changed his father, but that they made his father the Mandarin, so on and so forth. Like if you look at Shang-Chi, the biggest problem with Shang-Chi is that he is literally a cross between the MCU Star-Lord and the MCU Thor. Or not Thor. Damn it. That's like I said though, because he lost his mom the same way Thor did. He he has this primordial power. His father similar to the way they did Ego. That's the thing. Think about that in the comic books. The comic book Star-Lord is nothing like that Star-Lord, except for when it comes down to his base characteristics. The Star-Lord in the comics is nowhere near as silly, nowhere near as comical, but the MCU Star-Lord still has his basic inner feeling, and his father was not Ego the Living Planet, but nobody complained about that because they made a good, compelling story first and foremost before they started pushing everything else. And that, like I said, that's the biggest problem with Shang-Chi is that I got my wires crossed a second ago, but yeah, they are now using him to just retell stories. It was one thing when they were retelling stories from the comics, retelling stories from old pop culture, but now they're retelling their own stories. They're just recycling. Yeah, they are recycling their own ideas from earlier in the MCU now. This is bad. This reeks of desperation. And I mean, we all knew that the Black Widow movie was about 8 years too late. We all knew that and of course, especially with the political climate surrounding that and a certain flu bug going around at the time, we knew that the releasing it only on on Disney Plus was going to be a problem. But even if you take that away, that movie had a few high points. It ain't the worst movie that they've done, obviously, but that movie had a few high points. The problem is that movie did not, it wasn't a great movie. And the way they did the Taskmaster, we are talking about a villain who is a human. He has no metahuman physical or no metahuman abilities at all of any kind. And this man, in his debut in that Avengers issue, this dude stood toe to toe, single handedly against 13 A and B list Avengers. We're talking about Thor, Iron Man, Captain America, Vision. Like, this guy is that damn good. And that poor excuse for what they did to the Taskmaster is just absolutely asinine. The fact that they, a female evil RoboCop is not going, and not even with the personality of RoboCop. Like, this is ridiculous that they would even go this route. And then when you hear that actress say that she thinks her Taskmaster is more powerful than the one from the comics, like, darling, you have never read a comic book. If you really think that your Taskmaster could even stand against him, he would have the floor kicked out from under her before she could even move. And it is, they get mad at fans like us who have these feelings, who see, who have a reverence for this source material, because they don't see it as a big money maker. But we are the reason it made enough money for them to make the movies in the first place. We are the fans that, when the drive-by fans go away, when the people that don't give two shits about this, it was just a nice popcorn night for them. But we're the ones that stick around. We're the fans that go to and spend, $15 a fucking movie ticket to see it in IMAX a third time. They have decided that they don't need us anymore, and it's hurting them. It is destroying. It's destroying them financially. Disney is having to report losses because of this, and they still haven't learned their lesson.
Nope. Also with another two movies that I am completely terrified of: Kraven the Hunter and Submariner. Oh. I read the premise of both, and I literally wanted to scream.
Well, the Submariner is a guaranteed flop. That one is going to tank beyond a shadow of a doubt. The Kraven the Hunter has a lot of problems, but I still have more faith in Sony Marvel than I do Disney Marvel at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, time will tell with that movie, but as soon as they change, but with Submariner, my gut told me, I'm like, yeah, this is gonna flop hard. Not because of they
can't even pronounce his name right.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, oh yeah, we can't do Atlantis. He has to come from Greece, and I'm like, that's not the point, you morons.
Well, and it wasn't even really Greece. They made him Aztec.
Oh, Aztec. Sorry.
Yeah, they're making it out like Atlantis and El Dorado are the same place. And that's why they used a Hispanic actor to play him. And like I said, I have no problem, but there are a bunch of Hispanic characters that they could use, but instead they decided to do this. I don't understand. I don't understand why they think this is a good idea. And the more money they lose, you would think eventually they would let up. But every time it looks like they're going to bring their head above water before they drown, it's like they get stubborn and just dunk even further.
Exactly. And
they are the only ones holding themselves there.
Exactly, because us fans, the many few that are left, once we're gone, you're correct in your assessment, Bubba. Once we are gone, there's no one left in our place.
Most of us are gone. Most of us, like I said, for phases 1 through 3, I was Mister midnight release. Like I was there. If the movie theater doors were open, I would find an excuse to go. There was before Captain Marvel came out. There was not a single MCU movie that I did not at least see twice in the theater, and that's why it's so heartbreaking to see this now, and the way it has played out, because I don't understand why they hate their real fans.
I'll clue you guys in on how bad it really is. At the gig I'm currently with right now, there was no one to see Ant-Man 3 throughout the entire day. They only went to go see Cocaine Bear, Scream 6, Shazam, John Wick 4, and that was it.
Well, yeah, and you know as well as I do how bad things are when it is day freaking 3. Like we're talking about Sunday. So Friday and Saturday were moderate, not great. But Friday and Saturday, you know it's bad when they can't, on a Sunday afternoon, especially after church lets out, and they can't get people to come and watch the newest Marvel movie. There is no reason why Thor, Shang-Chi, Thor, Black Panther, and Ant-Man have all have ranged from okay sales to terrible. And again, like I said, there should be no problems. There should be no problems with Ant-Man right now. There shouldn't be a problem getting people to come watch it. But they did. They decided to push and push and push their agenda, and they don't. I mean, I can only be told so many times, we don't want you here, before I just leave. Because they do not want us there. I can't completely walk away. I can't, I'm not going to quit, because I know that they want us to quit. They desperately want us to just leave it alone and let them win. I'm not going to let them win. I'm still going to argue with them. I'm still going to tell them how stupid they are. I'm still going to tell them how ridiculous it is for them to, hate money so much. But I'm not, at the same time, I'm not going to keep going and giving my money to people who hate me. I still reward good behavior. I mean, and that's a double-edged sword. I buy Marvel Legends figures, and yes, I know that I know that they're using the money they make off of that, and they're turning around and paying for more woke garbage in the movies and shows. Yeah, that sucks. But the biggest problem we have right now is the web they have set up. The movies validate the comic books because the movies were making money. The action figures made money regardless, but not the movie action figures, not the show action figures. The action figures that were making money were the ones based off of the old school comic, the comic IPs. But again, the money all goes the same place. If Disney Plus is making money, then they don't have to listen to they just assume all the shows are good and they'll put out what they want. But then something, for the first time in a long time, Disney had to actually take realization that their whole web is sinking. They don't have they don't have when the whole scheme comes tumbling down, when they downgraded Star Wars from a multi-billion-dollar franchise to a multi-million-dollar franchise. And then every time they make, every time they make a couple million off Star Wars, because they are still making a profit overall, every time they make a couple million off Star Wars, they're like, look, see, they told us it was dead. And, as you can see, these geeks don't know what they're talking about. Well, the problem is that we know what it once was, and we have that example to go by, and y'all fucked it up, and again, if it were just Star Wars and if it were just Marvel, I can even understand them, because those aren't IPs that they created, those aren't IPs that they built. So part of me even understands why they don't respect them like they're supposed to. But what I will not even begin to try to fathom is why they thought it was a good idea to fuck up Pirates of the Caribbean. They created that franchise. That is their franchise. And they, who the hell ruins their own source material, for the sake of this woke horseshit? I don't. The problem is I'm only 31 years old, and I've been told over and over again that I'm too young to be talking like this. But the thing is that when you grew up with real substantial art, in the form of stories, in the form of music, I'll tell you that new Linkin Park song, would sound great if I really believed what they were saying. And it is a good song. The problem is that I'm not even convinced that was really his song. Me and my brother were talking about this last night. We're afraid that song is just AI generated, and that they're trying to make more money off of the 20-year release of the Meteora album. So they're telling everybody that was Chester Bennington's, lost song that didn't make the cut. If that song really didn't, quote, make the cut, you and I both know the way that people are on the internet, people would have found this song long before now. There would be evidence that it existed, and there's not. And so the biggest problem, and they're like, well, it was an unreleased track. I'm like, I've seen a lot of unreleased stuff that made it onto the internet. This really, really looks like they're just, the record company wants more money. They own the rights to all of his songs, and they know by invoking his name now that he's dead, and releasing their most popular album of all time with a bonus song that's supposedly, that was supposedly from that album that just didn't make it on there. They know they'll make more money that way. But that's the thing. The music industry is going one way, where the movie industry is going another. The movie industry is cutting off their nose to spite their face, because because they've decided that money isn't important to them, I guess. The music industry, on the other hand, is bleeding everything dry, void of any creativity, for the sake of making more money. And again, I won't say respect that, but I can understand that. People have done a lot of crazy, terrible things for money. But the thing is that, whether it's trying to make a new version of Pirates of the Caribbean with Margot Robbie as the lead, for femininity's sake, or whether it's pretending that Chester Bennington, had a secret song that was supposed to make it on Meteora, it equals the same thing: the end of creativity.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you guys got me going today.
Now we like it when you get going, because you really do hit a lot of key points, and it makes sense. Like, from the standpoint, it does make sense, because I mean the only industry that hasn't gone completely down the shitter is anime. And me, Raccoon,
and that's not for lack of trying.
And me, Raccoon, and a bunch of other people, when that goes down, we're gonna fight. We're still gonna fight. We'll still go to the conventions and still support the industries that don't hate us.
Oh yeah, I still go to the conventions. I still buy my back issues. I still support my local comic shops. The problem is, and I still support good behavior. Dynamite Comics teamed up with Disney. Yes, it is still IP owned by Disney, but Weisman, the original creator of Gargoyles, he's writing this new Gargoyle comic series, and it feels like Gargoyles. It's Gargoyles. He's brought them back in some form or capacity or another, and he's telling the story he wants to tell, and they've got the good sense to get out of his way, and it's making money.
Exactly. And that's what they should do that more often. Like get out of the way of people who are trying to write stories how they want to write it. And enough with the bullshit. We want like originality and to make it feel like how it's supposed to be, because you can only go so far with it. You can only go so far with everything, because once once it tanks, it tanks. And I feel like, and you're right again, Bubba, on Disney not caring, because they're the fact that they're reporting losses. If somebody was reporting losses to me, I would be crapping my pants and be like, "Well, what can we do? We got to reverse
Well,
course."
and that's the thing. If if tomorrow if tomorrow a smaller company, a smaller multimedia company started reporting losses, I would be wondering what we could do. But what I'm worried about is that when it's Disney, when it's Warner Brothers, hell, Warner Brothers cannot seem to effectively sell themselves. Like, when the biggest titans in the industry are reporting losses, and that's only because they can't hide those losses anymore like they have. They've covered them up and hidden them for the last few years. And now, like I said, that's what's got me so worried right now, is that this is just what they're admitting to. This is just what I want to know how bad it really is. I mean, we know it's pretty bad when they keep having a battle between their board members. It's a constant Game of Thrones, chess match, to see who can run the place. Hell, the woman that helped Bob Iger get back in, she got fired, by Bob Iger. Like, this is some weird shit going on right now, and it denotes some craziness behind the scenes. We're seeing crazy, and we're out here with no clue as to what's really going on. And I mean, we got some clues, but I'm just saying, it's got to be really, really bad if they're if they're going this route.
Exactly, because at the same time, because you never really think of losses, like if you're a company and the losses are like, it's like, oh, okay, we can that for, like, as you said, a few good years, because they had the funds to do it at that time. But that was at that time. This is now, and they're running out of ideas, and eventually they're gonna have to start like, hey, we gotta tone back all this shit that's making us lose money and try to get the old fans back. Yeah, good luck with that. You just alienated everybody throughout these last 4 to 5 years. Good luck with that. And I feel like I don't wish this on any company. If you wake up tomorrow and see that the Disney has crashed, I feel like that's the only option that will really wake them up, is if their stock really crashed. I mean, like, flat line, Great Depression, 1929 crash. That's the wake up. And it's headed in that direction. No doubt in my mind. Same with Warner Brothers. Same with Lucasfilm. if your stock goes down and crashes, then you're done. And what also bothers me is the investors, the investors that are losing legitimate money, because it's only, you can only lose money for so long until the investors start to notice. And at the same time, I'm amazed coming out about practically all the failures. If I'm a shareholder, investor, and I see like failure after failure after failure, my bottom dollar would be like 6 failures, like back. I would call up, be like, hey, what the fuck? I'm losing money here. Do something, or I'll take my business with someone else.
Well, and you're talking about how how damaged it gets when it goes down. Look at the Terminator franchise. The Terminator franchise has argued, yeah, but the Terminator franchise only has 2 movies that everybody thinks are good. Then the other movies, it's got a couple that everybody thinks are bad. But the point is that after Terminator 2, there seems to be almost nothing they can do to resurrect that franchise. That franchise is undead. It is literally, living post-mortem because they keep bringing it back. They even had James Cameron come back and do another sequel. Each sequel that resets, and of course, they even did a series on Fox that did okay. But the problem is that until they find a way to pull their heads out of their collective asses and make something that real fans actually want to see, they've and the problem is, and there is no guarantee that they will ever get it back on track. People still obviously love the characters. Hell, look at Mortal Kombat 11. They had Rambo, RoboCop, Terminator. They had everybody up in there. Hell, they had Spawn in there. And the thing is, there's obviously still a love for for the Terminator. The problem is that every time they've come up with with another sequel, they've found a way to make it completely off the wall and break their own canon. You can have a multiverse without breaking your canon. They just don't seem to be able to go that route. They there has to be a sense of believability to it. People can say, "Oh, it's fiction. It's fiction." Oh, like, yes, it's fiction, but it has to be believable and it has to be entertaining. And they don't seem to be able to do either with that franchise. Once it's, like you're saying, Knight, once it's dead, it's dead.
Mm-hmm. Also, I feel like between Terminators 1 through Salvation, I feel like those top 4 right there were decent. Like the first 2, greatest of all time. Let's get that out in the open. Greatest of all time, those 2 films.
Hands down.
3 and 4, I feel are like good at best. I'll give it that distinction. They were good at best. Yes, they were a bit out there and everything, but at least it was still enjoyable to a degree. Genesis and Dark Fate, fuck off with that. I have no idea how much drugs they were doing in the boardrooms and everything, but they must have done by the pints and everything, like gallons of that shit. You would have to be on serious drugs to think Genesis and Dark Fate were awesome movies. And that's the thing, though. And also, what's another film that tanked, that went down the crapper real fast? Aside from, because
that's a long list.
Another thing, Arnold Schwarzenegger is like up there in age. I highly doubt he can do any more Terminator films.
Well, and why would he want to at this point? They kept bringing him back before, They kept bringing him back before, and it's done nothing but tank. He has zero incentive to go back and do these movies, on top of the fact that he's shown himself to be a leftist shill in Republican clothing on top of that. So half of his fan base hates him now. You know, this is ridiculous to even think. You know, I mean, they're going to, if they do a new Terminator and make it believable, make it good, they're going to have to do it without him. And that is what I don't think is possible.
I feel like with Salvation, because that's the only Terminator I can think of without Arnold, it on its own, it told a halfway decent story on its own accord. And I wish they went further with that. I really wish they did, because it felt, yeah, it was still Terminator and everything. And at the time, we were still all love. We still love Arnold in the first three, but looking back at it now, it was pretty good. But unfortunately, and you're right on the
was Salvation the series?
Shit, I don't know if it was a series or the movie.
Talking about the one with Summer Glau in it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the series that was on Fox, and that's the thing. Now, I do wish, and this is just me, this is shameless, but I really do wish they had to go like save the governor of California at the time, because he was still governor of California at the time. If they would have to go like save the governor, and you know, and that would, the jokes would write themselves. That'd be great.
Oh, absolutely. Raccoon, what was another franchise you said? I missed it. You said something. I completely missed it.
I don't know. Not sure. That it kind of escapes me right now if I did say anything. Because to be honest, like right now, while I'm like talking to you guys, I'm also like I'm kind of multitasking on my side. I'm playing Resident Evil 4, so like kind of going back and forth. But
I've been on and off. I've been playing Castlevania and Battle Chasers.
Nice. But it's also so sad that also with Rambo, I feel like you can't do any more Rambo movies, and the Rocky ones. Creed 3 just came out not too long ago. I'm hearing like average reviews here and there, but at the same time, it's hard to like tie down a good story. Because I feel like John Wick 4 really set the bar. Like it really brought back like I mentioned at the beginning, it was a breath of fresh air. Because
the big problem. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Because if you watch that entire series from the first up until the fourth, it tells like a cohesive story through from beginning to end. And I feel like it was, in seeing it on the midnight release, I walked away a happy customer. I walked away happy because it told a great story, had a great end, and I'm down for whatever goes in the direction it wants to go. I'm okay with it. And Keanu, I feel like John Wick was like Keanu's greatest role since The Matrix.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, actually, that's another one. The Matrix series. I wish they would just left it at Revolutions, and well, of course, the Animatrix too, if you want to count that too. I was fine with the Animatrix. I was fine with Revolutions.
Well, yeah, the Animatrix didn't take away from the story. It only added to it, but it added to it without breaking it.
Exactly, and I feel like that's what was so perfect. Even Enter the Matrix, the PS2 video game, and the Path of Neo, I thought those were really good games. Because yeah, the Path of Neo one was really out there, but it didn't break continuity or anything. It still held the story together from the first three films in its own way. But with Resurrections, it was a smack to the face to everybody. Not even Keanu could save that. That's how bad it was. And I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck?
Well, and that's the biggest problem. There's what bothers me a lot, with what's going on now. I don't have to agree with somebody 100% to still like their acting. I mean, say what you will. Mark Hamill might have proven that he's a crap human being, but the man is really good, especially at voice acting. The man's really good at his job. If you you know, I don't believe that, hell, they've got Sylvester Stallone. I love him to death, but they've got him harping on the on the immigration stuff, and I think it was a mistake for him to for him to get on there and take a strong political stance, about that. Obviously we know how I feel about Arnold Schwarzenegger, right now. But the thing is that I can't remember the name of it, but there was this Russian film from a couple of years ago. It came out in like 2019 that Arnold was in that, and they had to they had to overdub his voice. Like that, there's like two different cuts of the movie. One where he's speaking Russian and one where he's speaking English, and he was great in that movie. And the thing is that it bothers me because a lot of these people will jump in and they will ruin themselves, and then and then of course you've got guys like Kurt Russell, who's like, yeah, I don't really want to talk about my personal political views because the audience needs to be able to see me play anybody. And he's right. If you think about it, if he comes out, if he tomorrow he just decided to come out completely against a particular candidate or for a particular candidate, he alienates everybody who disagrees with him. The best thing to do, Dolly Parton, she feels, she said the same thing. She's not going to go out. Nobody needs to know who she voted for. And hell, even take Michael Keaton, for instance. Michael Keaton came out in the last election against Trump. I didn't, and told everybody to vote for Biden. I don't hate Michael Keaton for that. He made a decision. You know what Michael Keaton did not do? Michael Keaton did not say, if you vote for Trump, you're a Nazi. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I forgot that that's the word you're not supposed to use. I'm getting used to Twitter rules. Anyway, the point is that
okay.
The point is that they've made it to where you can't. Their side where you're not allowed to disagree without completely demonizing the other side. I can tell you now, my family does not agree the same way I do politically on many, many things. I have loved ones, people. I have friends who grew up with me that that believe completely opposite of what I do on many things. But we're still family, we're still friends, and we are now living in a day and time where the goal is to cut off anyone. They are telling these kids, if somebody doesn't believe exactly the same way you do, if they have political differences, you don't need them in your life. Cut them loose. Aunt and uncle so and so, your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother, your grandparents, and I can tell you firsthand that my grandfather, he believed all that crap on the news about during the pandemic, and he wouldn't let us come and visit him because he was so scared of getting it. For 2 years. We only got to talk to him on the phone, and he kept thinking that things would finally blow over. But every time he got used to or ready to visit with the family again, the news would come out and say, "Oh no, it's real bad again," and he had canceled. The man died, and I didn't get to see him for the entire 2 years, the remaining 2 years of his life. And then my job, because of everything that happened during the pandemic, the people won't freaking show up for work. Everybody's shorthanded. And then the people that are here keep calling in and shit. I almost missed his funeral because I didn't get off work on time. Oh shit! What the hell? Sorry, I've got we've got a couple of company vehicles. I'm at work right now. We got a couple of company vehicles, and when one gets low on gas and we don't have, we're only allowed to fill up one per day, and so we'll switch them off. When I get into this, what happened to me the week before last too, on the live stream, they one of my coworkers is like 78 years old, and he has he'll turn it on the local rock station or the country station, either one, and he'll, because they're the only two that come through, and he will crank that sucker up, and then we'll get in it, we'll turn the car on, and it sounds like we're at a concert. Yeah, it's pretty spectacular.
You're good.
Yeah, but
it probably won't pick. Yeah. It won't pick up.
Yeah. Well, and then that crap keeps happening. But anyway, but the point is that the thing is I keep hearing this over and over again. It's fiction. It's fiction. It's just entertainment. The problem with that is that they can say it's just fiction, it's just entertainment, all they want, but at the end of the day, fiction and entertainment are how you win the hearts and minds of the public. Their main goals right now, we've talked about this on this stream, we've talked about on previous streams on this program and everything. I take a breath there for a second. Anyway, the main problem we have right now is that they are trying to destroy traditional masculinity. They are trying to destroy the nuclear family. They are trying to destroy things that inspire us to be great and to love one another. They want us scared of each other. They want us isolated. They want us alone. They want us to they want our heroes to represent they want weakness to be the guiding light of our society, because they know that when they finally beat our hearts and minds down, when the physical comes, when the secret militaries and whatnot, when they finally bring down hell upon us, we won't fight back. But sorry, we got this camera thing in here, this automated thing in the vehicle here. I'm gonna mute for a few minutes.
Poor Bubba. I can't imagine the stress of all that, though. But he is right, though. He is very correct in everything. And that's why I want from the new Mario movie, since Seth Rogen is Donkey Kong. I just want Seth Rogen to shut the fuck up on social media until after the Mario movie is released, and then he can go back to his fucking antics.
Yeah, at first, I was excited and about the Mario movie because, I mean, it sounds, because the way it looks and everything, and say whatever you want about Chris Pratt. I like Chris Pratt. He's a good actor, man. And the fact that he's going to be Mario actually makes me smile, because I know it's going to be not how can I say this? It's like a different version of Mario in a way, but with Chris Pratt. So I know it's going to be an interesting choice. And the fact that Jack Black as Bowser, yeah, that's sold me right then and there. Jack Black, perfect. And then
I'm like, okay, him as Bowser, well, sold. I'll happily, because I heard his voice lines and everything in the trailer, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be good, because he has the mannerisms of Bowser. He's exactly what I expect in a movie. because he's always that bad guy in the games, but in the movie, it makes perfect sense. Because I can't think of anybody else. Because I mean, we already had Jim Carrey as Doctor Robotnik in Sonic, so I'm all for Jack Black. Chris Pratt, I'm still I'm gonna go in it with an open mind about Chris Pratt. I do wish they
Chris
got
Pratt will do fine. I think he can do it.
yeah, and I do wish they got the original Mario VA, but with Chris Pratt, it's like okay, I'll give it a fair chance.
I do believe that Charles Martinet should still be Mario. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
But I'm not going to just crap on the movie.
Well, I rather hold my reservations until I go and see the movie, and then give my thoughts on it. What worries me though, and I will, and going back to this on what Bubba just said about making Mario the hero, and I agree. What I saw from the trailer, I'm kind of worried about. I am very worried, and that's what's holding it there. That's like my biggest concern is like how they wrote Peach in and everything. I mean, Toad is there. I'm happy to see him, and the Koopas. I have no complaints. The Penguins, I have no complaints. I got to see the Bob-Omb, so my wish list is complete. I got to see
the Bob-Ombs are freaking amazing.
I if they were not in the movie, I would have been so pissed.
Well, hell, even the Bob Hoskins movie got the Bob-Ombs right.
Yeah.
Hi, Silent Joker.
Yeah, I know we're talking about the Mario movie. I'm very excited. Even my own colleagues at work, they kept stopping me like, "Did you see the new trailer? Did you see the new trailer?" Like, I've seen it. I'm excited for it. Like, we're all getting excited. I'm like, it looks very good. I was nervous. I'm like, it's Illumination. No, thank you. But after 2 trailers, I'm like, this looks awesome now. This looks awesome.
It kind of reminds me of like the Sonic movie, like the first one, and how bad the character model looked before the backlash. And then
God.
after the backlash, it became better.
Ugly Sonic. I still
that will
remember
forever be an internet meme. That's forever an internet meme.
Strangely enough, it's in the Chip and Dale movie too, which had a good character arc. I'm like, they still had the model. Like, well, we can put it in there.
They missed a brilliant golden opportunity, though. They should have had like a newsreel or something with him, and they still could because they got the third one coming out. But they should have had like somebody's digital depiction of Sonic or whatever, because they couldn't actually get a picture. And have that version of him, and him be like, "What the heck?"
That would have been. You're right. That would have been a great.
They kind of did that with one of the townsfolk saying like, I've seen him. This is what he looks like. But it's one of the 2D drawings. I'm like, okay, that's kind of cute. That would have been funny. Like, no, this is my drawing. I saw him too. And then you see ugly Sonic. I'm like, oh. That would have been funny. That would have been funny to
missed
see.
Opportunity.
And bonus points if they have some little kid drawing Sonic in the background. Have Sonic and Ugandan Knuckles in the background.
Oh God. They have to come with that in the third movie. I hope we get a little nod to that one, because that one was funny. I am excited for Sonic 3. I don't know if I know we're getting a trailer soon, but I'm holding my reservations on that one. But as pertaining to Mario, though, I do believe this has the qualifications to be a second great video game adaptation hit. It has all the bearings ready to go. If Sonic can do it, I know Mario can.
Oh, definitely. Sonic was the surprise of that. I'm like, thank you for making a good one, and it's being uplifted by all the other adaptations that were good, and you just kind of start rolling and rolling. Here we go. We're getting all the good ones. There's still some bad ones where we still go, you like again as a Resident Evil fan, I still don't know why it's so hard to make one good horror movie. That's all I ask for, just one good one.
Well, on a side note, though, going back to a previous point I made, Jim Carrey's another one. The man is
Oh, he helped out.
Canadian.
He helped out.
Well, yeah, but the point is that the man is anti-gun. He does not believe the same that I do, but he hasn't got online and called people that believe like I do bad names. He hasn't demonized people like me, and so it's still fun to go watch him. They've kept the Sonic movies fun and lighthearted. They've kept them the way they're supposed to be. They gave us the sense of urgency that a true hero movie is supposed to have. It is really bad when a Sonic the Hedgehog movie is a better Flash movie than what they're giving us at Warner Brothers. But technically, it's been the best Flash movie so far.
And
then we're getting number 3 with bad. Shadow, which I am still nervous about Shadow. I'm like with every other Sonic fan out there, it feels too soon for Shadow. I'm like, Chaos or Metal Sonic would have been great, but Shadow, I'm up for it if it's done correctly. It's got to be done correctly.
Well, it's a movie franchise. They have to condense things. They can't, it's not like they can, they can't stretch things out over the span of a decade. I guess they kind of are, but you know what I mean. With each movie, they have to hook things up as fast as they can, and so I feel like it's the right time for Shadow. They've done a good job establishing everything so far. Also, that was one hell of a wink and nod. I loved the name of his Minions coffee shop.
Oh yeah, that was great.
I love that one.
Yeah,
that one was cool too.
Making the Mean Bean Machine, man.
The Mean Bean Machine, I absolutely.
That was a great nod.
And even I say that post credit scene when you are like, what are they talking about? Secret lab. I'm like, oh, this is the secret lab. Here we go. And even the old guy's oh my god, Project Shadow.
But that's the thing.
He remembers it. He remembers Project Shadow. This is great.
But that's the thing. We are easy to please. Just don't alienate us and give us a little bit of, give us a little bit of nostalgia service without overdoing it, and it's perfect. We're not a hard fan base.
And you'll love this. You'll love this.
The
moment I saw Shadow, I remember the PS2 game. I'm gonna say the line. I'm like, where's that fourth Chaos Ceremony? And every adult around me turned around and like started laughing. They knew the reference I was saying. Where's that fourth Chaos Ceremony?
You know what they should do? You know what they should do, Silent Joker? This is gonna be it's gonna be funny here, and this is it. They should, as soon as Shadow wakes up, they toss him a gun, and Shadow looks at it, and then Chaos controls it and breaks it. He's like, I don't need guns. I'm gonna use my fists and my Chaos control. That would be like a nice that would just be like a nice little nudge to Shadow the Hedgehog with the guns and everything.
But I kind of liked it. It was the style back in the day, and it still doesn't make sense, but I love it, so it's wonderful.
That would just be like that would just be perfect. And everybody like, oh god, they're doing Shadow the Hedgehog video game. Oh wait, he destroyed the gun! Yay!
Not yet, but then at the end of the movie, you see him do the iconic poster pose. It's like, oh, they are doing it.
Oh, that would be. I hope they do it. That would be a great way. Actually, I could see that as an introduction. Like, I could see that, like, when after, like, the lab, and then he's in the city, and Sonic is looking up, and then, boom, there's Shadow with a moon drop background and everything.
Well, the director of the movies did the CGI cutscene, so that kind of does make sense of why he's having way more faith than most of the other directors out there. And they have stated they are taking more from the video games, so I'm all for it. Like, I'm all for it. Take more from the games.
Hey,
Exactly, and that's the thing. If you're going to make something based off, my thing is when they made that new Doom movie, I had no idea. I was thinking there is no way in hell they could make it worse. I was wrong. I was dead freaking wrong. Yeah, and then they made the Halo series. Like, how hard is it to make? Yeah, how hard is it to make an action series or like Shadow or like y'all were talking about before, or Silent Joker, when you were talking about them doing a Resident Evil movie? Like, what the hell? How hard is it to make a horror movie? It's done all the time. How hard is it to make an action movie? It's done all the time. They can't put some parameters for from the video game world in it. Make the movie the way it's supposed to be made, and the fans will come. It doesn't even have to be a good one. It just has to be passable, and you will get all of our money. It will happen, but they can't seem to even get passable down.
I have a theory, and I believe video game movies, like, anybody seen a 90s superhero movie other than Superman or Batman?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but you got to admit, even the David Hasselhoff, Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. movie, even that movie was good. People might not like that movie, but he did the character and did the character well and effectively. The budget was low.
The thing is, yes, it was low budget. I'll give you that as an exception because he actually did Nick Fury right. They rewrote, as anybody knows, in the 2000s, they rewrote Nick Fury and deleted. They didn't just stop printing. They deleted the old Nick Fury. That, to fit Samuel L. Jackson, is... And yet they scream about The Rock. But my theory is the majority of video game movies and superhero movies were made bad on purpose to protect the value of IPs that they had already. Because the actors, particularly many in the acting guild, they don't like those movies. Look, did you know Peter Parker slash Tom Holland? He said he hated putting on the spider suit. He loathed doing Spider-Man. Well, say that going in so it can give you the middle finger and not go see the movie, will you? What a coward, right? Say it after you quit. But I think a lot of movies are made intentionally bad by studios to protect the value of the movies they want, to destroy the audience and control the audience. Look what they did with sci-fi during the 80s, trying to always relegate it to the middle of Friday night, after 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. Well, but that's the thing. The problem is that it moved on whether they wanted it to or not. They realized that we were, where the money was going. They realized that people like us are the average moviegoer. That seems stupid. It seems silly, but again, we're the people that go to the movies no matter what. Like your average person, they can give or take the movies after being teenagers. That movie for an adult movie might be a once a month date night with the wife. We're the people that go to these movies. We're the people that we're the people that stand in lines at Comic-Con before he ever played Jay Garrick. We're the people that stand in line to go see John Wesley Shipp, and all he had ever done was, that we knew of. He was in Neverending Story 2 as the dad, and he was the Flash from 1990 to 1991. And we are the type of people that stood in line to see him anyway. And they're starting, again, it's conflicting because they understand that now, but they also, like you said, want to
They still want to
protect.
destroy it. They still want to
Yeah,
destroy
they
it
do.
because it's look at it this way: if you're a studio and you spend $300 million per movie on average, and your returns after everything are less than your golden years, where you may have only made $1 million, but that $1 million was worth more than it is now.
Yeah.
So they're looking at their profits and they're abysmal. Their returns are, they're only happy when they make $1 billion off a $200 million movie. That's because that's the golden years of Hollywood, where they made movies for even in the 80s. Top movies were only $25 million. They've pushed everything so expensive now because they thought it would monopolize the market, but it hasn't.
Yeah.
They're jealous of Bollywood. Bollywood can put together a huge dance number and production for $1 million because they don't pay special wages. Well, they do to a couple of stars. Other than that,
yeah, but that's the whole point, though. Is like you said, they have found that. I mean, because that's tricky because a lot of us get mad at how much CGI is used, but when you're doing characters that require a lot of CGI, I mean, let's face it, the things that they did back in the day, it's all the name of the game is to do as little work as possible for the least amount of money as possible while making the most money you can possibly flush out of your fans. The problem is that take for instance the 90s Spawn movie. That movie did not do well at the box office, and they spent a lot of money on that movie. That movie for what it was. It still wasn't a huge budget, but they did a lot. They took advantage of CGI practices that of the time. Like that movie again. That's another example. Like 76 Superman or 89 Batman. That is another example of not quite like the comic books, but it captured the feel of the characters. And I'm still irritated that they made Terry Fitzgerald a white dude. That made no damn sense. There were plenty of black guys they could have had to play him. That's just as stupid as changing white characters black. But whatever. Moving along. The point remains. The point remains is that when you see, for instance, when you see Jessica Priest in, who later becomes the She-Spawn, when you see her in that movie, that actress, the right down to the costume, looks exactly like she looks in the comic book, and that, just a second.
Yep.
time's up.
Yeah.
Time's up. Your rant's over. You lost your
Time's
chance.
up.
We're moving on.
Rant's over. Or take me as an avid fan of Halo. It's like, okay, they got some things right, but then they ruined Master Chief, and it's like that's not Chief. That's just part of what made Chief so special was he was kind of like the blank soldier, but we didn't know what he looked like. Chief was still human in the Bungie era, but
I think
not whiny.
I think Halo was the first of what we call the super shitty adaptations done on purpose, like Cowboy Bebop, etc. Halo and all those all came at the same time. That snowballed into Marvel and DC and.
Sorry about that. I had work stuff to take care of.
Yeah, it's again the attitude in Hollywood is we have to make this ours. We have to control the audience. We have to, we have to put our twist on it or whatever. I don't know what
Well,
it
but
is.
there's a right way and a wrong way to do that, and they seem to only be doing the wrong way. And I agree with you to a certain extent. That's on purpose. But you know that's the thing. Even by that standard, take the 2002 Spider-Man movie. That movie was not exactly like the comic books, but people loved that movie.
I love it.
Because they kept the core. They didn't change.
They did. They kept it. Yeah. But on the same token, even back then, people did not really like that Hulk movie because that Hulk movie was weird and off the it had that they just completely went off the rails for what the Hulk's supposed to be. And there's a right and a wrong way to do it. And that's the thing. You talk about. Yeah.
Okay. What are you talking about? John Woo's Hulk?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's scary is the comic book people at the time said it was a perfect adaptation of the story he chose.
Of the story he chose, yes.
It's the story he chose, but it's a story people didn't know or like. You can't.
Yeah, that it didn't sell well in the comic books, and so to try to make a movie adaptation of it was ridiculous.
Yeah. But also, as John Woo later said, I felt set up to fail.
He was set up to fail.
Yeah.
Absolutely, he was set up to fail. And that's the thing. I don't hold it against him. He did what he was told to do, and he did damn good with what he was.
Yeah. He didn't know the material. Yeah. He said he would have done so much different. He would have not done the panels. He would have listened. He would have. He didn't have a test audience. He said,
"Yeah."
He realized he was set up to fail when he didn't have a test audience, and they rushed it out without post-production.
Well, and they were trying to match Spider-Man. It came out a year later. They were trying to get it out as fast as they could. But the biggest problem is that when it's all about time, look what the video game industry, early in the life of the video game industry, when they all the games that got rushed out on the Atari 2600 because they didn't care about the product, they cared about getting something out on the shelf. And
Atari
they killed the industry.
They fell behind.
Yeah.
Look, you compare the Atari in the final years, and then you look at the Nintendo that came out.
Yeah.
There's no everybody who just said, "Oh, well, I'm done with Atari." The second Atari is worse than the first one. And meanwhile, there's this thing called a Nintendo with color.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Take the infamous E.T. story. If you take that, people cannot pretend that E.T. destroyed the video game industry for Atari. E.T. was the final straw, but the fact remains that they were pumping out video games faster than the market could consume them. They wanted to get anything and everything out on the shelf. They saw the dollar signs. They didn't feel like putting in the work to make those dollars. And we see that right now happening with the MCU and Star Wars. Disney's doing the same damn thing. And if you don't like what they're putting out, you're a bigot,
But at the same time, they are in a 9,000 employees later, including several key people. They're in a panic, wondering why they, because even I, don't believe the figures, but they say they made $26 billion and only $4 billion of that was profit. Yet Bob Iger's turned around and says, "Oh, this year we're going to spend $30 billion on content." Well, it's March and you haven't spent anything.
Yeah,
it's Netflix all over again. They're telling us they're spending the money, but really, your turnover was only $26 billion. Not for everything, just for the studios. So you're not going to be spending more than you made when you didn't make that much. Again, it's Hollywood. It's all built on lies. You never know what their true feelings are.
Precisely. And
Precisely. And you only hear the stories like after they're done and retired, and then you're like, you thought it was good. Like, no, it's not. And that's why they keep saying that Hollywood is dying. That it's like everything we keep on saying, and especially you, Dave. You're like right on the money with that.
They're so miserable. They hate everything. They hate their own work. They hate each other. They hate life.
Oh Lord, yeah.
And they're so fake. And I recently heard, and the mental breakdowns they're having. 31 out of 100 women in LA have a mental disorder.
Yep. And all that tells me is that out there are 69% of them that aren't being treated.
Yeah. And I look at it and they say quite openly the common statistic is addiction to daytime television.
Yep.
You talk about Atari pumping out garbage. You haven't seen daytime television, have you?
Well, and that's the thing. As far as daytime television goes, I mean, take soap operas for instance. The reason why those continue. Well, yes, but the reason why those continue, no matter what, to make profit for their channels and everything, get the ratings and continue, is because there will never be a shortage of middle-aged and little old ladies. There will never be a shortage, but they have always been dramatic and over the top. They've always been ridiculous. So if they find a way, and they will find a way, make no regard or make no mistake, they will find a way to fucking ruin the soap operas for their core demographic. But until that time comes,
those are the stuff. That's the garbage they like making, though.
I get that, but it doesn't make that kind of money. Like, it doesn't make blockbuster money, and that's why they have to do the blockbusters. But the problem is that as far as the soap operas go, the reason why those retain their longevity is because they never progress anything. When I was a teenager, I remember one summer my grandma, she was watching them, and I remember being an adult, 8-9 years later, and I turn it on, and the same three characters, luck of the draw, they were rehashing the same shit they were doing 8 years before. And it happened again a couple of years ago, like in 2019. I was at a gas station, and the little attendant lady in the gas station had her phone watching it, and it's the same three characters rehashing the same shit. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell makes people want to watch this, but it doesn't matter. The point is, people want to watch this. Some people have made their careers based on soap operas, so I don't hate on the soap operas for doing what they've always done. What I do hate on is, like you said, that Hollywood, that they're trying to make everything like those damn soap operas.
Or the musical. Yeah, soap operas, musicals. I think they still like police shows, but they hate high action police shows. They want the Columbos back.
Well, but that was the thing. Columbo worked for Columbo, and that's the problem. They don't seem to understand that in all things, you just
each
because
must be different.
Yeah, they can't. It doesn't work. It doesn't work if everybody's MacGyver. It doesn't work if everybody's Columbo. It doesn't work if everybody's Matlock. It doesn't work if everybody is but I'm trying to think of that lawyer show,
the lawyer show,
the big one from back in the day. Perry Mason. Yeah. But that's the whole point. It doesn't work if everybody is that same character. you know and that seems to be what they've trying to reduce everything to.
Yeah, you know it's weird. When The Simpsons started, it was sorry. When The Simpsons started, it knocked the number one TV show off, which was The Cosby Show. The number one
Yeah.
TV show at the time was The Cosby Show, and The Simpsons became the number one TV show for nearly 20 years. But when they looked back and they took post-Simpsons audience and showed them The Cosby Show, it got the worst ratings. Remember when they rebooted The Cosby Show and it was the worst? So they tried repeating it and nobody watched it. It's the audience.
And that's unfortunately going to be the case.
It's the same thing that's happening with Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Why do we need it? We don't need it back.
No, people don't understand. The audience progress. When a show ends, it ends not because there's a new show. It ends because it has ended. The story has ended for the audience.
Well, and that's the thing. As far as the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air goes, but as far as the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air goes, the reason why it's so stupid that they're rebooting that is because it isn't even the same kind of show that it was before. Before it was a comedy with drama elements. They've turned this one into a drama, and I'll tell you what little I've seen of it. I cannot believe that character that they're trying to pass off as Uncle Phil. Like, Uncle Phil was always he was stern, but he was a kind, caring, compassionate man. This version of him is hateful and greedy and terrible.
And
spinning is great.
He didn't do you realize how embarrassing it is to have a grandson that can't swim? I laughed at that line. That was funny. At least for me.
Yeah.
This version, I'm like, no, you're a completely different version.
Yeah, sometimes, like I said, they're always trying to put their own spin to something. They're always trying to. It started with the deconstruction movement, right? And Lucas was part of that. Deconstruct old stories and put them together a different way, right?
Yeah.
It worked for Lucas because people didn't connect the dots straight away. If people connect the dots, they just say, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. No, I'll go to Netflix and look up the original. But you can't do that anymore, right? That's why there's so much piracy again. Netflix almost had piracy at an end. Studios kept all their movies cheap and on Netflix. Now, this is a self-inflicted wound Hollywood is going through. And there has been commentators who said, I think Chris Gore and I forget the Egbert, they may not agree on much, but they do agree that it's deliberate. They just cannot see that the MCU died with Endgame because they progressed it to a point.
Oh, exactly.
They progressed it to a point and gave you a finale. They gave you a finale, a good finale, and then they gave it a sequel. And so I think.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I think Endgame, the snap was it. It ended there. It should have ended there. And just had Thanos go away and superheroes go away and life goes back to normal. And slowly and surely, the whole point dawns on Earth that aliens exist. And that, would have been it for the MCU. But on a smaller scale, they could have then done all their TV shows on a smaller scale over a longer period of time. Instead, I
think there should have been a hiatus.
Bang, 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 and
there should have been a hiatus. They should have taken a few years off before they started this again.
Yeah,
that's the biggest problem is the oversaturation.
Yeah, well, their biggest problem is they tried to reboot and restart.
They're doing so much that it's like
it is
don't
too
even
much.
bother watching the shows because the shows are very mixed receptions. You might get a good one and then a few bad ones.
Yeah, and then it's like daytime soap operas, isn't it?
Exactly.
Particularly Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It was more like a soap opera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and look, if they want proof that their ideas do not work, the character that their Miss Marvel, Camilla Khan, they had to completely change everything, her powers, everything in her television show, a television show that nobody watched, that nobody cared about, because they have rebooted that comic book 5 times in the 8 years she's been around. 9 years, something like that. But the point is that they keep having to do a new issue 1 because nobody's buying that comic. They keep pushing this character that nobody likes, that nobody wants. Back in the day, that's what you call a side character. Those are the characters who their series ends, but people like to see them in other series. That's where you get your nomads.
Yeah, Kamala Khan's more like the character who appears in that long-running Spider-Man series one time.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
She's what's her powers? I'm stupid, but I'm likable.
Yeah, pretty much. But that's the thing. The biggest problem with a lot of these characters is that they're being touted as better than the originals. They're some sort of diversity reskin, and they're not well written at all. And I'm not even talking about self-inserts, because I'm talking about characters that seem to need nothing. Characters that don't have any flaws, except for that they were written.
Actually, I could actually say, right, with a straight face, that I do not care if a superhero has an origin story or not. And unlike most people, I don't want a backstory for every character. Why are we getting backstories to every character?
Well, and that's the thing.
There was a Ned. That's how bad it was.
Have any of y'all seen The Samaritan, the Sylvester Stallone movie on Hulu? Or Amazon?
I heard of it, but never seen
it. Exactly. Nobody's seen the movie. That is a really good movie. I recommend it to anyone, to everyone. That movie is incredible. That is the type of, that's what they should be doing with superhero movies right now. But they're not. They won't.
All right, has everyone seen Brightburn yet? Brightburn.
Well, Brightburn was terrible. It was just another evil Superman movie.
I like Brightburn. I disagree with you politely.
Oh, I hated that movie, man.
I loved it.
I know I mentioned this before in a past stream or two, but I feel like we owe Superman the animated movie Doomsday a huge apology.
Yeah.
I love that movie. It's good.
Yeah.
I watch that. That's how bad this is.
Wait, you didn't like Superman Doomsday, like the animated one from back in like 2006?
I rewatched it and I realized how big of an idiot my 14-year-old self was.
Well, I mean, I understand that, like, if you're expecting the comic book version of Superman and Doomsday's fight, like, I understand why that movie was underwhelming. So, I mean, there's that. But I feel like keeping it as isolated as they did, I feel like they did a good job. Now, I do like the newer one they did better, that the Death of Superman movie that they did a few years ago. I like that one a lot better. But that whole continuity, like, that was the DCEU that everybody deserved. Like that they had like 20 straight animated movies that were all a part of that continuity. But yeah, I mean, they retold classic stories on those.
That should have been 20 movies over 20 years, not 20 movies over 5.
Well, it was 20 movies over 10 years. Like it lasted 10 years going through the motions there. But
the problem is it didn't feel like 10 years. It felt like they rushed out a lot of content and then just stopped.
Well, because not every movie they released was a part of that, but there were like I believe I've done a count. I've got them all, but it was like I think it was 16 movies over a 10-year time period. So they released other movies during that time, other animated movies that were not a part of that continuity. But it literally starting with the with Justice League War, like right after Flashpoint Paradox, starting with Justice League War and ending with Doomsday War, that whole setup that they squeezed a good 16 movies out of that, and all of them were pretty good. They ranged from good to passable. I didn't see a bad one. Even that Wonder Woman movie that everybody griped about, like I thought it was pretty good.
You know, I call me naive, but you know what I really wish superhero movies did? Never do another origin story for a character who exists.
Oh, for a character, yeah, okay.
I don't care if the origin story came out in 1962.
No, I get what you mean. And I think that can be taken by a case basis. But you're right. Titular characters like the big, huge icons. There is no reason to ever do another Superman origin. No reason to do another Spider-Man origin. No reason to no reason to do another Batman origin. Like all of that's ridiculous. They just need to jump in and do a movie based off of the world that's already established.
But the Green Lantern, even the Green Lantern, I would come out as DC and say, we're using the origin story of the Green Lantern, of Hal Jordan's Green Lantern as it stands, and announce the movie like that. We accepted. Some people did not like it, but that is the origin story of Hal, and we're moving forward.
Well,
and then,
I mean, and that's the thing though. Like, and you're absolutely right. But I think what you're saying is basically if you take the top 25 heroes from both Marvel and DC, we never need to see an origin movie of any of them ever again.
Yeah. That's originally the purpose of the DC when DC started the animated series, right? Particularly with Batman the Animated Series, they said we weren't going to do origin stories.
Yeah.
And it worked because people knew the characters. So why did that policy? Oh, that's right. Walter Hamada has not a creative bone in his body. He wanted to make DC his vision. I bet he grew up. He was one of these child who says, "Oh, but what if Batman was better than Superman? Hey, what if Batman beat Superman?"
Well, and that's the thing. I'm never saying that Batman couldn't beat Superman, but they've made it to where Batman's just going to automatically win everything from now on. They've given Batman the joke Chuck Norris status in DC Comics. They have literally they have made Batman like a god in human form that nobody will ever be able to beat or live up to. All hail the ever indestructible, perfect, unrelenting Batman. He will forever be the greatest character of all time, while at the same time demonizing everything that he's ever been leading up to this point. Saying that he likes to beat the poor down and pouring downtrodden.
He's a rich man beating up poor people. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, and Batman now, and he was the greatest detective who solved crimes by people who left very little evidence.
I was gonna say everybody needs a hobby.
No, they don't like Batman because it's a reflection of them. Only
Yeah.
we're allowed to beat up poor people. Only we do hobo fighting. I don't think anybody remembers the hobo fighting scandal of the 90s, where the British people were
Yeah.
paying hobos to fight in LA. Yes, that's the people who call you the N word.
Oh dear.
They're the ones that call us bigots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're a
Well, but
Nazi, but
see,
we
and that,
pay hobos to fight. Yeah,
yeah, but that's the thing. Like one of the big issues, that that we are seeing right now. Like take for instance, because you were talking about how Endgame should have been the end of it, at least for a while. Like they should have, what they would have done a lot better doing is taking a hiatus, establishing that the superheroes still exist and are around if they are needed. They're needed a lot less now that Thanos has been defeated and all of his meddling in Earth and other galaxies has been understand that some few minor adventures are still going on, but we don't have to see them all on screen. That would be great. And then say 5 years from then they decided that, now because it's been like 5 years now, because that was 2019. So now they decided to just but the point is that by 2024 they decide to start the TV shows and establish that it's been 5 years since all of that, and things, and like you said, do start things on a smaller scale and build back up again. Don't try to jump out the gate.
Yeah, with like no origin story. Like they just pick up Spider-Man being in a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, and he's been in the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man for 5 years, and suddenly a supervillain appears. It's been 5 years since the supervillain, and it's the first 5 years.
Yeah, well, and they could make that
they could have
like
done
that.
Green Goblin first supervillain.
Yeah, and they could have. No, but and that's the thing. They now I'm not gonna lie to you. I loved No Way Home, but they could have still done that movie under the premise that you're talking about. Could you imagine? Peter has just beaten the Green Goblin, and then he faces a worse Green Goblin from another dimension. I mean that's a big deal. But the point remains is that no matter how you slice it, they this whole, you talk about endings. Take the first Highlander movie for instance. That was its own self-contained story that they decided to flush years of more content out of, and the longer it went, the less effective it was. And the worst part is that I'll tell you, I like the Highlander series a lot, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. But they moved on. They used a new character for that series, and it worked. But they have done a lot of things. Like for instance, that the second movie. I didn't hate the second movie. I didn't hate the third movie. I have not seen anything from the Highlander universe that I hate. The problem is that they should never have ended it in a single movie. If they planned on getting more money out of it, they should have made it, a trilogy, or made it, something, instead of beating that proverbial dead horse, and now, for instance, if they decided to make a new Highlander series, which they keep telling us they're going to, a new movie trilogy or whatever,
nobody's looking forward to it. Nobody.
Yeah, but my thing is if they had decided to do a new one about 9 years ago, I would have been okay with that. Not in today's political climate. I don't want to see what they're going to do to it now.
I don't. Series with an end. They ended Highlander.
They did, but again, what I'm saying is that they're talking about not just rebooting. They're talking about remaking it completely. Yeah. And the thing is that I would ask three things. Again, my criteria is simple. One, if you're going to make this character based on Connor McLeod. Make this character based on Connor McLeod. Use an actor that can play him. Keep him that same irreverent, bitter about life, but bitterly optimistic jackass that he always has been. That was the thing. That's why the series worked so well, and they could never have done the series if Adrian Paul was supposed to be playing Connor, because Duncan MacLeod is a much different character. He's the strong, silent, John Wayne right off into the sunset type, whereas Connor McLeod is kind of neurotic. He likes to, he likes to pretend that he's not as crazy as his villains, but he has the ultimate death wish.
That's where casting makes a big difference. You could believe Christopher Lambert because he is a shaggy dog. Whereas, sorry, I forget the other name. The other guy is well known to be he's a pretty boy. He would put on a ruffled T-shirt and fancy cuffs and a big shiny red coat with brass buttons.
Yeah,
he's not Connor McLeod. He's the lad on the hill. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's the thing. It is because of Adrian Paul that they decided to change the direction of the series. They were originally going to have him play Connor McLeod, and he was the one who told them, no, this doesn't make sense. He's the one who fought and got the producers on his side and everything. He's the one who decided to separate his character from Christopher Lambert's character. And and again, and to this day, he's still a great actor, and he still does what he does. He still argues and fights with the creative staff behind whatever he's in, because if it doesn't make sense to him, he has a hard time doing it. And I agree with him. I
think he was right. I think that extra season killed Highlander and killed the spin-off. The spin-off could have worked with the chick, no doubt.
Yeah.
Had they not made an extra season, they had the
story. Yeah.
They were, and then they did the stupid movie, which they went to hell. I mean, yeah, of course you went to hell.
But everybody, you notice when they run out of ideas, that's where they all go. It's like, well, what if it happens in hell?
Yeah. Like, what can you do in hell? I'm sorry. It sounds awesome in my mind. Like, oh, we're going to hell. And then I watch it, I'm like, really?
It's saying that, you can see the studio exec, but it sounds awesome in my mind. And that's when you were on cocaine.
Wait, is that how we got Penny and Scotty with Waterboat?
That was during your cocaine binge, man. You should never pitch a story during a cocaine binge. But that's Hollywood,
Actually, a little bit of Penny and Stocking, a little bit.
Yeah,
I do have
Hollywood, they've got to do two things. They've got to do cocaine and they've got to do stockings and heels.
There is a way
Whether
for
they wear them
Marvel
or
to turn
screw
all
them.
this around.
So somebody's audio is really off. Is it mine?
Everybody sounds good to me, so it might be mine.
Oh no! I could hear a hum. Somebody's humming.
It is.
Oh no, that's the machinery in my background.
Oh, because it was my audio. I couldn't hear Anime Night.
Yeah, just a second. Be quiet for a second and listen when I mute.
What I'm saying is, I know a way that Marvel can do, because when was the last time we had a villain movie, like a straight up bad guy movie?
Ooh, It's been a while, I think.
The Joker.
It's been a long. Yep.
Aside, excluding Joker.
That was DC.
Yes, you're right. The Joker was the exception, not the norm. And I think you're right. They could have broken up the MCU.
If
Sony
Marvel wants to do one, it's Doctor Doom.
Yeah, they should have done the Sinister Six. They should have done Doctor Doom. They keep getting told to do it, but they don't like it. Like I said, they don't like the material.
Well, because they don't respect material. They've all, and that's the thing. That they don't, they like us to believe that, because everybody, they're like, well, they'll do what they think makes money. They're not. That's not the goal. That was, that's not the goal anymore if it ever was. And at the end of the day, that's the main problem that we're facing now, is that if money were still their primary goal, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in right now.
Oh, absolutely.
No, they want to rewrite everything, don't they? Because they want to go back to the golden years of Hollywood, and they just can't. They can't reboot it. However they try, comedies. They did have a good run with some comedies, but then they came out with some awful stinkers whose names I can't even remember, but I can remember people walking out of theaters.
Well, I mean, look at it this way, because you're talking about the golden age of Hollywood. They're never going to get back Gone with the Wind, and if they, so help me God, try to bring that back, try to make a new sequel or remake or reboot of Gone with the Wind.
They did North and South.
When was that?
Netflix, I think it's early Netflix.
Oh, for the love of God. But you see, we don't even know, most of us don't even know that existed. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. When you say they can't bring back the golden age, that's what we mean.
And they keep failing. Like I said, they tried to make Wayne Brothers. Remember the Wayne Brothers? They tried to make their thing. By the third movie, people were walking out. If they still pretend the Wayne Brothers are like a big thing, no, people walked out of their third movie.
I did hear a joke once. I did hear a joke once. Say Hollywood is trying to chemically create a new hybrid actor that's half Wayans brother and half the Baldwin brother. He will star or co-star in absolutely everything until the end of time.
Known as Will Smith. Known as Will Smith.
Yeah, sorry about that, guy. The battery died.
That's okay.
All right.
But in all honesty, though, I was really going back to Endgame. When we first saw Thanos, I was really, really hoping, like after the end of Avengers, when he wipes out half the planet, I was really hoping they would do like more endings like that where the villain wins, and then you have a standalone villain movie, and then the end game. Because I feel like that was a major precedent. Like, hey, the bad guy actually won. The heroes are beaten. That was like I wish they went in that direction a bit more, because that opened the door to possibilities. Yeah. But as you said, David, the supposing people who I think should be fired didn't think it would draw money. They're full of shit. It would draw money, because you had, like you mentioned, the Sinister Six, Galactus.
They badly marketed Morbius. They should have said from the onset that this was a villain movie. That they should have said this is a villain movie, and
it would have been fine. If they came right out the gate saying, "Hey, look, this is a bad guy movie, not a hero movie," it would have made perfect sense. But since they failed,
he's Spider-Man, and that ruined it, because people went to see it on the first night to see the return of Andrew Garfield.
Yeah.
And that is what killed Morbius. Their shitty marketing.
Oh, shitty marketing! I feel like lately.
But Sony,
I feel like Venom was the perfect catalyst for it too. Yeah, because you had Venom, the anti-hero, which is great and everything. I really, really hope if Woody Harrelson can still do it, which I know he
Carnage?
fucking.
Yeah.
I know he fucking can. I know he can. And Woody Harrelson, I don't know if you watch this or not, but please come back for our standalone Carnage movie and go full blown
The
rated
perfect
R.
casting with Carnage would have been the Bolton's son from Game of Thrones. That actor, he was like my
Still,
perfect
we got a
casting for
we got a
Carnage.
sequel to Natural Born Killers.
That is true. That's true. But I was
I
really
don't care what
hoping we
people
would
say.
get.
It is. But you know what? Biggest tip of all: don't call your movie Endgame. Never ever call a movie Endgame unless it's the last ever in the series.
Exactly, because now they're coming out with two more Avengers movies, and it's like,
Secret Wars and then another one.
and I'm like,
Yeah, they're trying to do
why?
Secret Wars, which I don't know why, because money, and people think that it works better
I
in the
feel
comic
like they
book, not
should
in the
have.
show.
I feel like they should have done that one.
Armor Wars.
Yeah, Secret Wars makes sense. But the problem is that again, they didn't take any kind of hiatus. They didn't start small. They tried to act like they hadn't lost magic. You know, if they had built up, like we were talking about before, taken 5 years off, then started things up, and then made a Secret Wars based off of that, give us what they gave us. Give us Baptism, give us Kingdom of Conquer, give us Galactus, give us Ultron. You know, give us Battle World the way it's supposed to be. You know, but the problem is that the MCU has already made Secret Wars uninteresting, even if it could be done, because they've already knocked out the Netflix shows. Those don't exist anymore. They're rebooting Daredevil. You know, you can't. That's the thing. They can't. They've taken away any interesting characters that they've had from that off the table, except for Daredevil himself. They all the other shows. Hell, they made Crucial Krill. They made the Absorbing Man a Hulk villain. They made him somebody that a group of SHIELD agents can take down. Not even a big group of SHIELD agents. We're talking about, you know, 4 main characters and two of them don't even fight. And how the hell are you going to do that to the Absorbing Man? When how are you going to nerf him like that? He's one. This literally clocked the Hulk in flying. And they're ruined what they could have done with the Secret Wars. Whatever they're going to call the Secret Wars, you can bet your ass is not going to be the Secret Wars.
Oh,
yeah, that's another thing. People are no longer expecting this. If you name a story something, right, that's an existing comic book story, people know better. People do not. That's why they're not going. They're not getting the story they expect.
They called it Thor Ragnarok. It was a cross between Planet Hulk and Planet Hulk and it wasn't. It had some elements of Ragnarok, but the point is they merged like 8 storylines, gave us some weird amalgamation, and I'm not saying it's a bad movie. My problem is that you do things like that, take away anybody's expectations. And that's what they're trying to do. They want us to walk in with the car buried under the basement of hell. They want us to walk in with zero expectation, with zero standards, because then and only then will we manage to actually enjoy these movies at face value with each other. And I got news for them. We're going to have to work a little bit harder than that.
They're not going to work hard. They're going to continue to do what they do until the shareholders revolt and throw Bob Iger in a loony bin.
Yeah, I would love to see Bob Iger be dragged out with like this fucking straitjacket and like thrown in the back of a van. That's
but it's not. But he's not in charge. We all know it's BlackRock. We all know BlackRock is running any company that gets BlackRock money is instantly controlled by BlackRock, even though they're not the majority shareholder, and that's ridiculous.
Well,
I would tell BlackRock to go fuck itself.
Well, and that's the biggest problem. Is like everybody, because all these people kept, oh, Bob Iger's being out before. No, Bob Iger came back because whoever, like you said, BlackRock, but that's not the point.
Bob Iger's a puppet. We know he has
brought him back, and that's the thing. But I mean, how else do you explain the fact that the woman that got the board to bring him back in the house check it, then turned around, Iger fired her? That shit doesn't happen. Well, not fired her, but
she's suing. Victoria is suing, by the way, for wrongful dismissal.
I'm not talking about Alonzo. I'm talking about the former CFO.
Yeah. Sorry.
But Alonzo, and that's the thing. As far as the Alonzo go, Axel stepped down from his wife Victoria because for social justice crap, and then two of them have continued to work, and then on this crap, pushing that woke agenda, even though both of them used to actually be worth a damn. And this is how they get in trouble. And this, if this is not an object lesson in why this woke shit is just not going to work, I don't know what is.
And precisely, it's there's only so much that they're gonna do, and Bob Iger. I mean, when I saw that he was coming back, I just instantly gave up. Whatever hope was left, it was gone. It's just like it's business as usual. He said the one thing, everybody believed it, and then does another. He is no better. He's just a second-rate D plus.
He's a bookkeeper who signed his soul to the devil so that he could get the top job, because there's no way he would rise to the top on merit.
Exactly, and unfortunately, I was looking at phase 4 and phase 5 to see where we're at and everything, and apparently they're going to be doing the Daredevil reboot. I'm like, why? We already have the TV show. We already have the original movie. Why?
It's money, and he's not part of the MCU, so we might as well do Born Again, which I know that's the title of.
And Blade,
but
actually,
Netflix already did Born Again. They did a good job with it. But hey, if it worked for Netflix, do it for Disney. So that's why Disney's doing it.
I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard a rumor that Netflix is looking to acquire these side characters. All the characters they've pushed aside, and do their own Netflix show, MCU. Because Disney has a lot of characters they've pushed aside, right? That they're not going to do.
That's
I mean, you look at Marvel's lineup. Over 168 characters that are not going to get a story.
At this point, I would be happy if they would just make a bunch of knockoff characters, Thinly Veiled knockoff characters, give us the real style stories that we're. I mean, and it could be done. It could easily be done. Image showed us it could be done years ago. They could give us a handful of knockoff characters, make it give us the type of storytelling that we wanted from the main from the main characters. And I don't think anybody can complain at this point.
Actually, there's one character. Oh wait, correct me if I'm wrong. Has Bishop ever made an appearance?
Bishop.
He was in Days of Future Past.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was already in. Okay.
Yeah, he's a future past. Him when they decided in because Fox had the right to
Yeah.
ban that, and so the fact that they made Elliot Page now, but anyway, the fact that they made they had that version of Kitty Pryde. They gave Kitty Pryde. They gave her power to people back through time, to transfer consciousness back through time, and Franklin Richards was the one. Yeah, Mr. Fantastic and Son was the one who sent Pride through time. In this version, they had Kitty Pryde and Wolverine back in time. But either way, the point is that yeah, Bishop was in there, and it wasn't the best version of him, but
I would love to see if we're gonna be talking like side characters that they do have, I would love to see 90s Dazzler. I would love to see the Havoc from X Force. I would love to see him.
First class storyline.
I don't even know if
Damn it.
if I have any side characters I would consider my favorites.
I have I mean, even though Jubilee was mentioned, but we have yet to see a full appearance of her.
Well, at least
They could do it. They can do it.
She was also in one of the first class movies, that series. That's the problem. They've done so many.
The show's kind of hinted at in the last.
Remember when they were talking about the Star Wars movies, but it was, but then they said, well, everybody can agree that the third one was the worst, and that was a joke because it was in, that was in the next movie, and they were making a joke about X-Men 3. But that was Jubilee that was talking to them about it. And then they go over to the party, and Dazzler's in the background doing her thing.
True.
See, another thing, and I think Marvel used to actually have this is, and I think Kevin Feige tried to be the Stan Lee of the new Marvel, is that you had a story group for every, you have the X-Men, you have Spider-Man, you have the Avengers, and you have those story groups separate, but you have one guy in the middle who says, right, this is our continuity. This is where your stories fit into each other's timelines.
And that's what I kind of liked about the Netflix stuff was that it was always in the background, but they were still making reference. Like Jessica Jones, in the first season, they even brought up that, the attack of New York, this is what happened. But Jessica said, that's not my fault. That was the green guy. Oh, Hulk. And, she says she has like 99 friends out there that like to meet them. So I kind of like that reference out there.
Yeah.
Because they set it up really, really well. Because you had, just reiterate real quick, but tangent. What they did was the whole thing. Wilson Fisk, in the first season of Daredevil, was buying up all the property that was damaged during the attack on New York, the Chitauri incident. Well, then and he was forcing out anybody that wouldn't sell. So then, of course, the Jessica Jones, when she meets Luke Cage, they mention the Hulk and Captain America. But forward from that on Freeform in Cloak and Dagger, they actually have they're set in Louisiana, and they have Cloak sitting at a table talking to one of his buddies, and he's holding up a picture of Luke Cage, and of course the cop from that she was Miss Knight's partner in the first season of not in Luke Cage. She was the partner of Iron Fist. But yeah, anyway, the point is, then at the end of the first season of the end of the first season of Cloak and Dagger, they mention the Stark and the Rand family both by name when they're fighting when they get to the CEO of Roxxon, and they mentioned Misty Knight by name as well. But then when they did the Runaways, which was over on Hulu, they did this crossover with the Runaways, and the Cloak and Dagger showed up in it, and it was really cool because not only did they show up in there, but also when they fought Morgan Le Fay, and Elizabeth Hurley is Morgan Le Fay. Good God. Anyway, the point is that they are using the same Darkhold, same font, everything. It is literally the same prop that they used on Marvel Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. over on ABC. All of these shows, the Netflix shows, Freeform, ABC, Hulu, they were all connected. We were talking about the Infinity Show. All of these shows were connected to each other, and but nonetheless had definitive things to prove that they were a part of the MCU. And now all of a sudden Disney wants to cast them aside like they didn't exist. It's driving me absolutely crazy.
I find it absolutely ridiculous that they actually went out of their way to actually point out all these connections and then act as if they don't exist.
See, and that's I can understand from Disney's standpoint where they're like, no, we want all the shows now because hey, it's successful over here. Why don't we do it? But then you kind of lost that good deal going on. Like you could have had like at least a smart relationship with Netflix. You guys can have the Defenders, keep working on them with your writing staff, but then there's the fallout with the Luke Cage team and a few other things. So it kind of happens. But I agree with Papa. I am mad. All these connections could have made something really great on different sites that we have a connected TV show universe that's calling back to each other and tying within the MCU. Well, that could have been so great.
They said the MCU was all connected, and now it's suddenly not. And that is...
23 movies and 12 television shows. And not to mention all the one-shots that were the one-shot short films that were
comics. Yep.
Yeah, well, no, they called them one-shots after the comics. They were only on the Blu-ray releases, and they were little short films and would do a little bit of exposition, a little bit of extra storyline to help fill in certain gaps. And my favorite is still All Hail the King when we find out what's been going on with Silver Slattery while he's in prison. But the point is that and then and a funny thing happens on the way to the summer, and it's literally a Coulson story from before the first Avengers movie. And like I said, really cool little short films. And so we're talking about all of this stuff connected, everything, and like they said, they made it a point to prove they were connected. And then the moment the contracts get reevaluated, they're like, you know what, we don't need all of this. They set it up like a comic book style world. Just because the big event is happening in Avengers issue 32, when they put a little asterisk in the footnotes, they would make a reference and say the Amazing Spider-Man issue 340 or Incredible Hulk issue 110. The point is that they set things up where if you didn't see everything, it was not the end of the world. Still, you still follow along, but it made it so much better. You saw everything, and then turn around and tell us not only was it not worth your time to start this, not only was that you, but then they turn around with the Loki show, and they're like, everything the Avengers did during Infinity War and Endgame, all of that was a part of the divine timeline. That took away all of the risk. No matter what, they were destined to do that. The whole thing with Doctor Strange, how many timelines do you see us winning? One. That and any little thing in those 5 years went wrong in the whole plan. But now now they tell us not only was it impossible for it not to go that way, but the Avengers didn't really fucking do anything because one way or another, this was just going to go through the motions. There was no chance that they were not going to beat Thanos. That they did. They've absolutely fucking ruined any reason why anybody would ever want to go back and rewatch those movies on top of undoing what anybody would want to. Sorry about that. That still pisses me off.
Yeah, I know a lot of people would like to think that Endgame was a crack that created the chasm, but the cracks were there when they dropped Netflix shows. Those were the cracks. Yes, Endgame widened the cracks, but the cracks were already there. And look at it now. Kevin Feige is like aged too much. Like he's a weary man, and I think between the diversity hires, having an assistant who's the most toxic person on the planet, constantly reminding him that she's going to have his job any day now. I think he was the one who called HR on her.
Yeah.
But he lost.
Yes, probable cause.
But the thing is, because Doctor Strange failed to make $1 billion, I think that was the only reason. Kevin Feige didn't get his elevated, coveted executive job.
Yep.
He was supposed to become the executive of Disney, and he didn't. And you notice Variety's taking down the story about, he's going to be executive any day now. They've taken that down.
Yep.
So Kevin snitched. He may have been right, but I think they worked it out very quickly that the snitch was Kevin, and they took away his coveted seat at the board.
Yep.
I think another reason why he didn't get the seat at the board is because Iger fears that Kevin will vote against him.
Well, and that's the thing though. So many people completely underestimated how much Ike Perlmutter was working on reining in Feige. Feige, everybody gets credit.
Yeah. We've got to remember, they don't care about the they don't care about the products. They only care about the survival of their investment in the company. So if Kevin Feige's product goes bad, they don't care. It's not my investment. I'm trying to fight for my position. I still have my position in the company because they think that Disney's too big to fail. They think, if like the glory days of Pixar. Pixar's failed. Don't worry, we'll buy Star Wars. Star Wars failed. Don't worry, we have MCU. But what next? You're running out of IPs to acquire.
Yeah.
They tried pumping life back into Pixar, and what happened? The magic is gone because half the people are gone. They turned around to Blue Sky. They even forgot that they turned around to start up a project with Blue Sky and forgot that 2 years ago they closed the doors.
Yeah. That's freaking hilarious. And that's almost exactly how it seems to have happened. Like they're like, oh shit, it's time for us to do this, and they're like, oh shit, I forgot we closed them last Thursday. Like it's one of those things. They've made so many moves and so many stupid moves at that. They've made so many moves so fast. They don't know what they've done.
People didn't even notice. You know how stupid it is? People didn't even notice that Bob Chapek said, add video games. Bob, Disney Interactive was closed 12 years ago.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Say what you will about Chapek, and he was by no means, some magical, Disney savior. But the thing is, is that when he tried to protect them. He did, and he tried his hardest to with that inheritance. He tried his hardest to get them back financially on track. First and foremost, his goals were about the money. And he literally, they literally left him holding the bag, let everybody blame him for it, ousted him, and now, even he's not going to say anything because the severance package he's getting out the door, mainly so they can shut him up. He's getting paid, handsomely
to do nothing.
Yeah.
You know what really upsets Disney? $30 video games. $60, $70, $80, $90. Right?
Precisely.
They are.
I'm not gonna lie to you. When I pre-ordered,
they wish they could do 30, 40 million sales of a movie at that price.
Yeah.
But they don't get it. Video games have somewhere between 10 and 60 hours of content.
The biggest difference between the video game industry and the movie industry is that the video game industry has started to realize, and certain studios still haven't realized this, and they do, they ignore these lessons to their own detriment. But the whole point is that a lot of these studios realize that if you do not give fans what fans want, fans will move on. They started, and that's the thing. Like, take Legend of Zelda. As different as Breath of the Wild was from any Legend of Zelda game before it, it had just enough nostalgia to keep us there, and it was so good of a game. Like I tell people all the time, it's a really good game. You might like it better than any other Legend of Zelda game. It is not the best Legend of Zelda game because Legend of Zelda games have a certain criteria, a certain formula, and it does not meet that formula. But nonetheless, it does well enough that even by that standard, both new and old Legend of Zelda players love that game.
I don't know if this is true or not, but when Kevin and Feige announced that the MCU is the biggest franchise ever, Nintendo sent him a Pokemon.
That is really funny.
I would believe it because you know what was on the back of Pokemon, don't you? 70 billion.
But
that was on the note. Yeah. Pokemon.
One of the things people forget, though, as big as Pokemon is, the biggest the biggest problem with with saying, because they're like, well, nobody's ever made a connected universe like this before. Godzilla's been doing it for a very long time.
Godzilla, yeah. They said, oh, the MCU is the largest collection of movie. When the MCU reached 20, they said, oh, this is the longest running movie series ever. Like, somebody sent him a Godzilla. Yeah, 58 movies and counting. But then he said, connected in the same universe, in the same studio. Kevin Feige is losing the plot.
Even at that, even though it's the biggest interconnected, they cut off a third of everything that was connected to them when they cut off the series. But on top of that, they not only did they cut that loose, but they also ran into the problem that Godzilla. There have been three different continuities.
Yeah.
No matter how you slice it, they were doing it before the MCU.
Yep. Now, no matter
guys, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right. No matter how much you may think that MCU is successful, in 50 years' time, or maybe 100 years' time, they'll be studying it as the biggest failure in history because They said, "Oh, look, they made 20-something movies at X amount of $1 billion, but look how much they spent." People will realize, like, Disney has taken, and they have done this for a long time. Disney movies are subsidized, all of them.
Yeah.
They are. Their marketing is way beyond what they make. Disney marketing is so saturated. And I don't believe they made 10 movies that made $10 billion each.
Oh, no.
That was all that. See, the thing is, you could tell the IRS anything as long as the books balance. Disney Studios made this much money, and they can claim the ticket guys will go along with it as long as they get their share. Everybody gets their share. Nobody cares. But no, people don't believe the Aladdin remake made that much money. They don't believe. They honestly forget that there are people out there who track these things and say, "Look at Captain Marvel. Look how many 25 seats in every theater were all booked out." They are spending their own marketing money buying their own tickets.
And meanwhile, Battle Angel Alita beat the shit out of Captain Marvel in the theaters.
Yeah.
That campaign was something, because all the Brie Larson fans went after the Alita fans and everything, and look what happened. It still outbeat Captain Marvel by a long shot.
Yeah. And I really hate it when good IPs can't make bank yet, and they outsell something that turns around and claims to have been $1 billion. And of course, it's a business. The problem is that it's intruding on our entertainment. And then they tell you if you don't like it, make your own. But when you make your own, like I do, they squash you.
Exactly. Plus, imagine making a Marvel movie and then having it being beaten out by a horror icon for 20 plus years,
or getting beaten by a
hedgehog.
A sequel 25 years later.
That's the state Marvel's in. I see it. I honestly see it in person.
I could see Maverick making nearly I reckon Maverick easily made over $2 billion, and they got their knees cut off by the AMC theaters because AMC is a studio and they don't want I reckon they deliberately spread the reporting so that the Maverick would come in low. But you can't prove it.
The funny thing is, I'm really hoping that I really hope, and I hope I'm wrong, because I don't want to see like stocks going down the crapper, hitting bottom level for any company. But
no, I don't want to see Disney close. I just want to see the purge.
Well, I mean, if it does go to like Depression 1929 level, Disney better wake up before it, because that's where it's heading. That's where it's heading.
People forget that Disney almost closed within a few years of its first opening. They had a reopening. They did close, actually. Disney's had 2 reopenings, but they've always been able to hide it as maintenance. Maintenance as in we're getting paid. The government's giving us $1 million a year. I mean, that's really where we're at. Disney's subsidized. Everybody knows it.
Exactly. Precisely. And I have a feeling, because I mean with Blade, I don't know why we're doing Blade, because I mean, yeah, with Wesley Snipes, those were classics. Here, it's like,
But Wesley Snipes
the
had the
fuck?
personality and the history. Mashaya Ali only has a reputation as a good actor. He doesn't have the chops as in either comedy. People say stupid things all the time. Yes, he's a great actor. Sometimes he's not a great actor. Period. He's not Sean Connery, and even Sean Connery doesn't live up to his own reputation. Sean Connery's
he's
done
lacking.
stinkers.
He's lacking what Robert Downey Jr. had, what
Robert Downey
Duncan
Jr. had a
Clark
good redemption story. That's why they went to see Iron Man.
precisely.
Wesley Snipes, he was a funny tough guy. Even Dennis Rodman could have pulled off Blade.
And the funny thing is, the thing that most movies lack nowadays is presence, like screen presence,
which comes from reputation for doing lots of movies that lead up to that point. Wesley Snipes,
that's why
Passenger 57, and many
still
others.
has it. I could see him come back, and I would still go see it because he has the star and like the screen presence on stage. Keanu Reeves,
But I think the action
he has him.
I think you'd see it that he's too slow. I think you'd see.
Well, that's what worried me because I feel like, well, yes, I'm happy and I'm glad that Wesley Snipes isn't coming back because in a way, I mean, age is a factor and it would take.
I'm just worried he'd be too slow. Like Dennis Rodman, he did one too many movies, and you could tell he was just walking through every. When he did the movie with Jean-Claude Van Damme, he was walking through scenes. You could tell he was tired. You could tell he was injured. That's what happens, man, when you... I mean, everybody knows Rodman and others were all juiced. There's certain people today who play... You know, I've been playing basketball for 40 years. Yeah, you're juiced, man. Come on.
Which reminds me of, like, looking at it now with all the stuff coming out for Phase 4 and Phase 5, it's like, because we know Submariner is going to tank given how bad they bastardized that backstory.
Which
Loki,
they shouldn't have done a backstory.
I love the actor who plays Loki. I feel like he does a terrific job.
Yep. That's another one where that's good casting. That's where good casting had. But
the best actor in the world can't save bad writing.
No. A good actor can't say, yes. No matter how good. And he, you know what? He's going to regret not taking the role of James Bond. He's going to regret signing up for Loki.
I would love to see him play a Highlander villain, though, and not like, I don't want him to be like a carbon copy of Loki. I'm talking more of a like more of a him. I would love to see Gerard Butler play a villain there. James McAvoy would be a good Connor McLeod.
I thought McAvoy's gone soft and he wants to just do Macbeth and stuff like that. I mean, look at Tom Holland. He left the Uncharted series to do, and he left everything really to do Hamlet because he wants to be a great actor. You're not going to be one. You're not, Tom. Your ego.
I'll say this though. Andrew Garfield could play. I could see him as the Highlander as well. Like, he could do it. His Scottish accent is on point. You know, he's British, but he does a good Scottish accent.
Yeah. Look, I got editing and stuff to do, so love you to leave you guys, and great chatting with you. And as always, links in the description below. Buy my book.
Yep.
See you later.
Have a good evening, man.
Good God, they're really pushing everything for phase 5 and 6. Oh
Yeah.
boy, Bubba, this is gonna be crazy.
Well, what's
But
craziest for us is what I have found the worst are the people that I love that, for Christmas or for birthdays, that kind of thing, when they want to get me something nice or they want to talk to me about stuff that, for family or friends of the family, people that I don't see every day that don't know what I'm going through with all this stuff. When they're like, "Well, have you seen the new Thor movie?" Or, "I really like the new She-Hulk series," or that kind of thing. And I'm always stuck at a crossroads there because I have to decide, is it worth it to tell them that I don't like that stuff anymore? And not that I don't like that stuff, but I don't like this version of that stuff. Is it worth it to tell them that? Because then they're going to want to know why. Then I'm going to go on a rant, which is going to turn into a tirade. And then they're all going to know that, and that's the thing. And I've had this conversation several times with several family members. And it's one of those things. they don't seem to none of them seem to understand why I have this problem. They're like, well, because all they see is a new Spider-Man movie, all they see is a new Batman movie. And they just automatically assume, well, you like the last 36 of them, so you should like this one. And they don't. Hell, there are diehard Batman fans that don't understand why I refuse to watch the Robert Pattinson movie. And I refuse to watch it because no matter how good they say he is, Robert Pattinson does not have the energy to play Batman. Just straight up. Robert Pattinson was the first red flag. But why the hell are they going to make Colin Farrell into the Penguin? And why the hell are they, my problem is that there are plenty of villains that Colin Farrell has the body type for, but instead of making him any of them, they decided to make him look completely different so that the reason why Danny DeVito worked so well as the Penguin is because the motherfucker already looked like the Penguin, And it's not just, you don't have to have somebody that short, but you do have to have somebody with those types of mannerisms. You have to have somebody that can sell that character. And Colin Farrell, sure, he can do it, but he's not the best for the job. And then, of course, there's all the race swapping with with the Gordon family and all that. That irritates me. I haven't bothered, so many people, my mother-in-law wanting to know why I haven't, why I don't like, or why I'm not even bothering to watch the Gotham Knights series on CW. Because, why I don't watch The Flash anymore. I tried to stick it out with The Flash. I did a damn good job sticking through, even with all of the woke shit going on. But the moment, and I mean this, like, the moment they started lightsaber fighting with lightning bolts, I was out. That was it. I am done with this horse shit. There was nothing redeemable about it the moment they devolved it into the silliest, lowest common denominator they possibly could. And how they got to that point was stupid too. And they're they are fighting they're fighting this guy from the future who's supposed to be, the worst bad guy that their kids have, that Barry's kids have ever faced. And he's, he's supposed to be, they compare him over and over again to Eobard Thawne. They compare him to the Reverse Flash. He's that bad. He's that terrible. But then they turn around. Barry turns around, and to beat this guy, he releases the Reverse Flash from his time dimensional prison. And I'm like, so that he has somebody, and here's what pissed me off the most. At the end of this fight, when Thawne kills Godspeed, Barry freaks out. He's like, Thawne, that wasn't part of the plan. I'm like, why the fuck did you let him out then? You honest to God let out a megalomaniac who killed your mother and has tormented your life, killed plenty of your loved ones along the way, killed people that killed his own ancestors that were not a part of his direct line just because he knew they wouldn't screw up his timeline. And you let this guy out. What for? If it wasn't to have him kill Godspeed so it wouldn't be on your conscience. This was a stupid plan to begin with. Nothing. Grant Gustin cannot save lousy writing. That's what we were talking about with. Tom Hiddleston. You can't. The best actors cannot save bad writing. Hell, the Aragon movie had Jeremy Irons in it, and that movie is trash. There is nothing that can save bad writing. Comic books, we see it all the time. The best art can be ruined by the worst writing. You can have the worst art, and as long as the writing is good, people will still read it. But bad writing ruins everything.
Exactly. It does. And not even even with Matrix Resurrections, there was so much bad writing in there. Not even Keanu or Moss could save that fucking movie. And that says a lot. It's like, yeah, we should be done with this. And it's so bad. Plus, people were crapping on the 2004 Daredevil. I thought it was really good.
I loved the 2004 Daredevil. But see, that's another thing coming to the ethnicity swaps. If you look at the 2004 Daredevil, when Wilson Fisk comes down that elevator, when Michael Clark Duncan is standing there as Daredevil, nobody that had ever picked up a comic book wondered who he was supposed to be. He embodied that character. He made that character his priority. Portraying that character was his priority for that show or for that movie. And that's why he did such a good job. He is not, I mean, Michael Clark Duncan wanted to portray the character before all else. And for that Wilson Fisk is still a good version of the Kingpin. And of course, the people that did the props, the director, everything, the writers, all of them get props for that because they knew they had a black actor playing a white role, and they made him so much embody that character that people were stupid if they complained about it. And that's, like I said, the characterization is the most important part. But now, we see these movies now, if they make somebody, if they have, for instance, if they have a Hispanic or an Asian person playing playing a character that's normally white, they want to add aspects to that character from whatever ethnic background the actor comes from. And that doesn't make sense to the character. The reason why Michael Clark Duncan was able to play is A, even though he's a black guy, he still looked like the character. B, he was still able, it's not hard for somebody like him to play Wilson Fisk because Wilson Fisk is actually a relatively simple character to portray. You have to have somebody that can embody being raised in the streets, brought to prominence of sophistication in the world of organized crime, but deep down, just below, or below the surface, he is always that kid in the streets. He might look like, he might look like he's able to hang with the rich and powerful, and he can. But deep down, he's still that young man that will snap your neck without a second thought. And that is the character of the Kingpin. And that's Vincent D'Onofrio does great That's the thing. The Netflix Daredevil series was incredible. But hell, Vincent D'Onofrio did a good job as the Kingpin in the Hawkeye series, and there were a lot of problems with the Hawkeye series.
I'm
And
curious.
since they were doing all the interdimensional stuff, I would have loved to have seen both Michael Clark Duncan and Vincent D'Onofrio as dueling Kingpins, but unfortunately, Michael Clark Duncan had to go and die on us.
Which sucks because he was such a great actor.
Oh, he was a wonderful actor.
I am wondering though, what worries me about this coming Daredevil movie is who's going to do Kingpin, if it came to that.
Oh, Vincent D'Onofrio's still on. He's still going to be the Kingpin.
Oh, good. Then I will.
So there is that.
Well, I mean, it has a chance of making decent money if it's. Luckily, it's him. So I will probably go and see that and give my thoughts on that. I heard a rumor that apparently Lionheart was oh sorry, is it Ironheart or Lionheart? I can't even remember.
It's Ironheart. You're talking about Riri Williams.
There was a rumor going around that artwork was stolen. Like somebody already made it and then Disney like literally came out and copied it.
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
If that's true, then man, we creators are being fucked. I have yet to see. I would love to see Hawkman and Hawkwoman make an appearance. For Christ's sake, where are they at?
They're in DC, and they were in DC Legends of Tomorrow on CW.
Oh god damn it! Every fucking character I've made is already in something.
Okay, see, but that's the thing though, Anime Night. Everybody knows by your name alone that you are first and foremost a anime fan, anime and manga fan, and you went over into into the realm of comics. I, on the other hand, I am first and foremost a Western comics fan, and then I went over in anime and manga is second nature to me. First nature are American superheroes, and I love pirates. I'm a big fan of pirates. But the point is that you can be forgiven for not knowing not knowing brands as well. I've said this from the beginning. The one thing that separates the mainstream, mainstream is a strong word, but the one thing that mainstream by comic standards, the one thing that separates mainstream comics from mainstream manga is that I know people that know manga every bit as well as I know comics, but they don't. But never at any given time. Hell, if say I have read, say I've been reading Avengers and Captain America, Spider-Man, so on and so forth. If someone asks me who Moon Knight is, and I'm just throwing this out as an example, if someone were to ask me who Moon Knight is, I know enough about him from the Avengers comics that I've seen him in to be able to tell somebody who he is. Versus or Booster Gold from or Guy Gardner from DC Comics versus manga. Just because you know One Piece and My Hero Academia does not mean you know jack diddly shit about Chainsaw Man. Doesn't mean you know anything about JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Doesn't mean you know, and that's what I mean. Like, that is the one thing, before they fucked everything up, that was the one thing that Western comics always had, and arguably still has, but that's not the point. They always had that that their cohesive shared universe, that something that manga and anime never really had to take advantage of.
And you are correct in that sense, because they're two very vast different worlds. I mean, my stepdad, for example, he is pro like comic book, like kind of like you, Bubba, in a sense. If you saw his apartment back in the 90s, you would be floored with what he had. He had like stacks upon stacks of comic books. He has an original poster of the death of Superman in his bedroom with the comic too.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like he sounds like a great guy. Everything you've ever told me about him, he sounds like a really good guy. And that's the thing. That there is that, what a lot of people don't understand is the biggest reason why it hurts so much, that what they've done with the comic industry or with Star Wars, or with even go into other genres and other types of, like Doctor Who or Star Trek or any of that. The reason why this hurts real fans so badly is because no matter how else you decide to look at it, at the end of the day, they decided to take something that we love and completely, irrevocably bastardize it to turn it against us. When these create, and it's not just the other fans, it's the people currently creating it. When they tell me I'm a bigot because I don't think Falcon should be Captain America, Sam Wilson is an incredible character. The man, we're talking about a guy who ran back up to Captain America. We're talking about a guy who was a part of Captain America's team when he wasn't even Captain America anymore. This guy, has fought alongside and become an Avenger on his own. And then they turn around and they decide that they're going to, that him being Falcon isn't good enough. They've decided that he needs to be Captain America. Okay, so I am going to say this, and it's a very unpopular opinion, and even people who agree with me are afraid to hear this. They're afraid to have it said out loud. But I take no qualms with saying Falcon has more white fans than he has black fans. He does not belong solely to black people because they share the same skin color as him. The same goes for Black Panther, for Luke Cage, for Steel from DC Comics, for Vixen, for Static Shock. They don't belong to you just because they look like you. I don't claim, the reason why I claim, these characters, the reason why they're more mine than they are any drive-by, fans, is because I invested time in these characters. I loved these characters. I grew with these characters, seeing their stories unfold, seeing what they would become. My money, my parents' money before that, before I was an adult and had my own adult money, the point is that my money is why these the former creators were able to continue to make these awesome stories. Did they do things that we didn't agree with? Yes. There were plenty of stupid ideas in the stories in the comics, that we didn't like before this. But the difference between then and now is that they did not undo the very essence of these characters. They didn't mess with them on their basic levels. They were still the same character. Did I think it was stupid that in Identity Crisis they killed off Tim Drake's father? Yes, that was retarded. Sorry, I keep saying these gamer words. Anyway, the point is that they it was stupid for them to kill off Tim Drake's father and make him an orphan. He didn't need to be an orphan. The whole point. Now, his mother dying of cancer, that made sense to the story. Yes, it was tragic, but adding a little bit of tragic to a Batman, to a Bat family character's background, that's par for the course. But to kill off his father, the whole point of Tim Drake was that without the tragedy in his background, he was still Robin. The kid, then later the man, he deduced Batman's identity from newspaper clippings and snooping around. He literally, was that type of character. We see him over and over again when he's out in the streets with Batman. Over and over again, he gets his ass thrashed, and primarily and there are times that Bruce questions whether this kid has the grit to stand against the worst of society because he hasn't suffered like the other Bat family. But then, as he continues to fight, despite that suffering in his background, it's that optimism, that hope in him that makes him even more suited than even Dick Grayson, because at the end of the day, Tim Drake sees a life with light. He has a family to go home to every night, and he knows that by going out there every day, he's not just fighting for the families of everyone else, he's fighting for his own. And so then they kill his father off, and he becomes just like the rest of them. He becomes just as reclusive, just as down and sullen, but at the end of the day, he was still Tim Drake. He was still the guy, he was still the kid that is almost as good a detective as Batman, The Question, or Elongated Man. He's still the kid that, that with the least amount of suffering is able to go toe-to-toe with Two-Face, the Penguin, and Killer Croc. But then they turn around, and in more recent history, they decide to change him, and of course it was a joke for them to say he was bisexual. He's not bisexual, he's gay. We will never see him with a girl again as long as this team is still in charge at DC Comics. But even taking that away for a moment, the art is atrocious. But on top of that, when you see Tim Drake standing next to Stephanie Brown and Cassandra Cain, you see him standing next to Spoiler and Orphan, and he looks just as slim and just as tiny as they are. He could easily fit into either of their suits. You contrast that with the 90s and early 2000s. He was still a muscled up small guy. It is absolutely ridiculous. They have changed him on such a dynamic level. He is no longer the character that he was before, and that is why people like me, people like you, that's why we get so angry, and yet they want to call us bigots and homophobes because we don't like the fact that they didn't just, this is ridiculous that he's not Tim Drake anymore.
We could make the same argument. Me and Raccoon, we both can make the same argument with the live action Cowboy Bebop, because we all grew up on Bebop and we loved all the characters. What they fucking did to Ed was really unfucking forgivable. Ed's a woman. Ed stated in the anime and in the manga. Because the old lady was like, "Oh, what a cute boy you are," and Ed looks and it's like, "I'm a girl," and the rest was history. You can make the
and let's not forget in the movie that big burly cross-dresser that thought Ed was a boy, and then when Ed was like, "I'm a girl," and then all of a sudden he's like, "Well, then get out of here, kid. I've got a reputation to maintain." That joke was horrible, but it was fucking funny.
Yes, and it was. And Raccoon can make a case as well. People hate on Naruto for various reasons, and I get it. And believe me, I get it. He's obnoxious, but if you look at his story, like if you take the time to look at his story, all the tragedies he went through, losing his parents when he was a child, and to losing his sensei, you see the character grow and become dramatically different. It is storytelling through it in its finest. Same with like Tim Drake for. I know it's a horrible comparison. I know it's a terrible comparison, but at the same
No,
time,
it's an apt comparison. It is a very that you deserve props for that comparison because these are lighthearted characters that are up against the worst and the deadliest and the strongest and the hardest, the roughest, and you constantly are left as the reader to wonder, can they do this? Do they have the grit that it takes to pull through against somebody? I mean, I remember watching the early Naruto, and you're thinking, how the hell is Naruto supposed to stand up to somebody like Sasuke or Gaara? You know, but yet we see him overcome things, and we see him stand up to these characters that are way grittier, way more powerful than him until his power gets unlocked. But the point is that that is a very good comparison. You think the same. I mean, when Tim Drake is stuck, Batman fighting Bane, and Batman gets tossed off a building or thrown a few blocks, and you're thinking, Batman's coming back, but how the hell is Tim Drake supposed to save civilians and stay alive while Killer Croc or Bane or Clayface are running a rampage? And it's the same basic principle. That is a very good comparison.
And the same thing with what's another good one that could come? And with the black and with the race thing and all that. Look at Yorichi. Look at Afro Samurai. Look at Black Lagoon and Cyborg 009. Those 4 animes, including Gundam as well, if we want to go that far. Everybody's like bitching about like, oh, this is like how they say that these are our characters because they have the same skin color as us. You can make the same argument with that, and it's like, no, we all grew up with these. We love the characters for what they are. We never gave a shit what skin color they were. We did not give a fuck. They had enough presence and story to go along with the character. That's why we love them so much. We grew up with them. And this is coming from all corners of the world. And Raccoon, he can make a solid argument as well. On top of everything. And I have yet to see a counter argument to both of ours. I have yet to see one because we're called racist and bigots because we grew up in that era where we just enjoyed it for the sake of enjoying it, and we appreciate the characters a lot more. Yeah, they are annoying at times, but we stuck through all the bullshit and watched them mature to the legends that they are today. And you could also make the argument with Goku. Yeah, he's overrated. We're not going to ignore that. We actually accept that he is overrated, but he is just that damn good enough to do it. I mean, you could look at Vegeta, you could look at Bulma, Trunks, Gohan of all people. Hell, even Chatsu. You could look at them, and they still are great characters in their own merit. They don't have to join up with Goku just to stand out and everything. They each have their own personality that can help them stand up on their own. Yamcha, as much of a joke character as he is, he still has a solid backstory and is still a pretty decent character through and through. Same with Attack on Titan. Eren Yeager, he may look like a simpleton and a moron for bragging so much, but enough people believed in him enough to lead them to fight the Titans because he believed that strongly in his beliefs. Like, he believed that he wants to slay the Titans. He went through so much shit just to get to that point where he is at in today.
Well, but that's what we were talking about though, about characters earning their place. When they tell us shit like, you know, Amadeus Cho and I forget her name, but Moon Girl, when they tell us characters like that, and we're just supposed to take at face value, oh, they're more intelligent, they're smarter than Bruce Banner or Mr. Fantastic, and I'm like, and I'm looking at this, I'm like, these characters haven't earned the right to say that. These creators that are saying it now have not earned the right to call these characters, more intelligent. They can say it all they want, but it's unbelievable. It's not something that any real fan who's been, even for 20 years, if you have a 25-year-old right now that started watching started watching the Fantastic Four movie, when they were a little kid, and has read 15 years of Fantastic Four comic books, there is no way in hell that's believable to him or her. We'll say that there's no way in hell it's believable to them that Moon Girl is just magically smarter than Reed Richards. She has not earned that for the fans or even in the universe. It's absolutely asinine, ridiculous that they would even say that. She's a small child who, yeah, you know what? She's really smart, and nobody's denying that. But to say that she's smarter than somebody with the experience of Reed Richards, Hank Pym, Bruce Banner, Hank McCoy, to go down, and not just the heroes, but the villains, Dr. Doom, Egghead, MODOK, for the love of God. We're supposed to take at face value that she's just automatically better or smarter than all of these characters. That makes no damn sense at all. Not at the age of 9.
Precisely. I can make a bigger argument, and this one's really gonna kick the hornet's nest, but here it goes. I feel like Ray from the sequel trilogy, I feel like she was a shoehorned character who became a know-it-all. When in comparison to Leia, look at Princess Leia. Let's take Princess Leia for a moment. This wonderful woman, doesn't know her mother, who doesn't know that her father was once Anakin Skywalker, who became the evil Dark Lord, Darth Vader. She doesn't know her parents. She only knew her biological parents, and she was forced to watch her entire planet be destroyed, and she was a princess of Alderaan, and she went to this tireless crusade of leading the rebellion against the Empire.
Well, and she blamed herself for it. She blamed herself for it happening, because if she hadn't been captured in the first place, they would never have had her there. They would have never tried to interrogate her by using her own planet against her. And yet she still held strong. She still didn't tell them what they wanted to know. They tried to drug her, and they drugged her, and she still didn't tell them what they wanted to know. Through the torture, through the pain, everything else. And when she finds out her last ditch attempt, her last hope, brought Obi-Wan Kenobi there. Obi-Wan Kenobi gave his life to get her out of there. That's what people don't, it's the realization is that she, all of her pain comes from the fact that when things got at its most desperate, her and the other heroes persevered, relied on each other when they didn't know each other, relied on each other and got through it. And that's something you don't see in storytelling hardly at all. At what time, if you watch the sequel trilogy, at what time does Rey, Finn, and Poe, just to name the three of them, at what time do they really rely on each other? They're barely in scenes together. They barely know each other. It is completely unbelievable that the three of them are anything more than work acquaintances. And that is a major, major flaw in their storyline. they tried to recreate the original Trinity with Luke, Leia, and Han, and they couldn't do it. And then to seal the deal, they made sure that the original Trinity would never be seen on screen together at the same time, because they wanted us to forget the past. They wanted us to bury it, or watch as they buried it. But the fact of the matter remains that with all of it, Rey, you are absolutely correct. She was shoehorned in, but she could have been a great character. That's the worst part. We weren't mad. We weren't mad because she was a woman. We were mad because she was already just supposed to be accepted as more powerful than Master Yoda and Darth Revan put together.
Yeah, it's just the writing of the characters what we were really pissed off about. I'm pretty sure if you take away the Mary Sutra from Rey and just let her build up on her own, I guarantee that she would have been a great character without all that bad writing bullshit. Finn was perfectly introduced, and I had no qualms with it. But they really fucked the pooch on that one.
Okay, so if just one time, and I mean this because a lot of people clocked out the moment they killed Han Solo, but forgetting that for just a moment, if the first time they ever saw Kylo Ren, if he had won that fight, that would, like I said, if Han Solo had lived, had lived, that would have been great. But say after he kills his own father, say he wipes the floor with them, despite everything. Well, at that time, Luke Skywalker could have showed up and saved them. That would have been doable. But then, but they didn't do that. But say, just for a moment, and I mean this wholeheartedly, say they left everything else exactly the way it was. Say The Force Awakens was the way it was with no changes. So then we move on to the second, we move on to The Last Jedi. If the only thing they change, hell, keep Canto Bite, keep all that horse shit with Finn trying to desert and all that, keep all of that intact. The only thing they really needed to change was Luke Skywalker actually training her, and people would have eat that up. All they had to do is have him, the moment Chewie busted through the door and told him Han was dead, that should have snapped him out of his stupor. He should have understood, I created a monster, I've got to do my part to get rid of this little bastard, but he didn't. And the thing is that the storyline, it was already bad. Like all three movies are objectively terrible. But when you go back and rewatch the first one, it's horrible. Of the sequel trilogy, the Force Awakens is ruined by The Last Jedi. Anything that was redeemable about it is drowned, like an unwanted animal. That's really dark and grim. But the point is that there is nothing redeemable about that trilogy. One, because they didn't have even a rough draft plan in place. They had every intention of letting three different directors do whatever the hell they wanted to do for that trilogy, and they were going to call it a trilogy. That was their first mistake. Their second mistake was allowing an indie no-name director like Rian Johnson, who had only had one semi-hit, that'd be Looper, at that time, come in and handle the biggest franchise in the history of cinema. J.J. Abrams might be the grand poobah of passable, but at least he's got big name. He had a big name resume behind it. Rian Johnson did not. And then to knock out Colin Trevorrow because they, say what you will about Jurassic World. I didn't have any problems with Jurassic World. I thought it did great. But the point is that they knock him out and bring Abrams back because they wanted that they hoped. Then they come out with a movie. See, the fun thing about Rise of Skywalker is that both sides hate that movie. Both sides hate that movie with an ever-loving, burning passion. Nobody likes that movie. That movie is crap to both sides. They, and that should have been Disney's clue to shut the fuck up. That should right there when they had to leave it in theaters for an extra 2 months to crawl its way. The first mainline Star Wars movie, I'm not talking about side movies, the first mainline Star Wars movie to have to scrape, scrounge, beg, and plead to make it to $1 billion. That is that is the most massive red flag of all time. That should have told them that they fucked up. So then they seem like they're listening to us. We get The Mandalorian, we get a few other things. And then the Book of Boba Fett ruins that. Because not only did the Book of Boba Fett should have been Sopranos meets Sopranos meets Die Hard. Like that should have literally, never been a problem. Make him a bad guy, make everybody he's dealing with worse, and just keep it a gangster story. But they didn't do that. They made him a hero. They just had to. They couldn't fucking stand. They make him an outlaw hero on top of that, like some sort of intergalactic Robin Hood. But then, on top of that, he's got these cybernetic Power Ranger knockoffs working for his syndicate. That's ridiculous in and of itself. But then we get to the episode, which is literally just an episode of The Mandalorian. They can pretend otherwise all they want, but he wasn't even in, the Book of Boba Fett had 8 episodes, and 2 of them aren't even Boba Fett episodes. This is ridiculous,
No,
but
it didn't feel like Boba Fett at all.
Yeah, but then when it actually, when everything, push comes to shove, in these 2 episodes, of The Mandalorian, during the Book of Boba Fett, we are shown what everybody should have expected, but I myself was this was the day when I saw this episode, that's when I clocked out. I had absolutely no desire to keep going because with Star Wars, I'm done with anything Disney puts out. I'm not reading the comics. I'm not watching the shows. I don't give a shit anymore because when they showed Luke Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano, of all characters, the 2 of them, the constraints of the original Jedi Order is what ruined their lives. They literally, if it hadn't been for the rigid, narrow-minded, dogmatic constraints of the Jedi Order, Anakin would never have turned to the dark side. And Luke would have grown up with his parents. Ahsoka Tano would have never, she wouldn't have been, she wouldn't have been exiled. But so tell me why the 2 of them are trying to rebuild the Jedi Order the way it was, verbatim. Why they want to live up to the, especially when in the actual canon, the non-Disney canon, the original expanded universe, in that canon, Luke's Jedi Order was arguably stronger by the time it hit its heyday. And he was definitely far more powerful, but that's not the point. The point is that so many people were mad at the prequel trilogy because they didn't like the thought of midichlorians. They thought that the midichlorians, if you're born with a certain amount, that means you can be a Jedi and nobody else can be a Jedi. You have to at least meet that criteria to be a Jedi. But we see in the original expanded universe, that's not true. You can build your midichlorian count through meditation, through building your strength and power in the Force, through the study. And there were many of Luke's Jedi that would never have even been considered by the old Jedi Order, that they became wise, powerful, and very effective Jedi Knights. And the thing is that in Disney canon, that's impossible. In Disney canon, they made, we were supposed to see the Jedi Order returned. We were expecting to at least see 6 or 7 Jedi. Damn, it might have been a small order, but we weren't expecting him to fail one time. He failed in the original canon. Luke failed to bring the Jedi back 3 fucking times, and still got back up and finally did it. And had plenty of them turn to the dark side. Had a bout with the dark side himself. The thing is that this version of Luke Skywalker is such a pathetic embarrassment to anything that George Lucas and his legacy set up. He's not even worth fucking mentioning. There's not anything redeemable about Disney Star Wars anymore. And I say this all the time, it's become my fucking catchphrase. The shit they do right makes the shit they do wrong so much worse. Every time we see, back to Marvel, for every time we see something like Werewolf by Night that they did really good, did it, close enough to the comics, and that they pushed these characters just right, made a nice, compelling movie, and it's proof that had new and old fans absolutely over the moon, and that there is proof. Every time we see, look at what they did in The Mandalorian. Look at season 2 of The Mandalorian, how it ended, and how Luke came in like the freaking Terminator. And it's a good contrast to on Rogue One, when they had Darth Vader mow through all those people, in the rebellion. That's the biggest problem here, is that they did this right. They made it great, and then they turn around and douse us with their stupid version all over again. The things they do right makes everything they do wrong so much worse, because they could be giving us what we want. They could be getting our money. They could be giving us, they could be doing it correctly, but they won't. They refuse to. And Dave's right. There's a lot of it has to do with how little they respect it. But what it really comes down to, and we talked about it last week, we talked about it before, they do not want masculinity, the nuclear family. They don't want hope. They do not want us to have real, genuine hope. They want us to consume and to shut up. And because we refuse to do that, they label us the same things that the worst villains of history have been labeled. They group us in with evil dictators and with people that experimented on human beings and slaughtered or cannibalized them, all because we want our entertainment to give us inspiration and hope. And for that, they cannot be forgiven. There is no redemption from that. Sorry about that. That one got a little dark.
No, you're good. You're good at this. They're doing it again with the prequel trilogy now. They're doing it with the same characters. Because when I saw the Kenobi series, I was like, oh cool, we're actually gonna dive into what Kenobi's been doing all those years. And
they did though. They did. To match Jake Skywalker, they gave us a Bob Kenobi. The level of hopelessness that character has does not resonate with the character at all. It is that they made him every bit as bad. I'll say a little bit better than their version of Luke Skywalker, because at least Kenobi was still fucking willing to do something.
exactly. And they and seeing Hayden Christensen again as Anakin, that was a treat right there. That was a treat. And I feel like I feel like they I think they overdid it with the Vader versus Kenobi fights. I thought the episode 3 and episode 4 were like perfect send offs, but I don't get why now in that whole thing. It made no sense to me at that time. And it's which is terrible because it goes to show that they don't care. They don't want it like with Death Note. I'll go with Death Note. Back in the day, they had the live action ones. Those ones did it a little bit more justice than what Netflix tried to do. And unfortunately, not even William Dafoe, as much as I loved him as Green Goblin and everything, he played a good Ryuk, but that was roughly it out of that whole shit show of a series. It was really
But it comes
bad.
back to what we said: bad writing ruins everything. And that's the thing. Like you said, William Dafoe, him being in it should have bore some sort of weight, should have made it a little bit better, but it didn't. And it's almost, see, like Michael Clark Duncan played Kilowog, my favorite Green Lantern, and by far one of my top 10 favorite characters in the DC Comics universe. And and again, the worst part is that him doing so well as Kilowog, them portraying Kilowog, yeah, the art was kind of weird, but for him the way he looked. But the point is that even him as Kilowog could not save that movie, and he's literally the one who trains the Green Lanterns. The whole, it's, and of course that movie, that was before the woke shit. That was just that was just lousy writing. But and way too much reliance on CGI. That was unbelievable on so many levels. But the point remains is that, again, like you said, that they William Dafoe couldn't save Death Note, and like I said, Michael Clark Duncan couldn't save Green Lantern. None of them could. Ryan Reynolds couldn't save Green Lantern. It just
Hey, Raccoon, what do you think? What's your opinion on all this?
Honestly, like I mean, I like to listen, especially when it comes to like everyone's just like throwing out their views and opinions or whatever. Like I just love to listen to everyone, so that's why I'm like so quiet or whatever. But
Nah, you're good, man. You're good.
But yeah, I totally agree with what Bubba's saying about like like about our entertainment and about like the bullshit that they're trying to do, and also the fact that again, like with the lousy writing, yeah, you can have like the most wonderful actors, most talented, whatever, but that can only do so much, especially when it comes to writing, because writing is like it's the soul that needs to be like done just right. Otherwise, it's gonna be shit. I mean, even at times where there's like actors that are like, yeah, they're like decent or whatever. It'll still like be good as long as the writing is good. But without the good writing, there's just so much that you can only do. And just like with all the recent like movies that went bad or whatever, yeah, the good actors or whatever, I mean, they can only do so much with what they're given or told what they're supposed to do or whatever. So like I can understand that you can't really blame the actor for how they portray like the said character or whatever, and it just goes to show that like there just needs to be more, I guess you could say, like care put into it or whatever for us to even, because again it goes back to like us, we're not a hard group to please. Just give us like something, just anything or whatever. Just at least show us that you at least care about like what you're trying to give us, or you care about the material. at least something, and then we'll either deal with it or we'll accept it or we'll end up loving it. But you really have to like really, really fuck it up to make us hate it.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. As terrible, and I mean terrible, as the and I won't say not terrible. That seems too much. But as bad as the '80s Captain America movies were, for the time they weren't bad. And on top of that, even by today's standards, when we're used to the Captain America that we've seen on screen, you can go back and watch those. Think about the budget. Think about how old these movies are, and you can see what they were going for. You can see how well they actually did, and you can respect it for what they tried to do and the storylines that they told. You know, when they had very little to work with and had to work around like the Flash series, the 90 into 91 Flash series with John Wesley Shipp. They didn't have the right to his villains. They had to make up their own villains to get through that show, but they did a damn good job. It wasn't the show that killed its own rating. What happened is they would air the episodes in weird times after sports events, that kind of thing, and the episodes themselves were not even consistent. You got one episode that's an hour and a half, another episode that's 35 minutes, another episode that's 48 minutes. And I mean, it was just weird. But every episode plays like a short film or a fully feature-length film in some cases. And it is a really good series for what they tried to do. And, that's the thing. Have there been better since? Yes. But there have been things with a much higher budget, with much higher, with much higher tier, not caliber. Because John Wesley Shipp is an incredible actor. But people, measuring how famous he was at the time versus how famous some of the people in our comic book stuff is now, people that were way higher paid and considered a higher caliber have been, they've made shit that couldn't lick couldn't lick that series boost. Like, it is absolutely, everything has to be taken case by case. I keep bringing it up. The Nick Fury movie from 1998 with David Hasselhoff. A lot of people don't know that David Hasselhoff was asked to play that character. He loved those comics when he was a kid. He went and spent $2,000 on, he got a bunch of Nick Fury Howling Commandos, a bunch of the espionage era comics. He went through there, like some of these were high dollar $100 and $200 comics, even in the 90s. And for weeks, all he did was read Nick Fury comic books so that he could get the character down. That is the dedication. We don't see that shit anymore. You don't see. I'm not expecting everybody to do. I'm not expecting everybody to do that. But there is a top 10 graphic novel list. Like I'm talking about. I'm talking. Take Batman for instance. I'm talking Long Halloween. The Hush. All of that. Like Year One. If you go through those, just the 10 highest rated. It wouldn't take him that long to read those, just snapshots of his greatest adventures, and then build your character based off of that. If the directors and the actors would start doing that again, that would fix a lot of the problems we're seeing right now. But they don't. They're just walking in and throwing out they get a Wikipedia file on what the character's supposed to be like, and then they turn around and say, all right, we'll take their basic outline and we'll throw it out and we'll make our own version of it, and to hell with the fans and the source material. Hey, the worst part is this new Blue Beetle movie coming out. The character of Jaime Reyes is a good character. We like this character. But the problem is that, because he succeeded Ted Kord as the Blue Beetle, but he did so in his own right, standing on his own 2 feet, and while still showing respect to the man who was in the uniform before him. And they don't, they're, of course, and yes, I will admit, Jaime Reyes only exists because of, or no, it's the other way around. Miles Morales exists because of Jaime Reyes. They literally, those two characters were, but they were done right. They were done well. Now, Miles has done a lot better in that movie that they did, that they're doing the sequel to now than he was in the comic book. But at least he made sense in the Ultimate, in the side universe that he was a part of. When they tried to move him into 616, and I guess they shoehorned him in there, it's gummed up a lot of things. But moving along from that, this Jaime Reyes based movie would be fine, except Ted Kord doesn't exist in this universe. There's no mention of Dan Garrett, the original Blue Beetle. There's nobody to mentor him, no example to go off of. They are just, and to make matters worse, the villain's last name is Kord. Like, they've literally, and played by Sharon Stone. And I'll tell you, after the Catwoman debacle, Sharon Stone should have known better than to ever step foot in a DC Comics property ever again. But, I'm just saying, she should have fucking known. But regardless, I think they're calling her Victoria Kord or something like that. But as kind of a nod to trying to put that nod to us. But the problem is that this character, this version of him, even if he does great, this doesn't make sense. It's already doomed from the get-go. And on top of that, it's a standalone movie that they've already said isn't going to move forward after its release. There is literally no reason for this movie to exist. And I hope it does good. I hope he does good, because I like that actor. But it is not too much to ask for them. That wind isn't bothering y'all, is it? It's windy out here, and I got my Bluetooth microphone on. But anyway, that's the point. They don't. I mean, it is not too much to ask for them to respect the source material. I'm not asking for Ted Kord to be alive. In the comic books, he had already been dead by the time Jaime Reyes gets the scarab. But I would love to see an old poster and some old footage. He realizes that he's the new Blue Beetle, and he's got somebody to live up to. Dan Garrett was still alive, one of the members of the Justice Society, and he meets him in the comic books. And it bothers me, because it would make sense. And why not have him, this old man who was the original Blue Beetle, why not have him train him or give him pointers? It would be great. Kind of a Finding Forrester meets Rocky Balboa kind of thing. But the point is that he could tell him something. He could give him some insight. But they're trying to move forward with all of this, and that they don't want to be connected or tethered down to the past. But what they don't understand is that by untethering it from the past, they're untethering it from the fans. And because they expect us to still go see this. I know that because every time we don't, they call us bigots.
Yep.
That's the worst part about it, is that they want to use it to attack us, and then when we don't like it, they want to chase us down and attack us again. Or if we don't go see it because they attacked us the first time, or the third time, or the 58th time, then they want to hunt us down and say, well, if y'all had just seen it, it wouldn't have failed. Well, if you would make something worth seeing, we'd go see it.
Precisely.
Disney Plus has the lowest amount of active viewer accounts than it has had since it started. The Mandalorian, their flagship show, the show that arguably is the reason they made the platform, has 50% of its high or of its mid-level, like its consistent viewership, and that means that they're not even at 50% of their highest viewership. They are at 50% of their average viewership in the last several years. This is a problem, but it's a problem they refuse to fix. They could fix it. A few little things could fix it. Like we all keep saying, we are not hard to please. But if they would just turn around, change a few story points, and tell us this no longer exists inside of this canon, the money would start coming back in. Especially if moving forward, look at what happened with Star Trek Picard. These people have been under the thumb of the bigwigs that have been running Star Trek for the last decade, and when they finally had to admit what a failure Discovery was, and Picard, through 2 seasons of horse shit, because again, the shit they do right makes everything. Picard though, that seems like the type of series that that the future's all wrong, and they should be going back in the past to try to fix, but they're not doing that. That's the whole premise and world that Picard lives in is not Star Trek. That is not anything even remotely resembling real Star Trek. I like the show overall. It's not a bad show. My problem is that despite it not being a bad show, it's not. I cannot accept it. I cannot accept it as part of the canon timeline. It's a nice it's a nice what if or Elseworld story, to put it in comic book terminology, but that is not Star Trek, and or not mainline Star Trek anyway. And so then the creators of the show, the guys on the ground floor that are actually making the show, they realize they've got a problem. So they go out of their way to find some of their biggest critics on YouTube, on Twitch, everywhere, and they submit the show to them for private screening. And they tell them, we never wanted to make it woke. We thought what we were doing lived up to the hype. And these guys came out and told us the truth, despite how much, a lot of us, kicked them in the teeth for admitting it was good. And they stood by their guns. And now that many of us are watching it, turns out it actually was pretty good, because they course corrected and they put in the work to earn back fans. They're not going to earn us all back, but they are going to earn a few of us back. And they are going to make new fans, I'm confident, because of this. But nobody wants to put in that kind of work, hardly. Like, the few that do have paid off. That's look at Ghostbusters. Look at Sonic. When look at the Michael Bay Ninja Turtles. They were going to change their entire storyline. They were going to make them aliens. And when online pushback told them hell no, they're like, okay, hell no, and they made the Ninja Turtles the way they're supposed to be made. And it pisses me off to no end, because there are prime examples of recent history of them giving fans what they want and it paying off. And so I don't understand why they keep trying to divert like this. It does not make any sense at all. Oh, what's up, Fatal?
Oh, man.
Yeah. What's up,
Yeah,
Fatal?
I was gonna say, like, I definitely agree, especially going back with the whole Sonic thing, especially when the first trailer came out. Oh my God, that nightmare fuel. And yeah, they corrected that, listened, delayed the movie, made some changes, and look what happened. the movie made money, and it was a good movie. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the second one, and I'm actually pretty excited for the third one whenever it comes out. I'm just waiting for the trailer.
I'm in the same boat. It's like they can course correct, but the refusal to do so with like the other shows, it goes to show like how hard they believe this, and they really hate us because they don't want to admit that we are right. The last thing that they want to do is admit that we are right. They don't want that because it's like, oh no, you gotta believe our way of how we produce it, and don't listen to those people over there. And that's why they throw the words at us, is because they try to discredit us because we have the logistics of making a very good argument and saying, hey, wait a minute, there's something wrong with the character. This is not the character that all of us grew up in. You're doing this wrong, or that's not the story of the character. It's like, oh no, this is how we're doing it. You can fuck off now. We're pandering to this crowd now. You guys go away. It's that mentality that pisses me off the most, because you're driving away the fans that are willing to go and see the movie or show or buy that comic, or in some cases the game. But the minute you roundhouse kick us in the face with all this bullshit, congratulations, we moved on to something else that will treat us better. And then they go on these little tirades in the articles and all these fucking news sites like, oh, it's because if our movie failed because of this, that, and the other, when they failed to admit that it was their own damn fault, and they just want to use us fans as a scapegoat to make us look even worse, when in fact it's the exact opposite. They don't want to admit that they were wrong and we were right. They want to keep pushing that narrative as hard as they humanly can to a very tiny molecule of audience, like the 1% audience that they're pandering to out of the 99% that want to go see it. Because these people, the people that they're pandering to, they don't watch it. They don't. They look at us and they just, because they are what I call bandwagon hoppers. They
Or tourists.
they jump on the thing that they hate the most, which is like the nuclear family, the toxic masculinity, and all that shit. They look at Superman and all the handsome looking characters, and it's like, oh my god, this is masculinity and all that horse shit. And it's like, hey, wait a minute, we can make a profit off of battling the masculinity and embrace the darker points of the feminists. That's what it all pertains. It's like, oh, you guys represent everything we hate. How dare you have a voice? We wanted to have it our way. That's what they were trying to do, but with all the pushback that's been happening in the last 4 or 5 years, they are failing miserably, and the money shows. Look at and David is correct and Bubba is correct. They're now reporting the losses now, because it is unheard of a major corporation like Disney, like Warner Brothers, Lucasfilm, to come out and report on the losses. It back in the day, that was really unheard of, because back in the day there was not that the fandom wasn't that divided like it is now. And that's what's so scary about the situation. That should be scaring the piss out of these people. But no, they are that hell bent on destroying every little bit of thing that we hold on to, because they don't want us to have an escapism. They want to push that, they want to drive that thing home to us that we are horrible people for what we look like, for how we act and everything. And there is no escapism, no matter what we do. And they will find a way to do it. They will find a way to make us make us to insult the fans even worse. And
Well,
they
and
do it.
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And it's like the first time they insult us, it's like, oh, this movie isn't made for you. Like with that crappy Charlie's Angels movie, they were shitting on the entire fans. And then when that flopped, it's like, well, they didn't watch because X amount of people didn't watch it. The whole 180 turnaround is complete bullshit, and they just can't outright admit that it was their fault to begin with. They have to use us, the fans, as scapegoats to make themselves feel better, and it's a sad reality to live in for them. They will never, ever admit we were right. They will never admit that. They rather see us die.
Well, the problem is there are the few zealots that truly believe that. Then there are the ones that believe because they're being paid by the true zealots. But then there are the others that are afraid not to believe what the people being paid are saying, so they pretend to believe it. But at the end of the day, I like to believe, and I might be giving them too much credit. This might be my own ignorance or naivety, but I like to believe there were a handful on the ground level that truly believed if we do this, we'll get a new audience, we'll get new money, and that's how we'll move forward. But that's not the case. And in the past, if their ideas failed, they reverted, they backed down. This is the first time in pop culture history that bad ideas are being pushed even further. Back when they decided to change Peter Parker out for Ben Reilly, the fans were not okay with it. But not just because they didn't like Ben. They liked Ben Reilly, but he was no Peter Parker. When they changed, when they decided to make Eric Masterson Thor, the fans were not okay with that. So they rearranged a few things and gave Thor a path back to being the hero of Earth. And then then Eric Masterson became Thunderstrike. They realized that the Scarlet Spider, that Thunderstrike, that as side characters or even as characters alternate, characters, like they have their own storylines, their own comic books. They realized that these characters had an audience, and they were a good audience, a strong audience. But the main audience did not want them to replace these heroes, because never at any given time did they ever replace these heroes in a legitimate, I'm passing the torch down kind of way. It was always through some trick, through some, they died in a fire explosion and we're never going to see him again, or that was really him the whole time, and the guy you thought, in Spider-Man's case, that was, half of what you think you've seen was really Ben Reilly, not Peter Parker, and I mean, and it was because they tried these dishonest attempts on the audience that the audience had such backlash. People did not freak out or get mad when Hal Jordan and Barry Allen became Green Lantern and the Flash. First off, back then they were making, they had them differentiated between Earth 1 and Earth 2, but even after the Crisis on Infinite Earths, when they brought them into the same world and had the Justice Society kind of take a second, take a step back. And, these guys were half retired, but they still showed up when the time came. There were plenty of times when, like when Kyle Rayner in the 90s, when he became the Green Lantern, Alan Scott, the original Green Lantern, trained him, helped him, and he's not even a Green Lantern Corps Lantern. But it was that respect to the past that made people not hate. Yeah, there were some fans that did not like Kyle Rayner or how he became a Lantern. They didn't like Ganthet being depressed and just like seeing the first human he found and you'll do. That was stupid. They could have done it better, fixed it, and made people love Kyle Rayner as the Green Lantern. They made him into a good, viable character that people enjoyed. And that, Barry Allen, seemingly dying in Crisis on Infinite Earth, when they made Wally West the Flash, they had Jay Garrick work with him, train him, help him. They had him guide him. And when he's with the Justice League, they have the other heroes that were used to working with Barry. They have them, well, Barry would have done this, but maybe perhaps you've got a better way to do it. And it was a give and take. There were times that he would take their advice and do what Barry would have done. There were times that he would say, well, that worked for Barry, but it's not going to work for me. It was a respect to the source material that came before it. And that is what they're missing from all of this stuff. These reskinned, the characters, when they take Iceman and, they make him gay after 50 plus years of being a straight, Playboy style character. And then all of a sudden they're like, no, I'm gay, well, that doesn't really make sense. And if you try to say that doesn't make sense, the Wokies go insane. But then, Wolverine killing him off was an odd choice, but it was something that they should have stuck by. They killed Alfred off in the Batman comic books, and how they did it, I hated who did it, but at the end of the day, they stuck by it, and that was the right move. Even when we are willing to admit what little they're still doing right is done right, even when it's something done right as a course correction to something they've done wrong, every time we make any admission, okay, they did this right, they're like, well, see, it's just as good and bad as it's ever been. You're just being a bigot. You just don't want to see black and brown people in your comics. You just don't want to see gay people on TV. You just don't want to, and that's not the case. It's that not everybody is going to be gay. Mathematically speaking, and I mean this wholeheartedly, mathematically speaking, there are more gay superheroes in DC and Marvel than there, ratio-wise, than there are gay people in the population on Earth. They're, mathematically speaking, only, we're talking 3% of the overall Earth's population, yet 20% of the superheroes seem to be some form of LGBT plus. That makes no sense. Their go-to now. Well, what if Superman was evil? What if these characters were all black or gay? And that's what they're going to. And if you have a complaint about it, you're a bigot, and we don't want you here anymore. There's no room for you anymore. And look at what happened to Gary Gygax Jr. when he called out the bullshit they were doing with Dungeons and Dragons. The community that his father created turned on him and tried to have him canceled across the board. He is not invited to the conventions and shit that they do now because he disagreed with the direction they took it. But then turn around and look at Hasbro, who owns Wizards of the Coast. Hasbro is losing money and having to lay off staff, both because of the terrible shit that Disney has done with Star Wars and Marvel. Likewise, all of the terrible shit that they've done with Dungeons and Dragons. Sony, all the good shit that they've done with Spider-Man, they ruin it every time they fuck up another, every time they attack another JRPG. Every time Funimation and Crunchyroll, which is owned by Sony, every time they insert their politics into the voice, dubbing and all of that. So, yeah, they might be doing good with Spider-Man, but that is the only thing they're doing good with. they're ruining the other things that are trying to ruin the other things that we love. These corporations, you would think, would be tired of losing money. That's what this all comes down to, is that if they gave the fans, the real fans, the fans that have followed for years, and the children of those fans that are most likely going to believe what their parents believe, if they would give us what we want, they would make more money. I don't know about you guys, but if I knew, I knew that if I did, if I worked a certain way, did a certain job, and did it correctly, did it right, the best of my abilities, and I knew it was a steady paycheck, and, but something comes along that, that they promise that, it's a gig thing instead of a steady paycheck, but I might try it, but if it fails, I'm going back to the steady paycheck. I'm not going to continue to fail gig after gig and end up bankrupt because of it. They don't, but that would require them to put in work to maintain their steady money, and all they see are the immediate dollar signs. And if your dollars don't have any longevity, if your income has no longevity, you're going to fail. You're going to tank eventually. It's going to happen. And we are just now, between what's going on with Warner Brothers, but then, and I'll tell you, old James Gunn, I still don't trust him, but it's a start. Him saying, we're not going to, we're not giving you Henry Cavill, but we are going to keep Superman as seemingly. Again, the proof is in the pudding, and when they finally reveal that movie, we'll see how truthful he's being. But right now, he's saying the right words, and he's pissing off the right people. So I'm willing to stop, listen, and give him a chance. But that's where I'm at anyway. I'm gonna let somebody else talk. I didn't mean to keep going.
It's the same thing with the Resident Evil remakes. Me, I've bought the first Resident Evil remake on GameCube. Then I bought Resident Evil Remake 2. And I liked Resident Evil 2 Remake, which was great. And then, so a lot of games have been getting remade lately. And Resident Evil is one of the big ones. Now, there's been a lot of talk about Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 has had a lot of shit cut. A lot of shit changed. And quite honestly, I don't know if I want to play it. There's so much going on with the Resident Evil franchise that has made me shy away from it. I wasn't much of a fan of how, don't get me wrong, it was nice and creepy and cool. It just didn't feel like a Resident Evil game to me. Resident Evil 7. It's a fun and great game. It just doesn't feel like a Resident Evil game. But at the same time, things have changed quite a bit in gaming lately, and I don't know if it's for the better. I don't know. I don't think I've bought a new game since Cyberpunk 2077. I think that was my most recent game that's been put out that I bought, and it's been out for a couple years now. So, and Cyberpunk 2077 was good. I liked it. It was a great game for all the problems that it had on opening day when I got it. For all the problems that I had with it, I thought the game was a masterpiece. I loved everything about it. Now,
because you saw the spirit and the heart they put into it.
Yeah, exactly.
But to amplify your point, and then I'll let you keep going. But to amplify your point, we work to provide for our families and for ourselves, and our money is finite. Our money is hard to come by, and it takes a lot for guys like you and me to decide what we're going to spend our money on. And if they don't prove to us that it's worth our time and our money, because our time is our money, it's hard to buy. It's really hard for us to buy that shit.
The thing is for us to want to promote something, and by promoting, I mean Yeah, a lot of times people are saying money is not an endorsement. Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. For me, if I'm going to support something with my money, it is an endorsement. Um, like for instance, how you guys have known, what is it, Infinity Arc? They've been, I think what they're called. They're doing the Constancy Roa anime that they're doing, very classic style anime. You've probably heard me and Mad Matt talk about it. Well, they've got some beautiful stuff coming out. I put in money to it because not only because one of my favorite vocalists is going to be voice acting in it, but because I generally believe that it's a project we're supporting. We've got sexy, beautiful, classic anime style girls, like from the '90s, right? Like Voltage Fighter Gaokaiser style. You know, you got beautiful anime women. Then you have, of course, you've got Sophia doing the English dub and singing for it, which is hello, a huge plus. That's in fact her posting it on Facebook is how I found out about it. So so when they're providing fan service on that kind of level, it really makes you want to and by the way, fan service does not limit it to sexy poses or anything like that. Fan service is what literally means service to the fans. So for me, I'm a big fan of Season of Ghosts and Sophia. They're putting she's going to be doing the voice of Freya. Of course I'm going to support it. That's fan service to me. And then on top of which
Yep.
you have and then if on top of which they're mentioning sexy anime girls, like very 90s style anime, me being an old school anime fan like everybody else here, I love that. That's fan service to me. So support Infinity Arc for those out there. Support Infinity Arc, support Constancy Roa. Check it out. Check out the campaign that they have going. I believe on Indiegogo. I'm not for certain on what it is. If it's Indiegogo or something else. But support their campaign. Make a few purchases. Get the perks. Buy the DVDs. They will ship it to or Blu-ray. They will. If you'll probably end up getting one. So just do that. Support them. It's the same thing that there's a Twitter artist I like out there. He draws very cute anime girls all the time. Very cute, like they're all hand drawn, very simple. I cannot for the life of me tell you what his name is, but if you're on my Twitter or System Crash, occasionally you'll see me retweet or like some of his stuff. But he hand draws the Shoujo Ramune girls in cute, in cute outfits. Nothing NSFW unless he DMs it to you.
It's not McAnee, is it?
Huh?
Is it McAnee?
No. Like this guy is like straight up from Japan. Japanese names. I've chatted with him in DMs a couple times. He'll send me his hand-drawn NSFW stuff as a thank you to me for, retweeting his stuff because I'm like, you need to follow this artist. You need to follow this. This is your weekly reminder to follow this artist. Because
post him in the DM group and I can follow him.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that in a little bit. One second.
Just post one of his pictures or something in there, and I can click on that, and I can follow him from the link. But yeah,
I'll send it to you in like maybe I'll probably put it in the anime table DM because I don't know.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I said, this guy he draws a lot of lolly stuff, but it's so cute, and you're just like, this is so adorable. It's all hand drawn. It kind of looks like crayon, but at the same time, it's masterfully done. So, and he, it's very, it's simple. It has its impact. It's cute. It catches the eye. And I'm just like, you know what? Let's go here. It's not like the AI art bullshit that we see. Don't get me wrong. I like looking at it. It's great to look at. But at the same time, there's no talent behind it. But so that's why
speaking of supporting with money though, have you heard of a game called Trinity Trigger that's about to come out?
Trinity Trigger. Why does that sound familiar?
Okay, so it's a JRPG game made in the kind of an old school style, like a cross between the Mana games and Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. It's a real time beat 'em up, but you play the three main characters. If you're playing solo, the other two characters are on autopilot, and you rotate which character you play as, kind of like in Marvel Ultimate Alliance, that kind of thing. If you are, but if you've got other friends, it's got local couch co-op, and you can play 3 players at a time. It's like everything about this game is. Oh, and 2 of the lead designers on the game worked on Chrono Cross back in the day.
Oh yes.
Yeah. This game, I've got it on pre-order at GameStop. I've been paying on it little by little, and hopefully by the time it comes out, I've already got it paid for. But that's about the only way I can get new games nowadays. But yeah, Trinity Trigger.
Trinity Trigger. Is it for any console, or what is it for? Or
it's up for all 3 of the major ones: Switch, Xbox, and PlayStation.
Xbox. I wonder if it'll be on Steam too. But I'll probably check it out on Xbox.
Oh yeah. It's supposed to be on Steam and PC as well. It says PC, so that's Steam. But yeah, it is supposed to be on PC.
All right, cool. I'll check that out. Go ahead and post that up in the. I'll post up the artist in the anime room, and you can do the same thing with Trinity Trigger.
Speaking of which,
it's a deal.
Speaking of which, Raccoon, you're playing RE4, aren't you?
Yeah.
Is it good?
What can you reveal? What can you reveal? What can you?
Well, first of all, before I say anything or whatever, you guys have played the original, right? The original RE4, at least.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, basically, because at first my head was going to okay, I didn't want to do any spoilers, but it's hello, it's a remake of an old fucking game. Never forget about that. But basically, coming from a fan, because I grew up on Resident Evil. That was a series that I really fell in love with as a kid, especially the first game or whatever, and I've been playing them ever since. I mean, I missed a few of them, some side stuff, the gun games or whatever, obviously. But when it comes to Resident Evil 4, I would have to say this: for me as a avid Resident Evil fan, I actually am enjoying it. I really do like the remake. They basically took whatever they learned over the past 2 remakes they did, like Resident Evil 3, which I still believe they did us dirty on that one.
Yep.
They took all that and basically matched it together. So it's like a balance and some updates or whatever, a balanced mix. It's the graphics are good, obviously, but when it comes to the cut content, yeah, I can understand where obviously some people are even me, I will because I was one of the first people, or one of them, that got pissed when they cut out a large portion of Resident Evil 3. Hence why I say they did us dirty on that one, and just a few others on Twitter and everything that talk about the same points of what pissed us off with that one. We're still waiting if they even decide to give us a director's cut, if you will, which is money on the table for them if they decide to do that, which they should, because it would kind of set things right a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. They did cut a few things, some key, well, not really some key moments or whatever, but some of the levels got cut down a little bit. They kind of condensed it in a way, just like with the story. Some of the characters, they have more fleshed out. I guess you could say a arc or whatever in a way that kind of makes it more sense. The character Luis, you actually get to see a little bit more of him, and his back and forth with Ada and stuff like that, so you understand a little bit more clearer about what he was doing. Because if you remember in the original, you didn't really see much of what he was doing, but you had the feeling that he was up to something. So basically, the game it fleshed him out a little bit, but he still got pushed to the side. It would have been nice to see a little bit more of Luis. Like some of the costumes, they of course did not bring back, unfortunately. There's no mercenaries mode, unfortunately. Hopefully, it comes out as DLC. Hopefully, which I'm hoping, because if they want money, okay, fine, go ahead, do that as DLC.
Well, of course, it's going to be a DLC. They need to make their money somehow. They always have to make an incomplete game.
Not only that, like hell, I'll even go on record right here that like what I usually tell like my friends when it comes to like some of the games that I love to play or whatever. If they want to make extra money, okay, go ahead, do like custom costume bundles or whatever. Go ahead, just go ahead, do that. That's like one of the easiest ways to get my money, especially when it comes to like any game where I can customize my character. That's the easiest way to get my money.
Okay. Hey, listen, you're gonna love this. Resonance of Fate. If you got a PlayStation 4.
I got a PlayStation, and I think I was looking at that game too, but.
Now, I shit you not, it's a fun game. I've played it. I'm still playing it right now. I've 100%ed it when I got it on 360. But and I showed it to Anime Night. He thought it was cool. But yeah, like your characters. I mean, the only thing about your customization of characters are the outfits. Like you get to pick what color contacts in their eyes. You can have them have heterochromia or whatever it's called. Like, so 2 different color eyes. You can change their hair color. So, like, you can switch it between like 4 to 5 different colors. You can change their outfit. You can have them wear costumes, like the piggy or panda sets, or the Christmas reindeer sets. You can dress them up for Halloween. You can dress, like you can make Leanne sexier by you can, there's a lot of things you can do with your characters in Resonance of Fate. You can give them glasses, you can change their gun holsters, you can change, you can make them to look however you want them to look, so you can lose Vacheron and Zephyr's coat. Leanne doesn't have to wear the dress, she can wear a skirt. There's like those kind of game customizations are like, I like that because it allows you to give your characters the kind of it allows you to give your character some personality, personality, and it's the same reason why I like Fallout games. It's the same reason why I like, especially Fallout 4. I love that game. The game is amazing. It's the same reason why I liked some of the Final Fantasy 14. I didn't play all that much. I really didn't. But I loved making my character. Every now and again I'd see Angry Raccoon. He'd play the Black Desert.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always wanted to get into that game, but I just cannot get into it. I don't know what it is about MMOs. I cannot get into MMOs.
Yeah, I can't really blame you, honestly, because like I put so much time into that damn game. So like there's not really, I mean, when I want to say that there's not much else I can do, when in fact like that game has like so much put into it, like the jobs, the fucking world itself, the lore. Of course that doesn't really matter, honestly, because it's just like background shit.
The problem I'm having with these MMO games is that it's almost impossible to maintain a good, IRL game life balance, because these games, like, it's not like, okay, Anime Night will agree with me on that.
They consume your life. You can say it. They consume you either fall behind or that's all you do. You don't read comics. You don't watch television shows. You don't go anywhere else. You go to work, you play the game, and you sleep. That's it.
A second job, pretty much.
The problem is like when it comes to like, I want to be able to play for like 2-3 hours, hit pause every now and again. I'm just too busy in my daily life to even consider it. I play an MMO.
That's precisely why I don't do MMOs. You and I are in the same boat in that. because it's I don't even have internet at my apartment. Like I go over to my sister's house or to the library or whatever if I need to download something or whatever, like update my systems. I got my Vanguard game screen, and I'll just take my system to wherever I got the internet at, and and do what needs to be done. But the thing is that you're right. It absolutely tanks any time you would have that. But if you look at it, even these streamers that stream this stuff, they maybe have 3 games that they'll play. One that they always play, one that they play once in a while, and one that they play every once in a while when they get bored of the other 2. That's and then a new game will come out, and some of them will move on, some of them won't. But it does consume absolutely everything. But back to a previous point, real quick. Y'all talking about the DLCs and everything. Take Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild for instance. That game was complete without that DLC. Take Darksiders 3. That was a complete game without the DLC. The DLC provided extra. The DLC provided extra. The DLC did not complete the game. And that's the way DLC is supposed to be. You're not, I mean, and that's the problem. They, like you said, a lot of these game companies keep wanting to push out incomplete games, and I get it. Everything might not be working great on day one. If they got to put out a patch, they got to put out a patch. But they should never have released an incomplete game. They should never be in the case where you got to pay more to get to finish the game. And especially y'all are talking about remakes of old games. Everything that was in that old game should already be in the baseline game for the new version. Hell, the old DLC should be in the baseline version of the new version, and then moving forward, they can give you more. But yeah, no,
that's what they did with Persona 5 Royal.
I'll make a further point. Look at Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. That game was already complete, except with the 2 bonus levels. But they added to that game, and I feel it's still complete. Even if you took away those 2 bonus levels, because I feel like they are bonus levels, the game was still complete. It was all 3 games on one disc. Crash Team Racing Nitro Fuel. That was like the entire base of the game, ground up from with all the assets. They made all the DLC in the form of the carts, like all the stuff and everything. The Grand Prix. There we go. The Grand Prix was an added bonus to that, with all the Nitro Kart tracks and everything. That was an added bonus with that, and I thought that was a great idea to bring everybody from the roster that didn't make the full day one onto the game at a later time as like available characters. Because in the original CTR, all you had was like the main characters, and you unlocked the bosses through the gem races. They still kept that. But then the new characters came out, like from Komodo Mo all the way to Lab Assistant, to even a crate, like the crate that you break in the original game, down to the wire. Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, was a complete game. It was a complete game from start to finish. Spiral Reignited Trilogy, same thing. Crash Team Rumble, it's coming out like as a thing with the battle pass and everything. As much as I feel like battle passes are like the most cheap form of entertainment, but at least it's still in the game to a degree.
But yeah, no, like what Geek Hero was saying about like all that previous content, like the previous deal, like the previous content that came in with the game, and then they do that in Persona. They do that in Persona 5 Royal. Because I played Persona 5 and I bought the majority of the DLC stuff for it, right? And and when Persona 5 Royal came out, I went ahead and bought that game, and then I was like, oh man, I hope I don't have to buy everything again. And it says everything that you purchased from Persona 5 will be transferred over to your Persona 5 Royal data. And I'm sitting there going, sweet. So that was really nice of them to do that. Another thing that happens with complete games, and I don't know why Square Enix does this and Squaresoft do this, because they have been guilty of this for over 20 years. And they did it initially with Final Fantasy X-2, which they made the sequel game, and a lot of people hated it. I liked it. I was like, good, it's done, it's over with, we don't need nothing else. Well, then they released the novella, and then they released the Final Fantasy X 10-2 HD remaster, which left, and we all know this because I've talked about it, which left the 30-minute audio drama Will, which is actually the sequel to Final Fantasy X-2, and the novella of Final Fantasy X 2.5 actually takes place between the good ending and the perfect ending on Final Fantasy X-2. Now, if you don't understand the story, that's okay. I can draw out the map. I can draw out the timeline for you with a fucking on later. But it was a complete game. We didn't need all of this. Now we have all of this, and I'm like, well, okay, the novella I can live with. But why do we have to have the audio drama where all of a sudden Sin comes back and everything else is coming back? Which, believe it or not, don't get me wrong, listening to the audio drama, I was on the edge of my seat. I loved it. Here's the problem. It means I want more, but I'm probably never going to get more. I'd love to see a Final Fantasy X-3. I'd love to see if my predictions are correct. I'd love to see all of that, but the problem is that we don't really need all of that. We were good at X-2. In fact, we were even good before X-2. We didn't even need X-2. Final Fantasy X was a good story on its own. And even now we'll go to the opposite of that, where the game will forever remain incomplete. Final Fantasy 15. Final Fantasy 15 is a good idea why you should never, ever, ever release incomplete games. Because Final Fantasy 15, for as much as I loved the world, there was not much to the world. It's not like Fallout.
Final Fantasy 15. Y'all remember, hey dude, where's my car? Every time they say, well, we've released this, we're releasing that on Final Fantasy 15, all I can think is, and then?
Exactly. Like, don't get me wrong, I always thought the DLCs for Final Fantasy were amazing. In Assassin's Creed, you had Arden make an appearance. In Final Fantasy 15, you had the Assassins Festival that was promoting Assassin's Creed. That shit was cool.
Yeah, that event was fun.
Yes, you had all of this cool shit that was going on. You had the Moogle Festival that was a very short, limited time event, and that was awesome as well. But a lot of these were very short events that you had to go to play when they were coming out. Now, this game will forever be. I liked that they added. Places to where you can pick up documents and read documents about certain places on the map. Then you can pick up the Omega files and all sorts of stuff like a dossier sort of deal, like a dossier collection sort of deal throughout. And I collected them all because I wanted to know more about it. Here's the problem with Final Fantasy 15 that basically suffered a lot like Final Fantasy 10 did in most respects. In Final Fantasy X, you got to explore a majority of Spira, and you got to understand the world of Spira. Even though it was the tip of the iceberg, you got to understand a lot of it. But when you look at the world map, there's so many places in Spira that are non-explorable, which is okay because it's a very linear game. Final Fantasy 15 is a more open world game, but there's the majority of the world is non-explorable because you have literally Niflheim, which are literally, for the most part, you are on a train through the entire continent, and then you have, and then of course with Accordo, you're only limited to driving around a boat, fishing in the ocean, which is cool. I like how they added that. And you're stuck, and you're just stuck in the city of Accordo. I can't remember what the city's called, but it's very Venetian like. And then of course you have the rest of you have Insomnia, but then you have the rest of I can't remember what it's called, Lucius. So you have all these continents that you can explore, but there is even more stuff on the continents. Like I had to when you play the Arden DLC, you'll get a chance to interact with a little map, and then it will kind of explain all like the regions of the world. There are regions on the world map that they will give explanations to, but you don't even get to see. There are places where I had to mod my game so I can go outside the world map just to see and be like, ooh, what's this? What's this? What's this? Right? So you have all of that. And then when you're on the train heading for Niflheim, right there before you, it's right there before, it's right there after Ignatz is blind, but it's before you have to go into this, before you have to go into do a little dungeon crawling to get one of the royal weapons. You can actually look around. You're on top of this big ass bridge, and you can actually look around, and you can kind of see a city off in the distance, and you can see ruins off in the distance. And I'm like, what's this? What is this? Where are we? What is this right here? It's just pixels that you see, and I'm just like, but there's something. This is interesting to me. What is this? Why can't I go down there? I actually have to take pictures and give commentary on my stream about it because I'm like, I want to know what this is. Why can't we see more about this? Why can't we explore more of this of the world here? That was one of the biggest downfalls for me for Final Fantasy 15. One of the big downfalls was, like I said, it was incomplete. They didn't even finish releasing all of the DLCs because I believe the director of Final Fantasy 15 left Square Enix. So you have all of that. Final Fantasy 15, as I loved the game, I thought it was a great game, but it had major flaws that you just can't recover from that because they did not release the Freya DLC. That would have given Freya a bit more. They were supposed to release an Aranea DLC. That never happened. And then they tried doing something with Final Fantasy 15 Comrades. It was a cool concept. It was a neat idea, but it flopped. It just flopped because you didn't get the freedom that the original game gave you. So, yeah, there's that, and I'm done talking.
Oh, well, but with Square Enix, they're doing a lot of shit that's pissing me off right now. Like, they keep doubling down on their secondary, their Western releases. These other studios that they acquired, and then they turn around and they after that. They've got this whole backlog, this whole library of stuff that has never been released in the United States or even in the West, like stuff that was never released in Britain or Canada at all, and that's the thing. So both North America and Europe, most of us, if they would just localize and release stuff that, just go back to their 30-year backlog and just start releasing stuff, both from Enixware and Squaresoft. Like, just go back and release stuff, in English. Most of us would be hemorrhaging money for them. That's.
This is why a lot of games that this is why a need for English patched ISOs on emulators has become so popular. This is why I've downloaded. I cannot tell you how many Japanese games I've downloaded English patched for my PS2 emulator on my computer. I've downloaded I've downloaded I've downloaded the original. I downloaded the Japanese release of Xenosaga Episode 3 and what they did was that they took the original game and they took the audio from the American release and they put the audio into the Japanese version of the game, and that was it. That like they took the cutscenes from the Japanese version and just put it on the English version. That's literally what they did. It's pretty cool. I also picked up there's a dating sim game called Amagami, and if you're familiar with the anime Amagami SS, that's literally what the game is. So with all the different arcs, and it's the harem roots, and you got all the older girls, all the younger girls that you can date. That was a PS2 release. They English patched it, and I was like, awesome, give it to me. They English patched a lot of these games for the PlayStation 2 and the PlayStation 1. And I'm like, I want this. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play this. This is awesome. We're gonna do this. And so ISOs, like English patched ISOs, are coming out. And yes, I agree with the backlogs if they would just release them. But this is where they also got into a problem. A lot of times, Square Enix has gotten into problems with their Western companies, but Square Enix has also gotten in trouble with some of their games that they've decided to put money behind. They thought were good concepts, but in reality they're just trash. Mindjack, for one. Mindjack was a great concept. It was cool, but the sheer amount of difficulty for this game, it was almost unplayable for me because I'm just like, wow, I don't know how I could do this. I might actually play it again, get it again, just so I can, play it and go through it, and because it's a rare game, but at the same time, it was just a tough game to get through. But there's a lot of games out there. There's a lot of games out there that, like, Square Enix just, like, they put out, it flops, but they just kind of sweep it under the rug because, oh, we've got other titles here. But I like Life is Strange, 1, which was pretty decent when I first played it. I played it long before I met you guys, and I thought it was a great game. I liked it. I was like, wow, Square Enix is distributing it, huh? So that's pretty neat. And I think that's how Square Enix started getting into the English games, because Life is Strange 1 was an immensely popular game. Life is Strange 1 and 2 were extremely popular games. Like, they sold very well. That's why they're doubling down on their Western companies. But here's the thing: Western companies are literally pissing on their fans.
Well, and that's the thing. Take the worst part is that take Guardians of the Galaxy. That was technically a success. It made more than they spent on it. The marketing was decent, not great, but decent. They made money on that game, but because it didn't make what they wanted it to make, and because it didn't make up for the losses on Avengers, they're considering it a failure. Avengers failed miserably, but Guardians of the Galaxy is not a failure, but they see it as a failure, and that's irritating me in and of itself. But another thing, take this. So not Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest X is the only one I don't have, and the reason I don't have it is because it's an online MMO. It's not only an online MMO; it is an online MMO that was only released in Asia. You have to have a proxy server with an Asian URL to be able to play it. Like, the West can't even honestly just get up and play it, and it's that's a pain in the ass in and of itself, especially when you have all the other Dragon Quest games and a bunch of the side games. But then what irritated me more than that was that they released when they did that big tribute to the when they had that big, it was last year, and it was aired over here. It was aired in the middle of the night, but I watched it live, and they had they had all the new stuff, and they dropped the teaser for Dragon Quest 12. I mean, just all sorts of stuff, and I watched that. They announced that they were releasing a non-online, like just the basic storyline of Dragon Quest X, and it's really cool because it looks kind of chibi looking, like you know. But I don't care about that. I've played plenty of them that look chibi looking. But what bothered me was that at no time did they ever say, like the others, they all said, well, you know, released in Japan here, released in the West at that time, blah blah blah. You know, they didn't mention anything about releasing that in the West, and I wasn't the only person, English speaking person in the chat. Like a lot of us were complaining in the chat about it, and whereas the moderators would reply in whatever language, you know, because there were a bunch of different languages flying everywhere, but the other moderators would reply to everybody else if we asked about Dragon Quest X. They ignored us like the entire time. And now even that version has been put on ice. It hasn't even been released in Japan yet. And that was 2 years ago. And what's bothering me about that is that I'm a huge Dragon Quest fan. I would buy that in a heartbeat. I would play that. They wouldn't have to ask that. They would, you know, I would pay full price. We're talking about, you know, hell, when I saw that Tears of the Kingdom was being released for 70 instead of 60, I about had an out of body experience, because we finally hit that time. Well, we finally hit that time where they're not even ashamed that they're charging $70 for a freaking game. But regardless, you know, I would rather pay $10 more and get a full game than pay $60 and end up paying $400, you know, in the long run, because, you know, because they bled me for money for 3 years in a row, you know. And the thing is,
have you watched Able, the Dragon Quest or the Dragon Warrior Able series? I have all the episodes.
I haven't seen it yet. No.
All right. Well, if you're interested, I'll find a way if I can get you on the episode so you can watch on your phone or through your computer.
Okay, yeah, we can talk about that later. Yeah, I do love. I've got the Dragon Quest Monsters. I've got the Dragon Quest Monsters manga, and I've got the first 5 volumes of the Adventures of Dai. You know, from the Disciples of Avon. They've been releasing those in English at the Barnes and Noble, and every time they've released them, I go and buy another one.
I'm not a crazy Dragon Quest fan. I like Dragon Quest 8. I also have Dragon Warrior 7. And
Nice.
then of course I'm watching Dragon Quest or Dragon Warrior, the hero Abel, which I have all 40 some odd episodes. So I figured I'd run through it, and because it's a nice classic, you know, a Toriyama classic.
Well, to me, it brings.
I figured I'd mention that. I figured I'd mention, because we were on Dragon Quest, and I know how much of a fan you are. I figured I'd mention it and get it out of the way real quick. But please go on.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Dragon Quest for me fuses two of the things I love the most. You know, I love the animation, the art of Akira Toriyama. And I love medieval style fantasy, and not all of it's medieval. I see, and that's another thing. And I blame Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. I blame Square Enix, and before they were Square Enix, Square and Squaresoft. I blame Square Enix and everything they are and everything they were for my love for medieval style settings with bits of space age technology. You know, sprinkled throughout the universe. That is completely their fault. But anyway, you know,
that's to the Star Ocean series right there.
Yeah, but regardless, the point is that there is just something absolutely cool about swords and sorcery with Akira Toriyama's art, and so I will. Yeah, I will always love, even when he's not the one doing the art, even, you know, and now that they've got newer artists doing stuff, they still adopted his art style, that they still emulate his art style moving forward, and they stay true to the way it's supposed to look and feel. And, you know, even when Final Fantasy changed their gameplay style, and they weren't, you know, that they weren't doing regular turn-based anymore, Dragon Quest has remained with that classic turn-based style. I love that classic turn-based style. Hell, I've been playing Battle Chasers. I started it last night. I brought it to work with me today. But anyway, I've been playing Battle Chasers. It's based on an old comic book series from the late '90s, early 2000s. That poor guy, Joe Mad, everything that man has ever touched that he did his own has been canceled. And if you don't believe me, Battle Chaser stopped at issue 9 and is only just now getting a chance to finish the story arc. Battle Chaser's Night War takes place 3 or 4 years after the events of the cliffhanger they left off on in issue 9. That pissed me off in and of itself, but his ideas, everything, everything that he put, but this is the guy that did all the art and writing, the concept art and the writing for Darksiders. And when THQ went belly up, THQ Nordic bought him out, and then had him that they talked him into coming back and continuing the storyline. His art is fantastic. I love his art. I love his writing, and frankly, anything that has Darksiders or Battle Chasers on it, I'm probably going to buy. That's the and THQ Nordic, not only did they bring back Darksiders and continue it, but they brought back and continued or are continuing Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. I absolutely love THQ Nordic, and as long as they keep up what they're doing, they will have my undying loyalty and my money.
One of the things I really like. I like Final Fantasy and what they're doing. I like Final Fantasy, and I like how they try to evolve. But the problem with Final Fantasy, to me, especially, don't get me wrong. I like that they're trying to go back into their root a little bit with Final Fantasy 16. I like that. It's just not my style. When I first got into Final Fantasy, my first Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy 10, and that Final Fantasy 10 for me, there's nothing like it. That is the way that game told its story. Okay, when I first got into games, I was more or less accustomed to the game over screen, right? Like if you crash too hard, wasted, game over. If you drown, you die. Because I remember accidentally drowning in Tomb Raider 2 or Tomb Raider 3, and I got the 20-second headbanging animation of Lara Croft drowning to death, and that was like, oh crap, she dead. Then she floats, game over, and then you are dead from Resident Evil. Like and then of course game over. Your car blew up in Twisted Metal, or wrecked from Vigilante 8. I was so used to seeing all of this stuff in the series. So, but I didn't realize I've never played an RPG before. This is something new. So when I should have played Final Fantasy X, I rented it from the family video that used to be in town. I'm like, I want to play this game. People keep saying this game looks cool, so I wanted to play it. I played it, and I played a little bit of it. I was like, okay, this turn-based stuff thing is kind of weird, but it's neat. I like it. The story seems engaging so far. Well, it got to the point where after you meet Riku, for the first time, and then when you slide off to the ship, I saved my game at first, like before you could talk to her again. You have that long cutscene. So I saved my game there. I was like, okay, so the save point. Okay, I'm used to this. There's save points in other games, right? So save the game here. So I did that, and then I talked to Riku. Well, what I didn't realize is how cutscenes work, because after I washed off the ship, and I wound up in Besaid, I didn't realize where I was in Besaid. all it showed was my character face down in the water.
Mm.
And it looked like he had drowned. And I'm sitting there going, what? Did I do something wrong? Did the game trick me or something? So I shut off the game and I took it back. And then you got to remember, I'm really young at this point. I'm like 10, 11 years old. I don't know
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So I tell them, like, yeah, the game like still around. Is it supposed to do that? I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, my character wakes up, or no, not wakes up, but my character's face down in the water. He drowns. What the hell is up with that? Is that like a weird cutscene like Resident Evil does? You know, like your character dies and you see this long animated cutscene of how the story is going to go after your character dies. Because they do that in like the horror games. And I was just like, you know, and then like, no, that's a cutscene, dude. What? Yeah, it continues after that. Go get a
a cut what? No.
yeah, exactly. Well, I knew what a cutscene was, but it was like, that's a cutscene, dude. It continues on. Your character's not dead. The story goes on. Just keep playing. So I rented it again and I played it on. Final Fantasy X was the first game to really open my world of gaming and expand my world of story, of possibilities, of all sorts of things that can happen in video games. It changed my life.
You want me to tell you something that's going to make you feel a whole lot better about that story, though?
Okay, what you got?
So, my first experience with Final Fantasy... Just a moment, sorry. It's dusty as hell out here. Anyway, my experience with Final Fantasy, I had bought, and I mean, I saved up change. I'd find change everywhere. I did extra chores. I did everything I possibly could, and the best thing happened. I finally, like, this was great. I finally had enough money to get a Game Boy Advance SP. And just when I mean, and that includes tax, like sales tax, like I was ready. And the day before I was going to go and get one, the price went down. And it was when they moved them down to 80 instead of 100. And so then I had money for a couple of games. I was already playing. I had the NES Classic version of Legend of Zelda that I was playing on my sister's regular Game Boy Advance. Well, it was a gift, and that my aunt didn't realize that my Game Boy didn't play that, but. Luckily, we had the Game Boy player for the GameCube, and my sister had a regular Game Boy, so or Game Boy Advance, so it worked out okay. But anyway, so I already had a game, so I figured I had enough money for the system, and I already had a game, and I could play Legend of Zelda, and my old Game Boy Color and regular Game Boy games worked on it, so I would just bide my time till I could get a game. Well, now I had enough time or enough money for a game. I ended up buying Pokemon Emerald, and then I saw it was used and it was on sale. It was Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. That was Chronicles or Anthology? Which one was it?
No. This was the original. Like this was the first two ever Final Fantasy games that they released. Dawn of Souls was released in 3 different places. It was released on the PS1, on the PSP, and on the Game Boy Advance. The Game Boy Advance was scaled down a little, but still way, way better looking than the original.
I remember seeing it. I remember seeing it in a family video. They had the PlayStation. PlayStation 1 release of Final Fantasy 1 and 2.
Yeah, and this is literally the same thing. It's the one on the PlayStation and the one on the PSP. Like, they look a little bit better than the one on the Game Boy Advance, but the one on the Game Boy Advance still looked way better than the very original on the NES and Famicom. So, but anyway, so I go in there and I'm testing them out, and I'm playing, I'm playing Final Fantasy 1, and that's how I beat Final Fantasy 1 the first time. I fucking love Final Fantasy 1, and that's what got me into Final Fantasy. Most people our age either came in, they either played a copy of 7 that their older brothers, sisters, or cousins had, or they came in during 10 and 10-2. Me, I had, my first access to Final Fantasy was the port of the original, and so I absolutely love that game. Well, here's the part that's going to make you feel better. So I go in to play Final Fantasy 2 for the first time, and the very first part of the game, it's a part of the story that it gives you the chance to fight. It gives you and you have to command your characters just like you would. The gameplay was identical, so it wasn't really, there were a few differences later, but it wasn't really that big of a deal. So I go and and 3 of my characters, like those knights that you fight right there at the beginning, 3 of my characters dead, and I don't have any healing spells, I don't have any potions, and so I'm like, holy shit, the girl survives because it's a random, there's a randomizer on it. Either she either survives and then gets killed during the second wave of attacks, or she gets killed automatically like all the rest of them do. But regardless, it is in the storyline. Your characters are meant to die, or not die, but your characters are meant to lose that fight. 3 of your characters wake up away from the main storyline, and you go on the path to find the 4th one who's but anyway, not the point. The point is, I restarted that game 13 times before I finally, I did. I kept thinking, I did. I reset that game like so many times thinking there's got to be a way. There has got to be a way for me to win this fight. And no, because I could not fathom at that age, I was like 13, 14 years old. I could not fathom at the time a game that it is in the storyline that you're supposed to lose. That just got me. And of course, I'm 14 years old, but I
like for me, are you guys still there?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, anime it says. Geek Hero got quiet. But no, I know exactly how that feels like, because now there are certain points in the game where you're just like, where that they are like, you're going up against an Uber boss and you're like, oh shit, I don't know if I can beat this guy, and then they kick your ass anyway, and then it's just like, oh well, even though I knew it was part of the story, it got to this point to where, like, why do you keep restarting this? You're supposed to die. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to die. I want to kick his ass. So I keep leveling up before I get to a certain point in that game, right, where I'm supposed to lose to learn a lesson. But I'm like, I want to win. I want to beat this guy. I want to see how long I can last against this guy.
Actually,
like games, now, a lot of the times they won't let you for instance, Heart and Slash, when you're playing the tutorial game, you'll have to go, you'll play like HRT prototype unit, whatever, and then you have literally no health. Well, what you're supposed to do is, like, when Kawasi starts taking things over, well, you'll have to fight against Flash. Oh, great! So you got to fight against Flash. So when you fight against Flash, he's tough, but you can't get hit by him, because if you get hit by him, you're dead. Like, you're literally dead. And I'm like, crap. So that's the tutorial. Flash is supposed to kick your butt, but they also made it to where if you beat Flash, you get to unlock the HRT unit that you use to fight against Flash, which is absolutely stupid, because the HRT unit used to fight Flash is ridiculously weak. Like, there's no health, no endurance. I doubt you can even upgrade the stats on him.
I am going to make this joke, and I am so sorry, but it has to be said out loud. What in the hell do you want a hormone replacement therapy unit for? Okay. Now that we're past that, and I'll let you keep going, but I got to mute one more time here in a minute. But okay, so what happened? So the first time I ever beat a mission that I was supposed to, the parameters, I was playing Tenkaichi 1, and you're playing as Goku. You're fighting, and it's during that time when he's supposed to be storing up energy to finally do the spirit bomb against Kid Buu, and the perimeters of the mission are survive until the time runs out. Well, I was playing that game, so like I full on aggro beat his ass as regular Goku. And it's even set. The game is set up. Your attacks don't even you have a lower defense, and his attacks are higher. You are meant to literally just survive that fight out as long as you can. And I beat him on the first try I took for damn ever. And after I beat him in the fight, it said mission failed, and I felt devastated.
Actually,
what are you
there
talking about? I
is one.
to save all the time in the world. But
Actually,
you gotta remember, programming doesn't go for humans like that. But he's talking about that. It reminds me of Budokai 2 during the Cell Saga, right? Budokai 2. There's a mission where you're like playing as Goku or Super Saiyan Goku, and you have to fight Cell while your health is running out. And I can't remember what episode that was, but I think Goku was like poisoned or something. But you have to fight against Cell, and your health is running out. And I'm like, shit, Cell's tough. I don't know if I can do this.
Are you for certain it's Cell and not Android 19?
It could be Android 19.
Yeah, it was 19. It was when he got the heart virus.
Okay, so yeah. Because your health is running out. I don't remember. All I know is that it was during the Cell Saga, and Budokai 2 was the Cell Saga. So.
Interesting.
And, Budokai 1 was Frieza, Budokai 2 was Cell, Budokai 3 was, Majin Buu.
Well, and Budokai 2 also gave us that really, or no, that was Budokai 3 gave us that really weird fusion between Tien and Yamcha.
I thought that was like the greatest thing I've ever seen.
He looked terrible, but he fought like a beast.
I don't think I've seen that. What the fuck? Oh my god!
Yeah, you have to apply the right power ups to them and everything, and then use the fusion item on them. But it gives you the chance to fuse Tien and Yamcha. And as silly as the character looks, good lord, he's awesome to play as.
That was like the greatest. I'm surprised that's not canon. I am very, very shocked. I'm amazed he's not in the current in the current Dragon Ball games. Because it was just so bizarre how that came to be, and I'm like, wow, they really went the extra mile to get it in there.
Come on! I'm trying to search it now. It's going so slow.
I do remember. There are a few games in my life that really broke my mentality so badly to where I almost broke the game. The first one was Rayman for the PS1. The other one was Dragon Ball Z: The Legacy of Goku. The first one. That damn Planet Nano.
Yeah, that first one was rough, man. Legacy of Goku 2 and Boost Fury are incredible, but Legacy of Goku 1 is a grind to get through.
Yeah, I felt my mentality cracking on Planet Namekian's Temple.
Like when it came to the Dragon Ball Z games, I stopped at Budokai 3 and that was it. I was done. Like because it was around that same time when Yu Yu Hakusho: The Dark Tournament came out, and to be honest, I hated that game.
Actually, there's a game that you would have hated more, Fail. There's a game I'm surprised that this game got made. They apparently made for the Game Boy Advance. We lost him. He'll come back. For the Game Boy Advance, they made the They made a Dragon Ball Z card game. I am not bullshitting. They literally made a Dragon Ball Z.
I remember that, and it was a pain in the ass, and I'm really glad. But I'll tell you, that card game, as bad as it was, that card game was nowhere near as bad as Taketsu.
Oh God! Oh my God!
Yeah, but that sucks because Supersonic Warriors was so good, and then Taketsu sucked.
I wanted to break that fucking cartilage.
I lagged out. What are we talking about?
Oh,
Yes.
Before you got yeeted, Fatal. I was telling Bubba and Raccoon about a supposed Dragon Ball Z card game for the Game Boy Advance.
I remember the Dragon Ball Z actual playing card game that came out, when Funimation was still small. Same thing with the Yu Yu Hakusho card game.
I could not for the life of me ever play that game again. It was way too confusing, and I got so unbelievably lost. I just gave up and booted up Legacy of Goku 2. Because with Legacy of Goku 2, at least with that one, it was way more forgiving. It was way more forgiving.
I'll tell you one thing about when it comes to card games that are like confusing. Yu Yu Hakusho sucked. It was stupid. The card game, Dragon Ball Z, the actual like hand playing card games, they're so stupid and rare. Like they were so confusing because they had all these like stupid rules that I did not quite understand at all. And I'm like, so how would I play against somebody with these cards? It's not like Yu-Gi-Oh, which was like a brilliant masterpiece. It wasn't like Yu-Gi-Oh. It wasn't
Here's
like
what
Pokemon.
you do. Here's what you do. You grab the cards and you give your friend a deck, and the two of you chuck them at each other, 1, 2, 3 cards at a time until till somebody loses an eye.
No, I mean, heck, even Xenosaga Episode 1 had a card game mini game built into the game.
The new One Piece the new One Piece card game, like the physical card game, that game is kick ass, man.
You know what I want to come back to the new Final Fantasy games? I want
Chocobo
them to
writing?
bring back. No, I want them to bring back the card game that was like really popular in Final Fantasies 8 and 9.
That's fair.
Because those card games were fun. I want like what they should. You know what Japan should have done? They should have released a Final Fantasy character Blitzball game. Like Final Fantasy Sports Blitzball, and they have all the main Final Fantasy characters. Make your Blitzball team. That would have been fucking kick ass.
That would be kick ass. Especially hell, they wouldn't even have to do a full Blitzball if they did it like a fantasy football league. Just make like a fantasy Blitzball league and have like a randomizer in there. They could do that.
That's beautiful. I like the way you think.
Yes, us nerds will finally have our own fantasy league.
Help it. Think about. That's great, man. Anyway, but think about it. They could actually release that as a cell phone app, like have it free to play, but with in-app purchases, that kind of thing. And not a pay to win, but a pay for skins, that kind of thing. But it'd be great because you could like. Choose who you think's going to win, that kind of thing. Like that'd be freaking hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, and then you can have how do you want your Blitzball? Final Fantasy X style, Final Fantasy X-2 style, Final Fantasy X-2 style. You don't actually play; it's more like a coaching thing, and you just kind of direct. Like you have to. It's more coaching and stupid. But Final Fantasy X is where you're actually playing. I'm sitting going, in Final Fantasy X, you can probably do online, but it will be very difficult. But because it's going to be it's going to be a weird game. And then if you were to Oh, okay. And then if you were to play alone, it would be like the same sort of like the gameplay would be all the same like the original Final Fantasy Blitzball. But like have all your characters from Final Fantasy 1. It'd be like Dissidia Final Fantasy, but Blitzball. So yeah, that's on be like the Mortal Kombat character selection from all the games, Blitzball. So just thinking about it is exciting. There's so many good ideas that people could release, and people will spend money just to play it, and it will be timeless.
Well, and you know what would really sweeten the deal is if whatever you won, like say your characters are doing really good, like in the like on the app or anything else, have it linked to your other account where when you go back to your game and play on your console or whatever, you get all your winnings and stuff.
Oh yeah. Yep. Honestly, if Squaresoft would have done something like that with like Final Fantasy Blitzball, just kind of like now they could even do something like we're going to release a Blitzball exclusive game, but with Final Fantasy characters.
Square Enix just needs to listen to us. They need to listen to this panel right now.
This panel, if they were just to do that,
someone clip this panel, like clip this whole segment.
We're throwing out ideas, man, of like what fans want. We don't want much. Just give us a little bit, all right? Just a little commission fee or something, all right? That's all.
No, we don't really necessarily need a commission fee as long as they give us credit for the ideas and give us a few free things.
Yeah, give me a few free things.
I will take my payment. I will take my payment in the form of Dragon Quest Monsters Joker 3, Dragon Quest Monsters Terry's Wonderland, and the two of those games being put in English. I want a 3DS copy of each just because, and I also want them brought over to the Switch. I'll take my payment that way.
I'll take my payment and at least let me be like offer up some ideas for Final Fantasy X-3 because I still want to know what that damn story is going to be like. No, but like so that like that would be great. Like they can release Blitzball and everybody's gonna be like, ooh, Final Fantasy Blitzball with all the Final Fantasy characters. I wonder what this is going to be like. And then it could be like a lead up to announcing Final Fantasy X-3 finally. But they're never going to do it. They're never going to release X-3. Oh. Yeah, anybody who's got an ear to Square Enix or Square's, anybody who's got an ear to Square Enix, clip this, and like have me and Geek Hero and Anime Night and everybody else who loves the Final Fantasy Blitzball and Final Fantasy X for that matter, everybody who's loves it, and also if you're gonna make a Final Fantasy X-3, put the fucking card game from 8 and 9 in there as well, okay? But yeah, get some mini games, make people come back to your games, because trust me, they will do it. Us old fans, I still go back to Final Fantasy X and X-2. Like sometimes I do that Monster Arena,
I still do the Monster Arena on my DS, like on the DS for Chrono Trigger. You remember when you got the little monster, dude? Like I still love that.
Dude, have I showed you the 3D? It was a 3D render of the Chrono Trigger.
No, holy shit, that'd be awesome.
Oh, they had a 3D render of like the opening scene. I think not like the opening scene, but they had like a short 3D render of it. I'll send it to you if I can find it. But did you guys see some guy did an Unreal version, like Final Fantasy X released Unreal Engine? Did you guys ever see that trailer?
That's kick ass.
I'll send it to you in the chat. It's been out for a couple years, but it was supposed to celebrate like the 20th year anniversary of Final Fantasy X. So, and then Yeah, once I show it to you, you're gonna. It's not like a video game. He's taking like levels and themes and just running it through Unreal Engine, and he's adding some of the classic voices to it, and it's actually a really nice compilation. You'll see some pretty cool stuff.
That I don't doubt. But yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like as far as fans like us go, you know, it is not hard, not in the slightest, to please us. What we want is stuff that we never had access to as kids. That's a given.
Mm-hmm.
For the source material to be respected, you know, that's the thing. All of these companies, whether it's video games, whether it's movies, television shows, all they could, you know, all they really need to do, if they really want to make money, is give us, guys like us, what we want. Trust me, the girl fans will follow. The new kids will follow.
Pure, unadulterated, respected content.
Well, and that's the thing. When it comes to nostalgia, you can overdo it. There is a fine line between a member berry and fan service. But the thing is that take for instance, I'm in an argument right now about King Grayskull, the paternal grandfather of He-Man, you know, and this dude is supposed to be this dude's supposed to be He-Man's grandfather, Prince Adam's grandfather, and you know he's black, and I keep telling people, I'm like, do you realize the likelihood of, you know, say all three of his other, you know, they're because they're like, well, you kept saying if they made an original character, you know, that you know, and then you'd, you know, like first, you know, so you must really be racist. I'm like, no, you see. First off, King Grayskull has been shown twice. Once in the 2002 series, where he looked so much like He-Man, it started a fan theory that that Prince Adam, when he turns into He-Man, is turning into his grandfather. Two, he looked just, yeah. I mean, two, that they've showed him in the comic books around that same time as well. But that's not the point. The point is that by changing one of his direct grandparents, it does not matter which grandparent it is, if one, and I mean one, of his grandparents is black or brown of any kind, the likelihood of him having blonde hair, blue eyes, and milk pale skin goes out the window. The fact of the matter is that by retconning the ethnicity of his grandfather, they are retconning his ethnicity. And it is not racist to state that he would not look like he looks if his grandfather were indeed black. Now, take that. If you turn that around and they made a new character, say he has a similar skill set to He-Man, say he has a similar power set, make him an uneasy ally, that was formerly an adversary or something, people would eat that up. You know, have a good voice actor play him. I'm just saying, the difference is that Prince Adam has to transform into He-Man. This guy's like this all the time, and keep putting them in positions where at first, that they're showed up by this dude, because they're having to, they're having to fight him, and then he's out heroing, the heroes, and I mean, and of course, then finally even it out, I mean, the show's still called He-Man. He does need to eventually, but I mean, a character like that, fans eat that shit up. We know that. And so for them to pretend that, anyway, the picture that I took was at a local Target here in Tulsa. they have that version, the Revelation version. The He-Man Revelation version of King Grayskull is on sale. He's normally like 35 or something like that. They got him on sale for 15, and it's still too much. The package is damaged. Nobody's buying him. And I called him the granddad of all diversity retcons. And most on my Twitter timeline agree with me, but there are a few that have come in acting crazy. But the point remains is that yes, there is a very like, for instance, my nephew, his father is black. Well, half black, we suspect, but he was adopted, and we don't really know who his father was. And so him, my brother-in-law, being the father of my nephew passes. He could easily pass as dark complected white. He looks more Native American because of how much it's funny. It's funny because my brother has red hair. My sister looks more Native, and we're all obviously the same quantum, but she looks more Native American, and I look the whitest, or like I look like, well, that's the I look like I've got the dark hair, but other than that, like I just look like a dark hair white dude, and so it's really funny because my nephew, and like I bring this up, I was like, even if say 3 out of 4 of He-Man's Prince Adam's grandparents were milk white, blonde hair, blue eyes, the likelihood of him having blue eyes is almost goes out the window immediately. The likelihood of him having pale skin is still pretty likely, but at best we're talking about a dark-haired, dark-eyed, dark-complected passing white guy. He would not have blonde hair, blue eyes, and bright white skin. And
basically, if they had done that with Grayskull, I mean, okay, the changes, but if they would have expected what happened with King Grayskull, but they just changed He-Man just a little bit to what you're saying, I'm pretty sure first off, it would have made sense, right?
Well, I'm against that anyway. They need to leave white characters white. Just let it go. Yeah, leave black characters black. Leave Hispanic characters Hispanic. Leave Asian characters Asian. But I see what you mean.
Yeah, so I agree with you. Leave characters alone. Stop changing them unless there is an actual passing of the torch, like Batman Beyond.
Well, yeah, but then that's not the same character. That's somebody taking the place of that character. That's different.
But yeah, I mean, but at the same time, Batman Beyond, it's still Batman. It's just no longer Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, exactly. And that nobody got angry about Batman Beyond because it was set in a future that Bruce Wayne was ancient, and Terry McGinnis is a good Batman, and they established a difference between him and Bruce. He's not the detective that Bruce was. He isn't the fighter that Bruce was, but he is really good at getting neck deep up in other people's business, and that's a heavy Batman trait right there. But jokes aside, he gets better at fighting and eventually gets better at the detective work, and it's the fact that they he's literally it's like having a Robin in the bat suit. Bruce is still mentally the Batman, and that's kind of the point of Batman Beyond.
Yeah, I could see why you say that. I mean, but then again, it's also you got all of a sudden Bruce has been reduced to the mentor. So
well, but there are times, and like I said, as the series goes forward, when Terry McGinnis becomes the Batman, He lives up to the Batman. It's progressive. He doesn't, but the point is, he doesn't just start out as Batman. He gets thrashed, whomped, and crushed over and over again. You know, season 1, when they're facing off against those guys that have those look like nicotine patches that give them Bane venom. You know, I mean, just the Mr. Freeze episode is still one of my favorites. He fights the motherfucking Joker, you know, and at the end has to do it without Bruce's help. And that again, and of course that movie took place. You know, during season 3. But that's the thing; they don't, you know, that we don't see that kind of progression with characters anymore. We don't see them earn their place anymore. You know, my favorite. I love the two-parter, Batman Beyond the Call, Part 1 and 2, when he joins the Justice League. You know, and I remember I was a little kid watching this in the living room on Saturday morning, and when I saw the old man that Ink tried to use as a hostage, I'm like. I knew darn well who that was, even as a kid. And when he starts spinning super fast and incapacitates her without ever throwing a punch, it's Superman, you know, and an older Superman at that. And I loved that. And then, you know, when, and it is, even going back and watching as an adult, the things that you don't remember or that you didn't catch as a kid, I loved seeing, you know, when Terry is going through the entire Justice League trying to find out who the traitor is, and while he's looking at everybody else, it pans out to Bruce's computer back home, and Bruce is looking over Superman's file because Bruce is going to be thorough. I love those little hints like that, you know. And then finally, when you get to when you get to the second part, and you find out that Superman's been under control by the Star Conqueror this entire time, you know, or for quite some time, what's really awesome about that is that when you get all this cool dialogue, but you also, the realization that this entire time, the only hero that nobody would ever suspect is the one that's being controlled and used against them. That the entire world, even in this weird jaded future, still loves, reveres, and respects Superman. And that always stuck with me, you know, even as a kid. But you know, I'll tell you, the best line in all of DC Comics television series, the best line of all time, is when he's running. He jumps up into his flying Batmobile, and because Bruce sent it down, he's like, "Thanks for sending the Batmobile." He goes, and Bruce tells him he says, "No problem. I've never really trusted those boom tubes," and it's great because Superman busts up out, and you see Starro on his chest, and Superman busts up out of the ground in the North Pole, and it's great because he asks Bruce, best line ever. He goes, "Bruce, how fast does this thing go?" "Mach 3. Is that faster than a speeding bullet?" Yeah, it's great because the best, and the way that Will Friedle delivers that line so perfect is like, "Is that faster than a speeding bullet?" And of course, Superman literally picks apart his Batmobile like in midair. But it was just great because you see him having to face off against, you know, a mind-controlled Superman, and even at that point, by the third season, Bruce can barely help him. They keep writing in the story where Terry is on his own, and the things he has to do, the quick thinking that he has to do, the things he draws from his own past to take on the Joker, to take on Superman. It's something that only a character that has had to earn their place in trial by fire over and over again would be able to even survive, much less win. And I love the Batman Beyond series, and that they kept the comic books coming. You know, when they revived them in comic book form, that they kept them going. And yeah, no, that you just don't get that kind of writing anymore.
It won't, but it's going to be rough to close. Yeah, just got to be gentle with it.
And Bubba is correct though, because it's just so. I don't get why it's so difficult just to build up build up the build up characters organically. I mean, and this is another and this is another reason why anime and manga is kicking the shit out of the comic industry right now. And if you went back in time into the 90s and told them that anime and manga was going to dominate over comics, I'm pretty sure they would laugh at us.
Well, okay, so when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, I remember all of my friends absolutely loving anime and manga, and they would constantly. We used to mess with each other all the time. Like I'd argue, that Western comics were better than manga and anime and everything, and it was mainly to get at them. But the thing is, I truly liked them better, but but when it was just me, I never said this one was better. I am always hesitant to say something is better than another thing. I will always admit which one I like better. But I'd tell them hands down Superman and kick Goku's ass, and that was long before Screw Attack did their thing. I mean, just over and over, I would get my friends so pissed off. But the thing is that back then it was a legitimate thing. Hell, up until 2014, one could argue that you could find points to see to say either one was better than the other, or I mean, because it was pretty even. And then all of a sudden 2014 ends. 2015 is the rise of that wokeness and the Great Awakening, and both Marvel and DC just bent and broke and died, and now they're undead, and they're weird amalgamations of what they were before. It's frightening to look at. It's pathetic. It's like seeing a homeless crackhead at 3 a.m. at the convenience store. You trying not to make eye contact as they're asking for your change. It's really bad. And then they, given what we're seeing now, I have no problem saying that anime and manga is doing better than comics. They're doing superheroes better than American comics. That is the one thing that when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, I had if someone had told me that anime and manga would be releasing better superheroes than Marvel and DC, I would have laughed in your face and probably threatened to kick your ass. But the thing is, I mean, I wouldn't have kicked somebody's ass over it, but I would have probably threatened jokingly. But the point is that when I read My Hero Academia, I love the storyline. You can see the inspiration from Spider-Man and Tim Drake and everything, but Vigilantes is what hits the hardest for me. And like I said, I brought it up before, but there is just something magical in volume 2 of My Hero Vigilantes when the character we find, obviously we know it's Stain, but that's not the point. This is 5 years before the first big showdown between All Might and All for One, and we see All Might's still at full power at this time, but I absolutely love it in volume 1 when we meet Knuckle Duster for the first time, and and he says, and this isn't reassurance for the would-be victims. This is a threat a promise to the villains. I love it when he because Crawler, that's not his name yet, but the main character, he's sitting there, he tries to stop these thugs from raping this girl that he likes. He's trying to do the right thing. These thugs have kicked his ass 3 times in this book already, and he still tries to stand up to him because it's the right thing to do. He knows the police won't make it in time, and when when the main leader of the thugs, he's got him, he's threatening to gut him. He's still planning on sexually assaulting the girl, and the thing is that when he tells him, he says, go ahead, cry out for All Might. Never mind the fact that if All Might showed up, his bowels would come out through his nose. But the point is that they know that the big heroes are not going to make it. They're not going to save them. And when you see the shadow cast over that alley, and Knuckle Duster says, it declares, All Might isn't here to save you, but don't worry, I'm here. And it's great because you realize, even with the grin on his face, he's not reassuring the victims so much as he's threatening the villains. And when he goes down there and beats the ever-loving fuck out of all 3 of them, leaving imprints in brick walls with their heads, I mean, he unloads on these guys, and then refuses to let Crawler, because he saw him try to stand up to these guys, and tells him he says, you're my new protege, and he's like, no, I'm good, and he just follows him home and won't take no for an answer. I love that. I absolutely love that. But the thing is that in volume 2, the same leader of those thugs is being hunted down by a guy, by another vigilante who we find out is Stain, later on to be known as the hero killer. But this guy Stain is hunting this guy down because he's a loose end to the people that have hired Stain to kill him. He's a loose end, and so Stain has already saved Crawler once in this comic, and then we see Crawler stand up to a man who has saved his life on behalf of a man that has tried to kill him. Because in a no-win scenario, he will not win this. He will die if he fights Stain. He knows it, but he's trying to do the right thing. And that is the Tim Drake I grew up with. That is the Peter Parker I grew up with. These are the, that hero mentality. Crawler has to maintain a job while going to college to pay for his house that eventually, to pay rent on a place that's eventually going to be demolished. Like, he's in a condemned area, and he's got so much to worry about while he's still out trying to be a superhero. The villains want him dead. The mob wants him dead. The heroes would turn him into the police if they got a hold of him. Everything he does is simply because it's the right thing to do, and it makes him miserable. But he cannot turn away from the sense of duty that he has for his fellow man. And then, like I said, he's standing there, and my favorite, it is just so perfect because, Stain is about to kill Crawler, and all of a sudden Knuckle Duster comes out of nowhere and hits him so hard that it breaks his mask over his face and severs his nose off. He's the reason Stain doesn't have a fucking nose. And I love, the attention to detail, the team that's doing Vigilantes, how closely they follow with My Hero Academia. And and again, it is impossible not to love this series. It is impossible for any fan of a true superhero genre, for anybody that grew up in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, or hell, the 60s, even the early 2000s, anybody that grew up reading or watching these heroes on television, if you read My Hero Vigilantes or My Hero Academia and do not see how closely they are to the heroes that we know and love, that are being bastardized now in Western media, then you're blind. It's like I said, I love Vigilantes, and I will defend that series to the end. The final volume is about to come out, and they're finally catching up to the events of My Hero Academia, and because it takes place in a 5-year time frame, and like I said, there is so much to take in from that series. And it spotlights how when people ask me, when I'll have guys in their 50s ask me to explain My Hero Academia to them, and I'll tell them, I'll ask them, I said, have you read Civil War? The superhero Civil War. Have you read House of M? House of M, where the majority, the mutant gene took effect, and regular humans are a minority in that timeline. It's like if you had the Superhero Registration Act in the House of M timeline. That's literally what My Hero Academia is. And to take it a step further, you have if you take into consideration that superheroism has become like show business. It's not about saving people so much as it's about making money and becoming famous, and it's becoming a problem. That's literally what My Hero is about. They've set up this world, and now they're deconstructing that world. And each time they beat these villains, they have admitted to themselves that part of what the more Stain, he's crazy, he's nuts, but he's right. And the Metahuman Liberation Army, they're nuts, but they're right. And it gets harder and harder to defend the perimeters of their system, but at the same time, you can't let the crazies win. Their argument might be correct, but their methods are wrong. They are evil. And like I said, that's classic X-Men right there. That's literally what the difference between the mutants and between the X-Men and the Brotherhood. But the Morlocks or any of the rest of them.
Not only that, when you said it's like people are doing superhero for fame and money, and I'm sitting there going, crap! You literally made the point of the theme, The Incredibles, right there. Boom, syndrome.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah. When everyone's super, no one will be. But that's the thing, though. That's what made The Incredibles. Disney. Why I'm so fucking pissed at them right now with the way they're doing these superheroes. Disney did Sky High, they did Up, Up and Away, and they did The Incredibles before they ever owned Marvel. They know how to do superheroes. Sky High is still one of the best freaking kids movies that Disney ever put out.
Big Hero 6, there's another good one.
Well, Big Hero 6 was after the Marvel buyout, and Big Hero 6 is a Marvel property technically. But my biggest issue is that, and I agree with you about how well they do it. But that's my biggest problem, is that The Incredibles, they took something as dark and gritty as the Watchmen storyline, and they fused it with the Fantastic Four, and then made something that small children could watch and enjoy and understand. That is absolutely amazing. And the fact that they did that, and then of course the sequel to it was actually pretty good too, and that was after the Awakening. So I don't understand why they're having why they can't just shut up and do what needs to be done. They could still fix this. They could bring fans back. They could make us love it again, but they won't, because like Anime Night said, they will never admit they were wrong.
Here, I don't know. See, I remember seeing this movie on Netflix years ago. I actually liked it. I really enjoyed it quite a bit. It's honestly, I guess you could kind of call it like a superhero film, almost. But it's like a one-shot superhero film. There's really no sequel, no prequel, nothing, no other story. But it's called I Boy. Ever heard of it? A guy, this kid.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I have heard of it.
Yeah, this kid gets this kid he has his like phone or iPod or whatever. I think he either gets in an accident or shot in the head or struck by lightning something, and his his processor to his phone or iPod or whatever gets stuck in his head, and he's able to control. He's able to have superpowers uh, because of it. So it's actually it's a very interesting and gritty um, that I
Yeah, that
watch.
sounds cool.
Yeah, if you see it around like on net. If you still have Netflix, I don't. I unsubscribed. I couldn't take the
Dude, I've
update.
got sites I can watch stuff on.
All right, cool. Well, it's just just look it up, watch it. It's actually a fairly decent movie. It's got this a very gritty feel to it. I think you'll enjoy it. Uh, but when it comes to like more superheroes and stuff, like Japan has always had superheroes. Always,
Yeah.
always. And some of them I grew up with these superheroes more than like than some of my superheroes. Like I like Spider Man, Spider Man, Daredevil. Um,
Well, but let's
uh,
face it, Astro Boy was a darn good superhero.
yeah, Astro
You know,
Boy, Cyber 009, all the cyborgs. Kikaider, especially Kikaider, was very popular in the 1970s. Like
the
why?
Guyver.
Yeah,
The Guyver was good too.
Yeah, so you have all these, even Dragon Ball Z and Yu Yu Hakusho, in my opinion, would fit in the superhero genre for Japan. So I mean, and they rival our superheroes here at home. And to me, the shonen and mecha genre, like even Black Jack is a superhero in my opinion. Then you've got
Yeah.
like the shonen and mecha genre that came out, like is literally the same thing as almost as the superhero genre that we have going on here.
Oh,
And
yeah, it is, and you're absolutely right. But that's the thing. That's the thing. Whether it was superheroes or swords and sorcery or anything else, they have not lost sight. This I brought it up today after seeing Ethan Van Sciver. After the Timcast and everything. People don't understand the whole comics are for everyone thing. Yes, there should be comics for everyone, but no single comic title is going to be for everyone. Japan still understands that. America has forgotten that. The fact of the matter is that your average 40-year-old man is not going to pick up a My Little Pony comic book. It's just not going to happen. There are some bronies out there, but I'm talking about the average everyday 40-year-old man. If they're reading comics, they are not reading My Little Pony. Your average 14-year-old girl, if she is reading comics, she's not picking up The Punisher. If she is reading comics, she is not picking up Captain America. She is picking, yeah, but go ahead.
my niece, she's reading, my 14-year-old niece, she's currently reading. I let her borrow all of my Junji Ito stuff.
Well, yes, but again, that's yeah.
But she also likes the Punisher. She also likes the Punisher. She likes the dark and gritty stuff.
But I said average. I said the average. You have been an influence on her and probably others in her life that make her like or want these things, or maybe she saw the Netflix show and she liked it. But the point is that though I have nothing against a 14-year-old girl liking the Punisher. I have nothing against a 40-year-old man liking My Little Pony. Now, there are some that get creepy about it, but that's not the point. What I have a problem with is when they go in and say, well, I like the premise, but you need to change it to fit my sensibilities. And real fans don't do that. We've never done that. And it's, yeah, go ahead.
I've hated that. No, my favorite thing to do is I don't want you. This is how I like to do things. This is why I love such places like AO3 because people get to expand their creativity and do things that are awesome with their creativity. And yes, I've read so many like folk style stories, like fan fictions and stuff. And honestly, I liked them. I'm not gonna lie. I thought canon or anything part of the story like that on AO3. I like the shipping stories that I read on there. The thing is that I'm tired of. I don't want people to change stuff, but you have to remember it's okay to let your imagination go. But don't be asking people to change shit for you because first off, it's not yours. All right, it never was yours. It's not your IP. It's not your and 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 on top of on top of which, if you're gonna alienate the original fan base, you have no foundation. You cannot betray all of your original fans. Otherwise, you're not gonna go anywhere. And first off, trying to sell out on this kind of way is a very risky gamble. Look at Metallica. All right.
Yeah.
I only bring up Metallica because I'm an old school Metallica fan. I like their first 3 albums. But once the Black Album came out,
Well, and it can be argued. There are two types of Metallica fans. There are the Metallica fans that think the Black Album was the last good album, and the fans that think the Black Album was the first good album. But either way you look at it, the Black Album is considered good regardless. But but they pivoted hard, and now when an old school Metallica fan hears new Metallica songs, it becomes very apparent that the songs that the old school fans like, they don't ever like the whole album, but every once in a while, Metallica, sold out as they are, they try to drop in one or two things because they're hoping to keep those old fans on that leash. But Metallica has learned the hard way that it's that offering, giving people that false hope is not a good thing. Now I know a lot of people that don't like a whole lot of Metallica anymore, love their early stuff like you. I know a lot of them that'd be the first ones in line to get a real best hits album. So, something or I got friends who bought their stuff on iTunes and stuff, but they buy a la carte. They buy the songs they like. They don't buy the the whole album, and that's just where we're at right now.
I do like some songs off the Black Album. I do. The thing is, as the whole for the Black Album, I like some of the songs. It's just to me, it's not Metallica, and it's the same thing with Slipknot when they did I love Slipknot, big Slipknot fan. I've been a fan of Slipknot since like the 7th or 8th grade, and I listened to their first album, loved their first album. Their second album, absolutely fucking amazing. Their third album, I was like, okay, it's a bit more mainstream, but it's pretty cool. And they still have their edge. Their All Hope Is Gone album was a little heavier, but I could definitely tell that they were going. It sounded a little bit closer to Stone Sour. And I was like, oh well, I mean, it's not bad. But then you could tell that they were trying to maintain. They were trying to keep their original edge, but I can just tell that everything was changing.
Well, and it does change because when their producers and the marketers and everybody see the way the market is heading, they want to try to fit everything in this same box. That's the thing. I grew up in Oklahoma. We love country music here, but we've gotten to a point where country music sounds like hip hop did 15 years ago.
Oh yeah, gosh.
It sounds like pop. And not hard hip hop, pop hip hop. Like it sounds like something you would play in a nightclub.
I remember my dad was like, "Hey, dude, have you ever listened to country rap?" And I'm like, I mean, it's kind of cool, but like, no. I mean, I liked I liked the one song that they played at the end of that one movie that had what's his movie? Not Toby Keith. Yeah, Toby Keith.
Yeah.
It had Toby Keith and it had fucking what's his name? Gosh, come on. Scratch Fever.
Oh, Ted Nugent.
Ted Nugent, thank you.
Yeah, I know which one. Yeah, I remember that. It was where Toby Keith was the cop. I remember that movie.
And then, and, you know, in the ending scene, they're all at a bar and they had the country rap song. That was cool. But then they
Well,
got
it's funny as a once in a while thing. It's quirky, it's silly, but that should never have been the rule.
yeah, exactly.
Always the exception, never the rule.
I mean, yeah, first off, country does not meld well with rap. Rap can meld well with almost any other genre. It's just not country.
Well, hell, back in the day when Tim McGraw and Nelly did that one song together, they didn't try to make it a rap. Nelly was singing and Tim McGraw was singing backup. That's literally how they did it. They didn't try to turn it into a rap song.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a shame, but the thing is that like country is more melodic and a lot of other things like to it. It doesn't necessarily. I mean, of course, it follows a rhythm. You have to follow a rhythm because country is very bluesy, very rhythmy. So you have to follow a rhythm. But the thing is when it comes to like other genres of music, especially metal, rap works. First off, rap works very well with metal. With regardless if it's melodic or because it just
well, not just metal. I mean, when My Darkest Day released Porn Star Dancing, and they had Slash playing a guitar solo and Ludacris singing or Ludacris rapping a verse, that song was fucking kick ass.
Well, not only that, you also have like Zebrahead. Zebrahead does a lot of that too, and then you have like their punk rap, and then you have like or more like punk hip hop, and then you have like Rage Against the Machine, of course. Everybody hates them these days, but I used to love them.
Well, yeah, but nowadays we got between Falling in Reverse and Hollywood Undead, they got the market cornered on that.
Yeah, I could not get into Hollywood Undead. I don't know what it is about that. I mean, heck, Shinobi Ninja was actually I think Shinobi Ninja had it a lot better. And then Limp Bizkit, and then Crazy Town. I think that's what they were called. Do you remember Crazy Town? Crazy Town had it down pretty good, but they were just like one-hit wonders.
Yeah. Also, real quick, because I'm gonna have to get off of here. I haven't heard back from the guy that's supposed to be my relief tonight, and I really, really don't want to be. I've been here for 12 hours. I don't want to be here any longer, and I got to get a hold of him. And you already put up the final segment warning, but anyway, back to My Hero Vigilantes. Another one of my favorite parts is in Volume 1 when Knuckle Duster goes up against Aizawa. And Aizawa tries to take his quirk away, and he knocks Aizawa clear on the fucking ground. He doesn't have a quirk. He's beating the shit out of out of these superpowered beings without a damn quirk. I absolutely love the dynamic here, because between Knuckle Duster and all the gadgets that heroes that have non-combat quirks use, they could easily have a Batman or an Iron Man style hero, but yet they don't. And that's kind of another point that they make, that My Hero makes, that everybody having superpowers doesn't necessarily make you a hero, and not having them doesn't make you unqualified to be one. But anyway, like I said, I absolutely love, and it breaks my heart to know that Japan is doing superheroes not only the way America used to do them, but doing them, I mean, it's, oh, cool. He just texted me. He's actually awake. That makes me feel a lot better, because I was about to bail. But anyway,
really funny because I just texted my other guard. I just texted the guard that, because he texted me, like, is everything?
We lose you. Anyway, but yeah, no. This has been these talks are always cathartic. They get me through a lot. It's great to have other people, and we don't always all agree on everything, but it is great to just be able to geek out and to talk about things and to talk about our frustrations with the things that we used to love. And it's not even that we used to love. We wouldn't be this upset if we did not still love this stuff. If we didn't still love Star Wars, we wouldn't be mad every time they spit on the corpse. If we didn't still love Marvel, we wouldn't be mad every time that they swap out another character. Yeah, if we didn't still love the Disney movies we grew up with, we wouldn't be so mad about the new Peter Pan, Snow White, and
Oh God, they're gonna do that one. Oh fucking hell.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go ahead and cut out of here because I'm
All
about
right,
ready to
Ted.
walk. I can't walk into my house with my volume up. I'll wake everybody in the house. So,
oh boy. All right, man. Well, it was good talking to you. I'll send you
honestly, I feel a lot better tonight than I did last week. Last week, I kind of went off on a huge rant with my frustrations. Like I told you, I've been dealing with a lot of health issues and other issues that have been kicking my ass all over the place. So, and they've been so frustrating and overwhelming for me to deal with that, as you know, I've already posted up a tweet saying, "Hey, I'm going to a doctor to get this deal to take care of this." First off, it's nothing life threatening. It's just fucking me up mentally. So, but I just thought I'd let you know I feel a lot better than I did last week. Thank you guys for having me on. Thank you guys for chatting and having a good time. And this one's been a fun episode. I was so busy earlier today I couldn't get on earlier like I wanted to. But no, thanks, Geek Hero. Thanks for having me on. I'll be sure to post more stuff if I can remember what it was. I'll be sure to post more stuff into the anime chat. And I'll catch you
yep,
guys
and
tomorrow.
I'll post the trailer for Trinity Trigger here in a few minutes.
Awesome. Oh yeah, it was the Final Fantasy 10 thing. I'll send that to you. The light cut off. My garage light.
But yeah,
I just want to thank everybody for coming out to the stream. Thank you, Shiny. Thank you, Matt, for taking the time to come out of his day. Thank you, Raccoon, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come over and hang out with all of us. You're always welcome to come and hang out. Just ask for the link, and I'll happily. It'll be either me or Rose or whoever will send you the link, and
I'm finally glad I got to be on stream with Angry Raccoon. Like, finally, it's like I swear
it feels like forever.
I have to wait like once a year just to be on a stream with you, dude.
Thank you to Snow Dub and a whole bunch of other people that showed up to make all this happen. Next Sunday, I may or may not be here, but I will talk to Rose and see if she can get to host for a little bit until I can find the time in the day to come back. I will be back again tomorrow for the finale of Fireteam Elite, and also I will be working on other projects going forward. Stay tuned for everything coming. Big thank you again to everybody. We are 28 subs away from the big 200. I want to do something special for that. Still thinking on that, but keep the likes going. Be sure to support Angry Raccoon and his content. Be sure to give Fatal a shout. Be sure to pay Fatal a visit. Buy David's book. I know he's not here, but buy David's book. He's a really great author. His works are pretty good. And he gives some very good writer advice, too. He gives some good writer advice for those making their own book and everything. We will be back again next week. Keep an eye out for the day and time. I hope all of you have a great night. We will see each other again. Raccoon, I need to get For Honor going so that way I can link up with you or any other game that we can play. Because I want to see your drunk. I want to see your ass get drunk and have a great time.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, guys, this is Anime. This is Raccoon and Fatal. We love you all. See you soon.
Bye.
Later.